Some stories hit like a freight train, raw, relentless, and impossible to walk away from. This is a third-person retelling of Killing Floor by Lee Child, the explosive debut that introduced the world to Jack Reacher. Lee Child, a former television director suddenly out of work in the mid-1990s, channeled his own abrupt life change and a deep fascination with lone wolf justice into creating Reacher, a massive, methodical ex-military policeman who drifts across America carrying nothing but a toothbrush and an unyielding sense of right and wrong. The core idea sprang from Child's personal experience of redundancy and his vision of a modern, mythic hero, part Sherlock Holmes in deduction, part unstoppable force in action, born from quiet British roots, yet forged for American roads and small-town corruption. First published in 1997, Killing Floor has helped propel the Jack Reacher series to more than 100 million copies sold worldwide. Lee Child is the best-selling author behind the entire Reacher franchise, delivering tight, intelligent thrillers that have captivated readers across the globe. The story later reached an even wider audience when it was adapted as the first season of the hit Prime Video series Reacher in 2022. Note that the visuals you'll see are created with today's technology. They might not be perfectly accurate to every scene, but they're here to help you visualize the tension and the action. Bear with the requests as we bring this world to life. By the end of this story, you may find yourself questioning how far you would go when the system itself turns against an innocent man. And at the end, I'll share fascinating facts about the book, its adaptations, behind-the-scenes details, and a few fun discoveries most readers never notice. The story begins. He sat in the booth of Eno's diner, wet and tired from the long walk in the heavy rain, finishing a late breakfast of eggs and coffee. His eyes drifted over an abandoned newspaper, its headlines about a presidential campaign he had ignored before and would ignore again. Through the window, raindrops still clung to the glass as two police cruisers crunched fast into the gravel lot, light bars flashing red and blue across the pebbled surface. Doors flew open. 4 officers spilled out, 2 with revolvers, 2 with shotguns, moving with urgent purpose. One pair split toward the back, while the others rushed the entrance. He watched them come, knowing the small, bright diner held only a cook, 2 waitresses, 2 old men, and himself. The heavy weapons and rapid approach were meant for him alone. Anyone local would have drawn a quiet, apologetic sergeant instead. He quickly shoved the last of the egg into his mouth, slipped a 5 under the plate, folded the newspaper into his coat pocket, and kept his hands visible while draining his coffee. The revolver officer crouched at the doorway, aiming steadily at his head. The shotgun officer advanced close, both men lean, fit, and precise in their textbook formation. He recognized the tactical sense, the revolver covering the room from range, the shotgun ready to overwhelm him up close. The booth hemmed him in tightly. He spread his hands flat on the table as the shotgun officer drew nearer, screaming at the top of his lungs to release tension and intimidate. "Freeze! Police!" The shout filled the space with raw volume. He raised his hands slowly. The revolver officer moved in from the door while the shotgun man pressed even closer, still yelling. He noted the mistaken distance. A lunge for the barrel might have turned the weapon upward, bought an elbow strike, and shifted the odds. But he stayed motionless with hands raised. Out here on the floor. He slid deliberately from the booth and extended his wrists instead, refusing to drop to the floor for these officers. The revolver man proved to be the sergeant, calm now that the initial danger had passed. While the shotgun stayed trained on him, the sergeant holstered his weapon, unclipped the cuffs, and locked them onto his wrists. The backup team entered from the kitchen, circled behind, and conducted a thorough pat-down. No weapon was found. They gripped his elbows firmly as the sergeant stepped forward. Baker studied him. A compact, athletic white man of similar age, tanned and lean. He delivered the arrest clearly and from memory, stating the charge of murder and reciting the Miranda rights in full. Right to silence. Anything said could be used against him. Right to an attorney appointed by the state if needed. Baker asked if he understood. He offered no reply. Long habit had taught him that silence protected better than any words, which could be twisted, misheard, or used to convict. Baker repeated the question, then asked again whether he spoke English. Still nothing. The sergeant remained composed, the moment of risk now behind him. He instructed the others to note the lack of response and gave the order to move. They formed a single file at the door. Baker in front, Stevenson walking backward with the shotgun trained on his gut, the backups behind. A firm hand on his back guided him outside into the steaming midday heat. The rain-soaked gravel lot released a rich, heady scent of wet pavement under the blazing sun. He lifted his face briefly to inhale it as they repositioned. One officer at each elbow, Stevenson still covering with the pump action. At the cruiser, his head was pushed down, and he was nudged neatly into the back seat with a controlled hip check. Alone behind the thick glass partition, he watched Baker drive while Stevenson twisted around to keep him under constant watch. The new car rode smooth and quiet, cool inside, with no lingering traces of previous occupants. Through the window rolled rich Georgia farmland, damp red earth and long, straight rows of low bushes, perhaps peanuts. The short drive ended at two neat, new buildings on a wide lawn with a statue, the police station and firehouse. As the car slowed into the semicircular driveway marked Margrave Police Headquarters, he felt the weight of the situation. An arrest for murder in a town he had never visited before. Yet two certainties steadied him. They could not prove what had not happened, and he had not killed anyone here, nor for a long time. They pulled up at the station doors. Baker scanned the area, bouncing lightly on his feet, while Stevenson positioned opposite with the shotgun ready. Baker opened the rear door with a low, urgent whisper. "Okay, let's go. He pivoted out carefully against the handcuffs and stood waiting as the backups fell in behind. Baker pulled open the heavy plate glass door, its rubber seals sighing, and they pushed him through into the cool white and chrome interior that resembled a bank more than a station. Carpeted floors, fluorescent lights, a reception counter. A desk sergeant and a dark-haired female officer stared at him in silence. Stevenson kept the shotgun trained, while Baker led the way left to an interview room. No windows, white table, 3 chairs, a camera in the corner, air turned very cold against his still damp clothes. Baker emptied his pockets methodically onto the table. Cash, coins, receipts, scraps. He left the newspaper in the coat and the watch on the wrist, sweeping everything else into a large Ziploc bag. Stevenson marked a number on the bag's white panel. Baker ordered him to sit, then the team filed out, carrying the evidence bag. The door closed with the heavy, precise click of a well-greased steel lock that sounded built to hold. He had figured they would leave him isolated for a while, the usual tactic after a rough arrest to build pressure and stir the urge to confess. But they surprised him. Baker soon unlocked the door and stepped back in, carrying a plastic cup of coffee, then signaled the dark-haired, uniformed woman from the outer area to enter. The heavy lock clicked shut behind her. She opened a metal flight case, handed him a long black number holder with white plastic digits, and waited with brisk apologetic sympathy. He took it in his cuffed hands, checked the orientation, and held it under his chin. She braced an ugly camera on the table, elbows planted, breasts resting against the edge, and snapped the front shot. He stared at her attractive face, dark hair and striking eyes, and smiled as the flash fired. Without prompting, he turned sideways for the profile, pressing the numbers to his shoulder while staring at the wall. She took the second photo, accepted the holder back with a terse, professional expression, then prepared the already labeled fingerprint card. The cuffs made the process awkward, yet Baker offered no help. Her fingers were smooth and cool against his skin, no wedding band on her hand. She handed him tissues afterward, and the fresh ink lifted away easily. She unloaded the film, set everything on the table, repacked the case, and left after Baker rapped on the door. Baker stayed, leaning against the locked door, and told him the chief was coming down. They had a situation that needed clearing up. He tested Baker by silently extending his wrists. After a brief pause, the sergeant unlocked the cuffs and clipped them back on his belt. Only then did he speak for the first time since ordering breakfast, telling Baker he was ready to meet the chief. Baker looked relieved. He rapped twice. The door opened, and they walked him through the open area, Baker lightly gripping his elbow, Stevenson on the other side without the shotgun now. The backups had vanished. Things were calming. They entered a large rosewood office. A fat man sat behind a big desk beneath an old mahogany clock, showing nearly 12:30, flanked by the stars and stripes and the Georgia state flag. As he was pushed forward, Morrison looked up blankly, then harder, before sneering and wheezing a hostile order to sit and keep quiet. The chief introduced himself as Morrison, head of the Margrave police, and called him a murdering outsider who had killed on Mr. Kleiner's private property. He demanded a full confession to his chief of detectives, then promised jail, the electric chair, and that he would personally desecrate the pauper's grave. Morrison hauled himself up, waddled past, paused nose level with the middle button of his coat, and claimed he had seen him before somewhere. He glanced pointedly at Baker and Stevenson as if making them witnesses to the remark, then slammed the door on his way out. He waited with the two officers until the chief of detectives entered. A tall black man, graying and balding, brisk and confident in a tweed suit and moleskin vest. Finlay dismissed Baker and Stevenson, closed the door, and sat at the desk, waving him into the opposite chair. He pulled out a cassette recorder, carefully tested the microphone and tape, then sat back, steepled his fingers, and said they had several questions. Finlay first confirmed that he had been read, his rights, and pressed him to acknowledge understanding them. He stated that he did. Finlay asked about a lawyer. He declined, insisting he needed none even after being reminded the state would provide one free. He signed the release form waiving counsel. Finlay then recorded his name, Jack Reacher, no middle name, no address, and his date of birth. Finlay noted the complete absence of any ID in his belongings and asked who the man with the shaved head was. When no answer came, he asked what had happened. He stayed silent, knowing nothing of the events. Finlay then asked what pluribus meant. He replied only that it came from the national motto, E pluribus unum, adopted in 1776. Finlay grunted and described the homicide. A body discovered that morning at the Kleiner warehouse near the highway Cloverleaf, with disturbing features. A witness had seen a tall white man in a long black overcoat, fair hair, no hat or bag, walking away from the scene shortly after 8 o'clock. He listened in silence. The description matched him exactly. He had walked the county road from roughly 8 until nearly noon. He asked how long the road ran from the highway down to town. Finlay thought for a moment and estimated maybe 14 miles. He told Finlay he had walked the full 14 miles from the highway into town. Plenty of people must have seen him. It proved nothing about any crime. Finlay remained silent, confirming the jurisdiction reached all the way to the highway and included the Kleiner warehouse. He explained that Kleiner had built the facility 5 years earlier, a major local taxpayer whose clean, distant operation brought revenue and benefits with little mess. Now it was a homicide scene, and Reacher needed to explain himself. Reacher offered to give a full statement detailing every step since crossing the town line until his arrest mid-breakfast, promising a medal if Finlay could make anything suspicious out of 4 hours of walking in pouring rain. It was his longest speech in 6 months. Finlay studied him, wrestling with the detective's dilemma, gut instinct versus the convenient suspect right in front of him. Before Reacher could nudge him toward the real killer still at large, Finlay shut down the offer. No statements. He would ask questions and expect answers. Finlay pressed whether he was a vagrant. Reacher corrected him. He was a hobo, not a vagrant, and sighed, realizing he would likely spend the weekend in a cell. Finlay warned him not to get smart. A witness had seen him leaving the scene, and he had no ID or story. Reacher countered that. Walking openly down a road differed from fleeing a homicide. People who committed murder ran and hid, not strolled in plain sight. Finlay dismissed it, claiming nobody had walked the entire county road since cars were invented, and demanded his address and origin. Reacher explained he had no address because he lived nowhere and might never settle. When Finlay asked where he was from, using a precise, sarcastic definition, Reacher answered that, by that standard, he came from nowhere, from military. Born on a U.S. Army base in West Berlin to a Marine father and French mother who married in Korea, he had grown up on bases worldwide, attended high school in 24 countries, and graduated from West Point. He stayed in the Army as military police, serving on those same bases until the Soviet collapse brought the peace dividend and left him, at 36, an unemployed ex-major with severance pay he was stretching out. He had left the service 6 months earlier, in April, and had not worked since. Finlay asked what he had been living on and confirmed the major rank. Reacher said the severance was mostly intact, and he was simply enjoying his freedom for now, with no immediate plans to settle or find work. Finlay then turned to the last 24 hours. Reacher described taking the Greyhound from Tampa at midnight, getting off at the county road stop at 8 that morning after asking the driver to halt specially, then walking straight into town where he was arrested mid-breakfast. He had no business in Margrave or anywhere else. He was out of work. No family here, only a brother in D.C. working for the Treasury. No friends in Georgia. Finlay asked why he had chosen an unscheduled stop and walked 14 miles in the rain to a place with zero connection. Reacher admitted it was arbitrary. He had been restless and needed to be somewhere. Pressed further, he said the man beside him had a map, and he had picked Margrave to get off the main routes, planning to loop west toward the Gulf later. When Finlay scoffed that it was just a random dot, Reacher explained he had come looking for Blind Blake, a guitar player murdered 60 years ago, whose story his brother had mentioned after passing through town on business. The sleeve note claimed it happened in Margrave. He was not a guitar player himself. Finlay stared blankly, clearly finding the explanation thin. Finlay asked how his brother had managed to write him with no fixed address. He explained that his old unit forwarded mail to the bank holding his severance pay, which then sent it on whenever he wired for cash. Finlay shook his head and noted it down, then confirmed the midnight Greyhound out of Tampa and asked about the ticket. He said it was probably in the property bag with the rest of his pocket contents, and that the driver might remember the unscheduled stop he had requested. The exchange began to feel oddly abstract, as if he and Finlay were two professionals calmly reviewing somebody else's case instead of his own. Finlay pressed why he wasn't working. He answered that he had given 13 years to their system and gotten nowhere, so now he was trying life on his own terms. Finlay asked whether he had run into trouble in the Army. He turned the question back, noting that Finlay himself had left 20 years in Boston for this quiet Georgia post instead of retiring to fish on Cape Cod. When pressed, he told Finlay to ask the Army and confirmed the discharge had been honorable. Finlay asked how being let go had made him feel. He shrugged. After a lifetime in uniform, first as a military child, then as an officer, it had simply felt like freedom. He described his Army path. General duties at first, then 5 years in secret security, followed by 6 years investigating homicides. Finlay sat back, steepled his fingers, and exhaled. He would verify everything: fingerprints against Army records, full service file, bus company, ticket, driver, and passengers. If the story checked out, the timing and details might clear him. Until then, however, he looked too suspicious. A drifter with no address, no history, and a weak story. Caution demanded he remain locked up. He called Finlay a cautious man. The detective offered to buy him lunch at Eno's on Monday if he turned out to be wrong. He declined, making it clear he wasn't looking for any buddy in this town. Finlay ended the recording, called Baker in, and had him escort him to the cells. The cell block was simply a wide alcove off the main squad room, divided into 3 cages with gleaming vertical bars that looked like titanium. Each was carpeted but completely bare. Baker clanged the gate shut and locked it electronically. He told him there was no overnight stay here. He would be transferred to the state facility later on the 6 o'clock bus and return Monday. He pulled the newspaper from his coat, rolled the coat into a pillow, and stretched out on the floor. Anger simmered as he tried to finish reading about the president's campaign stop in Pensacola and the abrupt cancellation of a highly successful Coast Guard interdiction program off Florida's coast. The program had seized drugs, guns, and migrants, yet it was being scrapped in 7 days for budget reasons. The more he read, the angrier he became. He set the paper aside, closed his eyes, and let the chorus of smokestack lightning play through his mind until he drifted into sleep. He woke when Baker kicked the bars, producing a dull ringing sound. Finlay stood beside him. Still on the floor, he answered that at midnight he had been boarding the bus in Tampa. Finlay informed him they now had a new witness. Chief Morrison claimed he had seen him hanging around the warehouse facility at midnight the previous night. Morrison had finally remembered where he had seen him before. Reacher sat handcuffed in the Rosewood office, facing Finlay across the big desk, with Baker positioned at the side. The flags hung behind the chief. The old clock ticked steadily above them. Baker placed a chair for him, and Finlay pulled out the tape recorder, uncoiled the cords, set the microphone between them, tested it, and rewound the tape. Finlay demanded a detailed account of Reacher's last 24 hours. Tension crackled between the 2 officers. Their weak case had suddenly strengthened, and the thrill of impending victory showed in their restrained excitement. Reacher recognized the signs clearly. He explained that he had been in Tampa the previous night, boarding a bus at midnight with witnesses who could confirm it. He had only arrived in the area that morning at 8, getting off where the county road met the highway. If Morrison claimed to have seen him at midnight, the chief was wrong. He had been 400 miles away. He had nothing more to add and urged them to verify it. Finlay stared at him, then nodded to Baker, who opened a buff file. Baker reported that the victim remained unidentified. No ID, no wallet, no distinguishing marks. A white male around 40, very tall, with a shaved head. The body had been discovered at 8 that morning against the perimeter fence near the main gate, partially hidden under cardboard. Fingerprints had yielded no matches in any database. Finlay asked who the victim was. Baker watched for any reaction. Reacher offered none, simply listening to the quiet ticking of the old clock as its hands reached 2:30. He stayed silent. Baker flipped through the file and continued. The victim had taken 2 shots to the head, likely from a small caliber, automatic fitted with a silencer. The first struck the left temple at close range. The second was a contact shot behind the left ear. Soft-nosed slugs had destroyed the face on exit. Rain had washed away powder residue, but burn patterns indicated the silencer. The first shot had been fatal. No bullets remained in the skull, and no shell casings were recovered. Finlay asked where the gun was. Reacher looked at him without answering. Baker added that the victim had died between 11:30 and 1 the previous night. The evening gateman confirmed the body had not been there at 11:30 when he went off duty. It was discovered when the day shift arrived to open the gate around 8. The gateman had seen Reacher leaving the scene and called it in. Finlay repeated his question about the victim's identity. Reacher turned his gaze to Baker and asked why the time of death was set before 1 o'clock. Baker explained that heavy rain had begun at 1. The pavement beneath the body had stayed bone dry, placing the corpse on the ground before the downpour. Medical opinion pointed to midnight. Reacher nodded, a small smile forming. The timeline would clear him. Finlay pressed quietly for what had happened next. Reacher shrugged and told them to explain it themselves. He had not been there, having boarded the bus in Tampa at midnight. Baker leaned forward, drawing another sheet from the file. He said Reacher had then gone crazy, losing control completely. Reacher shook his head, repeating that he had been boarding the bus in Tampa. Nothing strange about that? The officers remained grim and unmoved. Baker continued. The first shot had killed the victim. Then Reacher had fired again before flying into a frenzy and kicking the corpse savagely. Massive post-mortem injuries covered the body, nearly every bone smashed as if run over by a truck. The doctor confirmed the damage had occurred after death. Reacher had shot the man, then tried to kick him apart in a rage, before finally calming and attempting to conceal the body under cardboard. Reacher sat quiet for a long moment, absorbing the details. Post-mortem injuries. The description felt deeply off. Homicidal frenzy was ugly enough, but this went further into something worse. He had seen it before and wanted no part of it, yet the sequence the officers described made no sense. Finlay asked how he had met the victim. Reacher stayed silent, simply watching him. Finlay asked what pluribus meant. Reacher shrugged, offering nothing. Finlay asked once more who the victim was. Reacher repeated that he had not been there and knew nothing about it. Finlay paused, then suddenly inquired about Reacher's phone number. Reacher looked at him as if he had lost his mind, reminding Finlay that he carried no phone and had no fixed home. Finlay clarified he meant a mobile phone. Reacher insisted he owned none. A cold spike of fear ran through him. They had pegged him as some rootless mercenary assassin who moved from place to place, carrying a mobile for orders, executing targets, then mutilating the bodies in frenzy before checking in for the next job. Finlay leaned forward and slid a torn scrap of computer paper across the desk. It carried the patina of having spent weeks in a pocket. An underlined heading read pluribus, followed by a telephone number. Reacher studied it without touching the sheet. Finlay asked if that was his number. Reacher repeated that he had no telephone and had not been in the area the previous night. Pressing him only wasted their time. Finlay confirmed it was a mobile number from an Atlanta supplier, untraceable until Monday, and urged cooperation. Reacher asked where the paper had been found. Finlay considered, then answered. Folded and hidden inside the victim's shoe. Reacher sat in heavy silence, worry settling deep. The situation felt like tumbling into some distorted world where logic twisted away from him. He was in a well-appointed office with two experienced, professional officers running a competent department, yet they raced down a blind alley, convinced of a flat earth, while he alone saw the curve. He offered two observations. A close-range headshot with a silent, small-caliber automatic, followed by an insurance shot with shell casings removed. What did that suggest professionally? Finlay remained quiet, clearly torn between shutting down his prime suspect and hearing the analysis. Reacher continued. That was no robbery or fight. It was a cold, clinical execution. Someone smart had lingered afterward with a flashlight to recover the tiny casings. Finlay told him to go on. Reacher described the left temple shot, suggesting the victim might have been seated in a car, the shooter talking through the window before raising the weapon. A second shot followed for certainty. Then the shooter collected the casings and departed. Finlay questioned the departure, asking about the rest of the violence and whether Reacher implied a second man. Reacher shook his head. 3 men had been involved. That much was clear. He explained the practical minimum would be 2. The victim had driven there too far to walk, so his car had to be accounted for. The shooter would not have walked either. They would have arrived together and left separately, one taking the victim's vehicle. But the evidence pointed to 3. Psychologically, the cool professional who delivered precise silenced headshots would never then erupt into a frenzied kicking of the corpse. and the type who lost control in such a frenzy would not suddenly calm and neatly conceal the body under cardboard. Those were three distinct behaviors, indicating three separate individuals. Finlay suggested maybe only two, with the shooter tidying up afterward. Reacher rejected it. The shooter would not have lingered after such uncontrolled violence. It would embarrass and worry him by adding risk and visibility. And if he had hidden the body, he would have done it properly, not left it where the first arriving worker would discover it. 3 men, no question. Finlay thought it over. Reacher asked which role they assigned him, the shooter, the maniac, or the one who hid the body. Finlay and Baker exchanged a look, but gave no answer. Reacher pressed him on their theory. Even assuming he had driven up with 2 accomplices and carried out the midnight hit, why would he have stayed behind alone while the others drove away? It made no sense. He reminded them he had neither buddies nor a car. Their strongest possible case required believing the victim had walked to the remote location, that Reacher had met him there, executed him professionally with a silenced pistol, recovered the shell casings, taken his wallet and emptied his pockets, but somehow missed the paper hidden in his shoe. Then he would have stashed his weapon, silencer, flashlight, phone, and other items, before suddenly turning into a maniac and kicking the corpse to pieces. After that, he would have switched personalities again to make a clumsy attempt at hiding the body under cardboard, waited 8 long hours in the pouring rain, and finally walked into town at daylight. Reacher called the entire scenario absurd. Finlay stared at him for a long moment and admitted he didn't know why anyone would do that. Reacher watched Finlay closely. The detective looked deflated. He knew his case was weak, yet he faced a difficult political problem with Chief Morrison. As a relatively new subordinate, he couldn't directly confront his boss or aggressively pursue other leads when a suspect had been handed to him. He could quietly verify Reacher's alibi and restart the investigation on Monday, but that would waste 72 hours. The prospect of having to politely force a retraction from Morrison clearly weighed on him. Finlay sat breathing heavily, visibly miserable and trapped. Reacher decided to help him. He asked about the phone number they had found, confirming it was a mobile. Finlay explained they couldn't identify the owner without a warrant since there were no public reverse directories, and the provider refused to cooperate. Reacher suggested they simply call the number and see who answered. The 2 officers fell into an embarrassed silence. They clearly hadn't considered it. Baker gathered the files and quietly excused himself from the room, leaving Finlay to handle it. Finlay hesitated, then slid the paper back, picked up the phone, and dialed using the speaker. A high electronic ringtone filled the office. The call was answered. A confident Southern voice identified itself as Paul Hubble and asked how he could help. Finlay impersonated a phone company engineering manager, reporting a possible fault on the line. He claimed signal issues and asked for Hubble's current location to check coverage. Hubble said he was at home and, after some light prodding, confirmed his exact address: 25 Beckman Drive in Margrave, Georgia. Finlay ended the call, leaned back, and muttered in disbelief. The number belonged to someone right here in town. He wondered aloud who Paul Hubble was. Reacher asked if he knew the man. Finlay admitted that after only 6 months in Margrave, he didn't know everyone. He buzzed Baker back into the office and asked if he knew Paul Hubble of 25 Beckman Drive. Baker confirmed immediately. Hubble was a long-time local, a family man. He was connected to Officer Stevenson as some kind of in-law, and the 2 went bowling together. Hubble worked as a banker, a big-shot executive at a major bank up in Atlanta. Finlay turned back to Reacher and asked whether he was going to claim he had never heard of the man. Reacher told Finlay he had never heard of Paul Hubble. Finlay glared at him, then instructed Baker to go pick up Hubble at 25 Beckman Drive. He emphasized going easy. The man was likely a respectable local. Finlay glared once more at Reacher and stormed out, slamming the heavy door behind him. Baker stopped the tape recorder, walked Reacher back to the cell, removed the handcuffs, stepped out, and locked the gate. The electric bolt snapped shut. Reacher called after him, asking for something to eat and coffee. Baker replied that he would eat at the state facility when the bus arrived at 6, then left to fetch Hubble. Reacher shook out his balled-up coat, pulled it on against the chill, and thrust his hands into the pockets. He leaned against the bars, trying to read the newspaper again, but couldn't focus. His mind kept returning to the image of someone watching a partner shoot a man in the head, then seizing the twitching body and kicking it with enough fury to smash nearly every bone. He dropped the paper and tried to think of something else. From the front corner of the cell, he could see the open plan area, the reception counter, and out through the glass doors where bright afternoon sun now shone on a dry, dusty street. The heavy rain had passed. Inside, the fluorescent lights hummed with quiet, investigative energy. The desk sergeant worked at his keyboard, while the woman who had fingerprinted him typed at her station. Neat compartments under the counter held papers, mace, a shotgun, and panic buttons. Reacher leaned into the corner and ran an old Bobby Bland song through his head. Further on up the road, cranked loud in G major, giving it a strangely sunny, consoling feel. Then he spotted Fat Chief Morrison walking past the cells toward the back office, right on cue for the third verse. He shifted the song down to a dark, menacing E-flat, replacing Bland's voice with something harsher and more vicious, like Wild Child Butler. Morrison was lying about seeing him at midnight. Reacher closed his eyes and let the imagined music promise payback further on up the road. He opened his eyes and switched off the mental track. The fingerprint officer stood on the other side of the bars, returning from the coffee machine. She offered him a cup. Reacher accepted gratefully. No cream, no sugar. She set her own cup down, poured one for him, and passed it through the bars. Up close, she looked even better. About 30, dark-haired, vital, and brisk. She smelled good. He liked her immediately, especially since bringing coffee to a prisoner probably broke the chief's rules. He took a long sip of the hot, strong coffee and thanked her. She smiled with her eyes and said he was welcome. Reacher asked if she thought he hadn't done it. She replied that she didn't bring coffee to the guilty ones, then added she knew he wasn't guilty of much because they hadn't heard back from Washington yet on his prints. She explained she had sent his fingerprints at 12:36. The FBI database checked against wanted lists in priority order. No quick hit after nearly 3 hours meant he wasn't on record for anything serious. The desk sergeant glanced over disapprovingly, so she had to go. Reacher drained the cup and handed it back. He told her he wasn't on record for anything at all. She smiled and said she could tell right away. He had nice eyes. She winked and walked back to her workstation. Reacher moved to his corner, leaned against the bars, and smiled to himself. After 6 months as a lonely wanderer, small kindnesses like hers lifted his morale. He liked Roscoe. Baker had been gone about 20 minutes, long enough in a small town like Margrave to drive to Hubble's place and back. Hubble was a family man, an Atlanta banker, so he likely lived in a comfortable house on Beckman Drive, perhaps a mile or so out from the center in a nice neighborhood with shade trees and plenty of space. Reacher watched through the plate glass doors as the afternoon sun dipped lower, turning to light red and stretching long shadows across the lot. Baker's patrol car swung into the driveway without lights, bouncing slowly to a stop. Baker stepped out, circled the vehicle with a mix of deference and official stiffness, and opened the passenger door like a chauffeur. Paul Hubble emerged. Tall, early 30s, trim in the way of moneyed ease. He looked like a magazine ad for upscale leisure, sandy hair receding just enough to look intelligent, gold-rimmed glasses, square jaw, deep tan, and a quick flash of very white teeth as he smiled at the desk sergeant. He wore an expensive faded polo, soft chinos, and a thick white sweater knotted loosely over his shoulders. Tan boat shoes, no socks. The picture of a man who lived the yuppie dream without apology. Hubble moved with visible agitation, palms pressing the reception desk before dropping to his sides, revealing sandy forearms and a heavy gold watch. He tried to project the friendly, rich guy charm of a politician on a factory tour, but tension undercut every gesture. Reacher could smell the worry on him from across the room. Baker had kept the reason for the visit vague. Hubble knew something was wrong, but not what. Baker guided him around the squad room toward the Rosewood office and back. As they passed the reception desk, Reacher confirmed the boat shoes. The door closed behind them. The desk sergeant went outside to park the cruiser and returned with Finley, who strode straight past Reacher's cell without a glance and disappeared into the office. Reacher stayed motionless in his corner, waiting. Baker soon emerged alone. Ethics wouldn't allow him to sit in on an interview with his partner's bowling buddy in the middle of a homicide case and headed to his desk. Reacher called out that he needed the bathroom. Baker grinned grudgingly, a gold tooth glinting, and unlocked the gate. They walked to the rear lobby. Baker pushed open the men's room door and warned him not to lock it. Inside, Reacher noted how loosely they were guarding him. He could have dropped Baker, taken the revolver, shot his way to a patrol car, and vanished toward Atlanta before anyone reacted, but he simply used the bathroom and came back out. They were underestimating him badly. He had told them he was ex-military police. They clearly hadn't grasped what that training meant against ordinary cops. They returned to the cell. Baker locked him in and walked away. For the next 20 minutes, the station house settled into quiet routine. Baker and Roscoe worked at their desks. The desk sergeant sat on his stool. Finley remained in the office with Hubble. The modern clock above the front doors ticked slowly toward 4:30, then 4:45. Just before 5, noise erupted from the Rosewood office. Shouting, banging, a buzzer sounding on Baker's desk. Finlay's stressed voice called Baker in over the intercom. Baker knocked and entered. Chief Morrison barged through the front doors and headed straight for the office. Baker came out. As Morrison went in, hurried to the reception desk and whispered excitedly to the desk sergeant. Roscoe joined the huddle. Something big had broken. The intercom crackled again. Baker returned to the office. The front door opened once more, letting in a blaze of low afternoon sun. Stevenson strode in, looking agitated. The desk sergeant tried to steady him, but Stevenson shook off the hand and ran toward the Rosewood office, dodging desks. The door flew open. Morrison emerged first, followed by Finlay, then Baker, gripping Hubble lightly but firmly by the elbow, the same professional hold he had used on Reacher. The group moved as one through the squad room. Reacher watched Stevenson stare blankly at Hubble before grabbing Finlay by the arm and yanking him back into the Rosewood office. Morrison followed, and the door slammed shut. Baker walked the now-collapsed Hubble toward the cells. The banker looked drained, gray-faced, sweating, deflated, trembling with panic. His eyes stared blankly behind the gold-rimmed glasses. He stood frozen as Baker unlocked the adjacent cell, then allowed himself to be guided inside. Baker locked the gate, the electric bolt snapping home, and headed back to the office. Hubble remained standing for a moment, then shuffled backward until he hit the rear wall. He slid down to the floor, dropped his head to his knees, and let his hands fall limp. Reacher could hear the faint rattle of his trembling thumb against the stiff nylon carpet. Roscoe and the desk sergeant watched silently as the man fell apart before their eyes. Raised voices and the sharp slap of a palm on wood echoed from the Rosewood office. The door opened. Stevenson stormed out, neck rigid with fury, eyes fixed straight ahead, ignoring Morrison, who followed behind. They marched past the reception counter and out into the bright afternoon. Baker emerged from the office, unlocked Reacher's cell without a word, and gestured him out. Reacher pulled his coat tighter, left the newspaper on the floor, and followed Baker back into the Rosewood office. Finlay sat at the desk, tape recorder ready, looking harassed with his tie loosened. He blew out a long, rueful breath and began speaking rapidly, his polished Harvard diction strained. They had brought Hubble in. At first he seemed merely annoyed. He recognized Finlay's voice from the earlier phone call and accused him of deceptive impersonation. Finlay admitted he was right, but pressed on. When asked if he knew Jack Reacher, Hubble said no and began to relax, thinking the matter concerned someone else. Then Finlay mentioned a tall man with a shaved head and the word pluribus. Hubble went rigid with shock. When told the tall man was dead, shot to death, he nearly fell from his chair. Learning his own phone number had been found hidden in the victim's shoe delivered another blow. Hubble refused to speak, growing gray and rigid, mouth opening and closing like a fish. Finlay described the post-mortem beating and asked who else was involved and what pluribus meant. Still nothing. Hubble sat silent for 40 minutes, thinking frantically while the tape recorded only silence. Then Hubble confessed. He claimed he had shot the man. Finlay asked if he wanted a lawyer. Hubble refused and kept repeating his confession. Finlay read him his Miranda rights on tape. When pressed for details, who exactly he killed, how, when, Hubble said the tall, shaved-head man shot in the head around midnight. But when asked who had kicked the body or what pluribus meant, he froze again in terror and clammed up. He then jumped up screaming his confession until Finlay shoved him back down. Finlay leaned back, hands behind his head, and looked at Reacher. Reacher shrugged. He didn't believe Hubble was the shooter. The man's visible panic and agitation didn't match the cold professionalism of 2 silenced headshots, followed by careful collection of shell casings. He simply smiled and asked if he could be released now. Finlay shook his head. He still believed 3 men had been involved, as Reacher had argued. Hubble didn't fit any role convincingly. Not the shooter, not the frenzied kicker given his lack of physical strength, and not the one who hid the body. Yet he had confessed with a couple of plausible details, so Finlay had no choice but to hold him for now. The confession wouldn't hold up. Finlay leveled his gaze at Reacher. Hubble couldn't have been at the scene at midnight anyway. He had been at a family anniversary party near his home, arriving around 8 with his wife and staying until after 2 in the morning. 24 witnesses saw him there. He had even gotten a ride home in the pouring rain from his sister-in-law's brother-in-law, Officer Stevenson. Finlay leaned back in his chair, long arms folded behind his head. The tall, elegant man, Boston-educated, civilized, experienced, sat across from Reacher and prepared to send him to jail for a crime he had not committed. Finlay levered himself upright, spreading his hands on the desk, palms up. He expressed regret. Reacher shot back with sharp disbelief, pointing out that 2 innocent men were being locked up while the chief called it a done deal and shut everything down for the weekend. Finlay shrugged, looking unhappy, and explained that Chief Morrison was the boss and had decided the matter was closed. He added that Morrison suspected a conspiracy, claiming Hubble might have recruited Reacher rather than being present himself, that the confession was exaggerated out of fear, and that Reacher had been heading to collect payment when arrested. The theory accounted for the 8-hour wait and Hubble's decision to stay home that day. Reacher stayed silent, worry tightening inside him. Morrison's story sounded dangerously plausible. Everything depended on whether Finlay would actually run the checks. Finlay offered another apology, assuring him that both he and Hubble would be held only until Monday at Warburton. The holding pens were tolerable, he said. Though long-term confinement there was far worse. He promised to keep working the case over the weekend and would bring in Officer Roscoe, the sharp, attractive officer outside, to assist. If Reacher's account held, freedom would come on Monday. Reacher stared at him, anger rising. He refused the reassurance, accusing Finlay of knowing full well he was innocent, yet yielding to fear of the useless, overweight chief. He called him spinless for letting it happen. Finlay absorbed the insult with a darkening flush across his face and sat quietly for a long moment. Reacher glared, then gradually cooled, his temper easing back under control. Now Finlay glared back. In precise tones, Finlay stated 2 points. He would handle Morrison if necessary on Monday, and he was no coward. Reacher knew nothing about him. Reacher gazed steadily, noting the time nearing 6 o'clock, the hour of the prison bus. He revealed that he knew more than Finlay realized. The Harvard postgraduate degree, the divorce, and the decision to quit smoking in April. Finlay looked blank, intrigued despite himself. When Baker knocked to announce the bus's arrival, Finlay rose, circled the desk, and told Baker he would escort Reacher himself. Baker left to retrieve Hubble. Finlay asked how Reacher had pieced the details together, clearly losing ground in their exchange. Reacher explained the deductions calmly. Boston education pointed to the timeline when Harvard admitted few black students, so he guessed Boston University for the undergraduate degree, followed by Harvard for the postgraduate work in criminology. The recent move south in April, combined with the outdated winter tweed suit and absence of a woman's influence on his wardrobe, suggested divorce rather than widowhood. The nervous pocket patting for cigarettes indicated a recent quit, timed neatly with a new job and fresh start. Finlay offered grudging admiration for the elementary deductions. Reacher shrugged it off. When Finlay challenged him to deduce who had killed the man at the warehouse, Reacher dismissed the question as irrelevant to him and insisted the real first step was identifying the victim. He urged Finlay to run the fingerprints again, emphasizing that something felt wrong with the results, and suggested assigning Roscoe to the task. Finlay only grunted, neither agreeing nor refusing. Reacher stepped out of the office. Roscoe had already left. Only Baker and the dazed Hubble waited near the cells. Through the front doors, the desk sergeant stood outside with the prison bus driver clipboard in hand. The bus itself filled the view, a gray-painted school bus marked with the State of Georgia Department of Corrections crest, windows barred with welded grills. Finlay followed, touched Reacher's elbow, and guided him to Baker. Baker fastened bright orange, chipped handcuffs to each of Reacher's wrists separately, then linked him to Hubble by connecting their adjacent wrists. A third pair secured Hubble's free wrists. At Reacher's suggestion, Baker removed Hubble's heavy Rolex watch to prevent its loss in jail, fiddling with the cuffs to slide it free and dropping it on the nearest desk. Baker led them outside into the dazzling late afternoon heat. Handcuffed together, their steps awkward, they crossed to the bus. Hubble paused to scan the area nervously, but no one was around. 300 yards north of town, the distant church steeple rose against the sky. They boarded through the inward swinging door. The empty bus smelled of fuel and heat. The driver directed Hubble to the window seat, then locked their outer wrists to the chrome bar across the seat ahead, rattling each cuff to confirm they were secure. The engine clattered to life with a loud diesel rumble, filling the stifling interior with vibration. No air conditioning, windows sealed. The bus pulled out, turning north away from town. They passed Eno's empty diner, continued along the county road, then swung left onto a narrower route between endless fields of bushes and red earth. The low sun blazed ahead like a giant red ball sinking toward the horizon. Hubble rocked silently beside Reacher, slumped low, one arm raised by the cuff. The pale band of skin where his watch had been a stark reminder of how thoroughly fear had drained him. They bounced and swayed for nearly another hour through the vast landscape. A small stand of trees whipped past on the right. Far ahead, isolated against the flat farmland, a grim complex rose into view. Massive concrete bunkers, metal walkways, drifting steam, all ringed by layered fences, watchtowers, arc lights, and razor wire. It looked like something forced up from hell, not a place anyone would choose to enter. Hubble kept his head down. Reacher made no attempt to draw his attention. As the bus slowed on approach, The outermost fence loomed 100 yards out, 15 feet high, and studded with pairs of glowing sodium floodlights, one aimed inward across the plowed buffer, one outward over the fields. Every light burned bright, bathing the entire facility in harsh yellow glare that turned the red earth a sickly tan. The bus rattled to a halt inside the prison complex, its idling engine sending a low vibration through the seats. Any trace of moving air died away, leaving the interior stifling and thick with heat. Hubble finally lifted his head and peered out through his gold-rimmed glasses, scanning the grim surroundings. A groan of pure, hopeless dejection escaped him before he dropped his chin again. Reacher felt the bus grind forward as the driver waited for the first gate guard's radio signal. The guard waved him through with the handset like a baton. They rolled into a wire-roofed cage, past a low curb sign reading Warburton Correctional Facility, State of Georgia Department of Corrections, and heard the gate clang shut behind them. Another identical cage waited at the next fence line. The bus paused inside it, then pushed onward, straight into the heart of the prison. It stopped opposite a squat concrete bunker marked as reception. The engine noise hammered against the surrounding walls, then cut off, dropping everything into sudden silence. The driver climbed the aisle, stooping from seat to seat, unlocked the cuffs anchoring them to the front bar, and grinned. He told them it was time to move. They hauled themselves up and shuffled forward. Reacher's left arm tugged back by Hubble's weight. At the front, the driver removed all 3 sets of orange cuffs, tossed them into a bin, and cranked the door open. They stepped down into the glare. A guard emerged from the opposite door, donut in hand, sugar frosting his lip, and called them over with a casual wave. Inside the small, filthy concrete chamber, 2 deal chairs ringed a painted table. Another guard perched on the table with a battered clipboard. He ordered them to sit. Once they were down, the donut guard locked the outer door and joined him. The clipboard guard laid out the situation clearly. Reacher and Hubble were in from Margrave, not convicted of any crime, held only for investigation, with no bail filed. That status spared them uniforms, full processing, and the general population floors. They would get decent holding cells on the top level. The donut guard added that convicted men would face rough treatment, uniforms, and mixing with the inmates downstairs, while the guards simply watched. But because these two were short-term and unconvicted, the staff had no interest in making things difficult, so long as Reacher and Hubble returned the favor. The facility was badly understaffed after the governor cut half the workforce to meet budget targets. They simply lacked the manpower for any trouble, especially on the holding floor. Reacher understood perfectly. The guards were stretched thin, their colleagues collecting unemployment, and they wanted 0 complications until Monday. The clipboard guard checked the time and announced their shift ended in 1 minute. They would not stay late. Reacher and Hubble would get a meal now, then remain locked in this room until someone could escort them upstairs. Probably not before lights out around 10. After that, no guards move prisoners anyway. Union rules. Assistant Warden Spivey himself would come for them at 10. If they disliked the arrangement, they could take it up with the governor. The donut guard stepped out and returned with a tray of covered plates, paper cups, and a thermos. The 2 officers left through the corridor and locked the door from outside. The chamber fell tomb quiet. They ate fish and rice, standard Friday fare, washed down with thermos coffee. Hubble stayed silent and left most of the coffee for Reacher. When the meal was finished, Reacher set the tray on the floor, tipped his chair back, and rested his feet on the table. It was the best comfort he could manage in the warm September Georgia evening. He glanced at Hubble without real curiosity. The man remained mute, the same silence Reacher had only heard once before on Finley's speakerphone. Hubble's face was hollow with dejection and raw fear. He stared back as if Reacher were something alien and threatening, then looked away again. Reacher let his mind drift. Heading back to the Gulf no longer appealed. Too late in the year to go north, the cold would already be biting. Maybe the islands instead. Jamaica, a beach hut, good music, a pound or two of grass a week, and whatever the locals did to pass the winter. Roscoe kept slipping into the picture, crisp blue uniform shirt tight and perfect. On a sunlit Jamaican beach, she would not need the shirt at all, and he doubted that would cause any problems. Her wink earlier had lingered more than anything else that day. The way she had taken his coffee cup, complimented his eyes, and given that quick, meaningful wink. He floated through the empty hours on that small, bright memory. Not long after 10, the corridor door unlocked. A uniformed man entered, carrying a clipboard in one hand and a shotgun in the other. Reacher sized him up. Heavy, fleshy Southerner, reddened skin, big hard belly, wide neck, small eyes, tight greasy, uniform straining at the seams. Born on the farmland, they had turned into this prison. Assistant Warden Spivey, tonight's top officer, understaffed and clearly harassed, forced to move short-stay prisoners himself. Spivey consulted the clipboard and asked which one was Hubble. Hubble raised his hand briefly, like a schoolboy. Spivey's eyes flicked over him, up and down, cold as a snake's. He grunted, signaled with the clipboard, and told him to form up and move out. Hubble complied, blank and exhausted. Spivey ordered them to turn left and follow the red line on the floor. Spivey waved left with the shotgun. A red line ran along the wall at waist height. A fire lane guide. Reacher realized they were heading deeper into the prison, not toward any exit. They followed the line through dim corridors, upstairs and around corners. Hubble in front, then Reacher, Spivey bringing up the rear with the shotgun. Only faint emergency lights glowed. On a landing, Spivey halted them and used his key to override an electronic lock on the fire door. He ordered absolute silence. After lights out, the rules demanded it. Their cell waited at the end on the right. They stepped through the outward swinging door into the foul night air of the prison, the heavy, stale exhalation of countless dispirited men. Near pitch black, broken only by a dim nightlight. Reacher sensed rows of cells more than he saw them and heard the restless sounds of breathing, snoring, muttering, and whimpering. Spivey led them to the last cell, pointed inside, waited while they crowded in, then swung the bars shut. The lock clicked automatically. He walked away without another word. The cell was almost completely dark. Reacher could just make out a bunk bed, a sink, and a toilet with little floor space between. He tossed his coat onto the top bunk, remade the bed with the pillow away from the bars, and found the worn sheet and blanket clean enough. Hubble sat silently on the lower bunk. Reacher used the toilet, rinsed his face at the sink, then pulled himself up, removed his shoes, and placed them carefully at the foot of the bed where he could keep track of them. They were good, heavy Oxford shoes bought years earlier near the airbase, shoes worth protecting in a place like this. The bed was too short for his frame, but most were. He lay in the darkness, listening to the restless prison around him, then closed his eyes and drifted back in his mind to a sunlit Jamaican beach with Roscoe. He must have fallen asleep there, because the next thing he knew, the bright overhead lights snapped on. It was 7 o'clock on Saturday morning. In this windowless building, day began when the circuit breakers were thrown. The harsh light revealed the cell in full. Barred front wall with a hinged section that formed the door. Steel sink and toilet on the back wall. Thick masonry walls, half-poured concrete and half-old brick, all heavily painted. The low concrete ceiling pressed down. The space felt less like a room and more like a solid block of stone with a tiny living cavity carved inside. Opposite their cell stood only a blank wall. From the bunk he could not see down the row. Reacher threw off the blanket, found his shoes, laced them on, and lay back down. Hubble sat on the lower bunk, tan boat shoes planted on the concrete floor. Reacher wondered whether the man had slept at all. The first person he saw was an ancient cleaner, who shuffled into view outside the bars. An old black man bent nearly double with age, fringe of snow-white hair, fragile as a wizened bird. His orange prison uniform had been washed almost white. He had to be 80, probably inside for 60 years. The old man stabbed randomly at the corridor floor with his broom, spine forcing his face parallel to the ground. He rolled his head like a swimmer to look sideways, spotted them, and stopped. Leaning on the broom, he shook his head and began to chuckle. An appreciative, delighted sound, as if he had finally been granted the sight of something legendary after decades of waiting. He tried to speak, raising a hand for emphasis, but kept dissolving into laughter and clutching the broom. Reacher waited patiently. He had the whole weekend. The old man finally managed words, grinning with toothless gums. He said he had been in this place since God's dog was a puppy, since Adam was a boy. But in all those years, he had never seen anyone in that particular cell wearing clothes like theirs instead of the orange uniform. Reacher asked if he disliked the clothes. The old man cackled that he liked them just fine. But the real surprise was seeing anyone wearing regular clothes in that cell at all. He claimed he had been there since the earth cooled, since the dinosaurs gave up, and this was a first. Reacher pointed out that men on the holding floor did not wear uniforms. The old man agreed that was true, and that the guards would say so because they knew the rules they made. But then the realization hit them both at the same moment. The cleaner asked incredulously if they thought this was the holding floor. Reacher asked the same question back. The old man paused, then lifted his broom and crabbed quickly out of sight, shouting as he went. This was not the holding floor. Holding was on the top, floor 6. They were on floor 3, the floor for lifers, for categorized dangerous men, worse even than general population. They were in the wrong place. Trouble was coming. Visitors would check them out. He whooped that they were in deep trouble and hurried away. Reacher evaluated the situation with the cold efficiency long experience had taught him. When the unexpected hit, there was no time for blame or second-guessing. First came assessment. Identify the downside. Weigh any upside. Then plan. Here, there was no upside. They were not on the 6th floor holding pens where unconvicted prisoners belonged. They were on the 3rd floor among dangerous lifers. As new arrivals with 0 status on a convict floor, they sat at the absolute bottom of the pecking order. They would be challenged. The weekend ahead looked unpleasant at best, potentially lethal at worst. He remembered an army deserter, a young man who had gone AWOL over some fringe religion, ended up in a similar block and died his first night, raped an estimated 50 times, with a pint of semen found in his stomach at autopsy. A new boy with no status, available to everyone above him. Reacher knew he could draw on heavy training and experience, not designed for prison, but useful nonetheless. Hard lessons stretching back through childhood as a military brat moving through 20 or 30 tough schools between bases and local neighborhoods. Reacher lay on the top bunk in the dim cell, reflecting on a lifetime of being the new boy with no status. From schoolyards in the Philippines, Korea, Iceland, Germany, Scotland, Japan, and Vietnam, he and his brother had fought back-to-back to earn their place. Later in the service, experts trained in the brutal lessons of World War II, Korea, and Vietnam had sharpened that instinct. They taught him to kill hesitation, strike first, hit hard, cheat if necessary. The decent men who held back were already dead. At 7:30, a ragged clunk echoed along the row as the time switch unlocked the cell gates. Their bars sagged open an inch. Hubble remained motionless and silent on the lower bunk. Reacher had no solid plan. The best move would be to find a guard and demand a transfer, but he doubted any would appear alone on this floor. Understaffed, the guards likely stayed in a crew room and responded only as a crash squad to emergencies. Even if one showed, claiming he did not belong here would get nowhere. They heard that constantly. So he decided to wait, stay alert, and react as needed. The goal was simple: survive until Monday. He heard other inmates swing their gates open and latch them, followed by movement and shouted conversation as they began another empty day. From his angle on the bunk, he watched their next-door neighbors stroll out and join a small knot of men. All wore orange uniforms, red bandanas tied over shaved heads. They were huge black bodybuilders, several with sleeves torn off to accommodate their massive arms. The nearest wore pale sunglasses that darkened in sunlight, pointless inside, but part of the image, like the muscles and bandanas. The man in sunglasses spotted them, his surprise turning to excitement. He nudged the group's biggest member, who looked over, went blank, then grinned. The knot of men gathered outside the cell. The big guy pulled their gate fully open while the others passed it along and latched it. He announced they had been sent fresh meat for everyone. The group exchanged low fives, grinning. The big man stepped half a pace inside, enormous and filling the doorway. His dull eyes flicked over Reacher, then Hubble. He ordered Hubble to come here. When Hubble froze in panic, the big man repeated the command quietly. Hubble stood and took half a pace forward. The big guy glared with ferocious rage and explained this was Red Boy territory, marked by the bandanas. He demanded a residency tax, Hubble's expensive white sweater. Hubble, rigid with fear, unwrapped it and handed it over. The big man tossed it behind him without looking. Next, he demanded Hubble's gold glasses. Hubble glanced desperately at Reacher, removed them, and held them out. The big man dropped them on the floor, crushed them under his shoe, then scraped the wreckage backward into the corridor. The others took turns stamping on the shards. The big man called Hubble a good boy for paying the tax, then ordered him closer. Hubble shuffled forward until he was a foot away, trembling. The big man told him to get on his knees. Hubble knelt. Then he commanded Hubble to unzip him with his teeth. Hubble gasped in fear and revulsion, scrambled backward, and tried to hide behind the toilet, hugging the pan. Reacher knew it was time to act, not for Hubble, toward whom he felt nothing, but for himself. Hubble's surrender would mark them both as easy targets and destroy any chance of status. The big man taunted Hubble to come back. Reacher took a long, silent breath, swung his feet over the bunk, and dropped lightly to the floor in front of the big man. They stared at each other. Reacher told him he was in his house, but would give him a choice of exit strategies. The big man looked blank. Reacher explained he would leave one way or another, either walking out himself or being carried out by the others in pieces. When the big man sneered, Reacher began counting to 3. On 2, he cheated, launching a powerful headbutt from the back foot straight into the man's face. The heavy forehead, thick skull, and ridge of bone smashed into the nose and cheekbones like a bowling ball. The big man's legs buckled, and he collapsed, skull cracking on the concrete. Reacher stared at the knot of men as they reassessed him. He asked who was next, warning that the stakes had doubled. This one faced 6 weeks in hospital with a metal mask. The next would get 12 weeks with smashed elbows. No one answered. He pointed at the sunglasses guy and demanded Hubble's sweater back. The man retrieved it and passed it over cautiously. Reacher tossed it onto Hubble's bunk. He then demanded the broken glasses, but when handed the wreckage, he told the man they were useless and to give him his own instead. After a long pause and a steady, unblinking stare, the man removed his sunglasses and handed them over. Reacher pocketed them. He ordered the group to remove the carcass. They straightened the limp limbs and dragged the big man away. Reacher climbed back onto his bunk, adrenaline surging, stomach churning, breath coming fast. He felt terrible, but knew it was far better than the alternative. They would have finished with Hubble and started on him. He skipped breakfast, appetite gone, and lay still until the rush subsided. Hubble sat rocking back and forth on the lower bunk, still silent. People began strolling past the doorway to stare, then walking away. Word had spread quickly. The new guy at the end cell had sent a red boy to the hospital. Reacher had become a brief celebrity. Eventually, Hubble stopped rocking, looked up at him, and spoke for the first time since his confident words on Finley's speakerphone. In a low but definite voice, he said he could not take this. Reacher considered the statement, then asked why he was here and what he was doing. Hubble answered blankly that he was not doing anything. Reacher challenged him, pointing out that he had confessed to a crime he did not commit. Hubble insisted he had done what he told the detective. Reacher dismissed it as bullshit. Hubble had been at a party, driven home by a policeman, and everyone knew he was innocent. Hubble looked at the floor, then said he could not explain it and could not say anything more. He just needed to know what happened next. Reacher told him he would stay until Monday morning, then return to Margrave, after which they would likely release him. Hubble asked if they really would, as if debating it with himself. Reacher pressed again. Hubble had not been at the scene. The police already knew it. They would demand to know why he had confessed to a crime he did not commit, and why the dead man had carried his phone number. Hubble answered that he could not tell them anything, could not tell anyone anything. He looked away and shuddered, fear radiating from him. He insisted he could not stay locked up. He could not stand it. Reacher noted the contradiction. Hubble was a financial operator who scattered phone numbers like confetti to anyone who might move money his way. Yet this number had been printed on a scrap of torn computer paper, hidden inside a shoe rather than kept in a wallet. Beneath the words, raw terror pulsed from the man. When Reacher asked why he could not speak, Hubble repeated only that he could not, offering nothing more. Weariness settled over Reacher. 24 hours earlier, he had stepped off a Greyhound at a cloverleaf, walked down a quiet road through warm morning rain, deliberately avoiding people and complications, carrying no baggage and seeking only peace. He had wanted to hunt for Blind Blake, maybe talk to some elderly local who remembered the old musician from a bar. Instead, he was trapped here with Hubble and the murder investigation, far from the simple freedom he had craved. Hubble sat thinking visibly, mouth working silently, fingers twitching as he weighed unseen factors. Reacher watched the internal debate play across his face until Hubble reached a decision. He turned and asked for advice. He had a problem. Reacher gave a short laugh at the obviousness of it, and reminded him that without intervention he would still be bent over the bunk with a line of men waiting. Hubble looked down, nodded, and apologized. He expressed genuine gratitude. Reacher had saved his life. The revelation came carefully. The threat was not aimed only at him, but at his family as well. Hubble had been married 10 years, celebrated with a big party the previous month. He had a 9-year-old boy and a 7-year-old girl, a wife and children he loved fiercely. They lived in a good house on Beckman Drive, bought 5 years earlier. Reacher had no family to speak of. Parents long dead, a brother he rarely saw, so he simply listened. Hubble described the threat in detail. If he ever spoke about what was happening, intruders would break into the house, gather them all in the bedroom, nail him to the wall, castrate him, force his wife to consume the severed parts, slit their throats, make the children watch, and then subject the children to horrors the parents would never know about. Hubble asked what he should do, what Reacher himself would do in the same situation. Reacher felt the pressure of the question. His forehead still throbbed from the headbutt against the red boy's face. He stepped to the bars, glanced down the row, then leaned against the bunk and considered. The only answer he could give was the one Hubble least wanted to hear. Do nothing. Keep silent exactly as ordered. That was the only way to keep himself and his family alive. Hubble dropped his head into his hands and moaned in pure misery. He insisted he had to talk to someone, had to get out of this, had to stop whatever larger thing was unfolding. Reacher shook his head once, then again. Something very big might be happening, but Hubble was already on board and could not get off. He would never be able to stop it. Reacher offered a bleak smile and shook his head a third time. Hubble finally nodded in acceptance. He went back to rocking gently on the bunk, staring at the wall with red, unprotected eyes, silent for a long stretch. Reacher still could not understand the confession. Hubble should have denied any connection to the dead man, claimed ignorance about the phone number in the shoe, and walked free. Instead, he had volunteered everything. He asked why Hubble had confessed. Hubble looked up after a long pause and said he could not answer. it would reveal more than he was allowed to say. Reacher countered that he already knew too much. When Finlay had mentioned the dead man and the word pluribus, Hubble had reacted instantly, proving a clear link. Hubble asked if Finlay was the new black detective. Reacher confirmed it. Finlay was now chief of detectives. Hubble noted that Finlay was new to Margrave and that the previous detective, Gray, had served for years, since Hubble was a boy. The entire department was tiny, only 8 people. Chief Morrison, the desk sergeant, 4 uniformed officers, 1 woman, and a single detective. Gray had killed himself in February, hanging from a rafter in his garage. Hubble drifted into rambling details about the municipal history of Margrave, the kind of prison talk that simply filled empty time. Reacher let it wash over him, forehead still aching, until Hubble suddenly stopped. He heard the question and felt the weight of it pressing in. Why had he confessed to the killing? The memory flooded back as he glanced around the cell, then fixed his gaze straight ahead. There was a connection, he explained carefully, and that was as much as he dared say for now. The detective had mentioned the victim and dropped the word pluribus, which had jolted him hard. Shock had hit first. He couldn't believe the detective already knew. Then came the sickening realization that the man hadn't known anything until his own startled reaction gave it away. He had exposed the link himself. Panic surged again at the thought of the threat hanging over him. He had to keep the secret buried. His voice trailed off into uneasy silence. An echo of the raw fright he had felt in Finley's office returned, tightening his chest. He drew a slow breath and looked up once more. Terror had gripped him in that moment, he continued. But when the detective revealed the man had been shot dead, fresh fear took hold. If they had killed that particular guy, they could easily come for him next. He couldn't explain the full reason, only that the same connection existed. The question burned in his mind. Did that mean they were hunting him too? He had sat there turning it over and over while the detective grew impatient. He stayed quiet, thinking for what felt like hours, the dread circling relentlessly. He fell silent again, replaying the scene in his head for what must have been the 1,000th time, weighing whether his choice had been right. Suddenly the answer had come clear, he said. He faced 3 problems. If they were after him, he needed to hide and protect himself. If they weren't, he had to stay completely silent to shield his wife and kids. And from their perspective, that man had needed killing anyway. So he confessed. The reasoning didn't land clearly at first. He watched the confusion on the other man's face and tried again. 3 separate issues. By getting himself arrested, he solved the first. If they were hunting him, they couldn't reach him inside these walls. For the second, if they weren't after him at all, staying quiet while locked up would prove his loyalty, like a demonstration that he could be trusted. And by claiming the killing himself, he showed allegiance, pointing suspicion the wrong way. Maybe they would even feel grateful. All 3 problems handled with one move. He studied the blank stare across from him. No wonder he had sat frozen for 40 minutes in Finley's office, racing through every angle, 3 birds with 1 stone. The part about proving he wouldn't talk made sense. A stretch in jail without spilling anything would count as a badge of honor, a rite of passage they would notice. But the rest felt shaky. The idea that prison was safe? That was dangerous thinking. No place was easier to reach a man than inside. Predictable location, plenty of time, willing hands for the price of a few cigarettes. Far cheaper and safer than a street hit. Prison offered no real protection. He felt the next question coming before it arrived. What would happen Monday when he walked free again, back to his normal routes in Margrave or Atlanta? If they wanted him, they could take him then. The panic of blind decision-making yesterday afternoon returned. He had only dealt with the immediate threat, not the future rolling in. Now he could only hope they would cool off. He was useful to them, after all. The situation felt tense, but it might settle soon. If they came for him, so be it. His real worry was his family. He shrugged heavily and let out a long sigh. He hadn't meant to slide into this life. It had crept up quietly until escape seemed impossible. If they got him, he just hoped they finished it fast. The question about his wife brought a flash of horror across his face. She knew nothing, he insisted. Not a single detail. The whole burden was his alone. She would have noticed his absence by now, though. Missing from the usual weekend routines around the house. He tried to picture her there in the early fall light, tending the yard, the kids playing, the comfortable life he had once taken for granted. But the image only deepened the ache. Maybe she would believe it was all some terrible mistake, he said quietly, thinking aloud. They knew one of the officers, after all. He would explain it away on Monday. She would accept it. People made mistakes. Then came the heavier questions. What had the tall man done to deserve a bullet to the head? He stood and leaned against the wall, foot resting on the steel toilet pan, but offered no answer. The silence stretched thick and uncomfortable. And what had he himself done to end up in the same danger? Still nothing. The quiet pressed down until it felt unbearable. He tapped a restless rhythm against the metal with his shoe, a hollow clunking sound. The shift in topic to some old musician named Blind Blake drew only a blank look. He stopped the tapping. The headache throbbed steadily. He decided to head for the bathroom to press a cold towel against it. The other man, clearly uneasy about being left alone, agreed to come along. He would need watching over for the rest of the weekend. They walked down the cell road to the open area at the end. A clock above the tiled entrance showed nearly noon. The bathroom was crowded with men. He pushed through Hubble close behind. The large square room reeked of strong disinfectant. Open shower stalls lined one wall, toilet cubicles the back, steel wash basins the right. Everything was stainless steel for safety. No breakable porcelain that could be turned into weapons, no glass mirrors, just dull polished metal sheets. He ran cold water, soaked paper towels, and held them to his bruised forehead. The chill soothed the ache. No real damage, just skin over solid bone. He avoided punching with his hands for good reason. They were too fragile. After a while, he patted his face dry and leaned close to the steel mirror, combing his hair with his fingers. The sunglasses from the earlier fight sat in his pocket. He slipped them on, studying his dim reflection. Then a warning from Hubble made him turn. 5 big white bikers in torn orange suits with black leather accents moved across the room. Beards, crude swastika tattoos scratched into their faces and arms. Aryan Brotherhood. The other inmates melted away or were roughly shoved out, even the naked men from the showers. In seconds, the bathroom stood empty except for the 5, Hubble, and him. The men fanned out into a loose arc, closing in. He had assumed the 5 bikers were there to recruit him, to twist his takedown of the Red Boy into some kind of racial victory for the Brotherhood and claim his sudden notoriety for their cause. The idea proved dead wrong, leaving him completely unprepared when the leader's eyes flicked between him and Hubble before locking on him alone. "Okay, he's the one," the leader announced, staring straight at him. 2 of the men seized Hubble and dragged him toward the door. At the same moment, the leader swung a heavy fist at his face. He saw the punch late, jerked left. It slammed into his shoulder instead and spun him around. Massive hands clamped onto his throat from behind, squeezing hard. The leader drew back for a second blow aimed at his gut. One solid hit, and he knew he would be finished. He leaned back and drove his foot upward with everything he had, the big Oxford shoe crunching into the leader's groin like a punt trying to clear the stadium. His neck muscles corded as he fought the choke. He reached up, seized the strangler's little fingers, and snapped them. The crack of bone cut through the roar in his ears. He broke the ring fingers' necks. The hands released. A third biker, built like a mountain of heavy lard, waded in, hammering short jabs into his arm and chest, pinning him between two sinks. No soft targets anywhere. He drove his thumb straight into the man's eye, hooked his fingers behind the ear, and pushed. The eyeball shifted sideways under the pressure. He kept pushing until the man screamed and collapsed. The leader was already back on one knee. He kicked hard at the face, missed and caught the throat instead, crushing the voice box. The man dropped again. He tried for the big biker's other eye, missed, but kept the first thumb buried deep. The mountain went down thrashing. The broken-fingered man bolted for the door. The one-eyed biker flopped on the tile, shrieking. The leader lay choking. Another pair of hands grabbed him from behind. He twisted free. 2 red boys. Dizziness washed over him. He thought he was about to black out. Instead, they simply hauled him toward the door while sirens began howling. "Get out of here, man," they yelled above the noise. "This is ours. Red boys did this. We'll take the fall." They shoved him into the crowded corridor. He understood at once. They wanted the credit, not to protect him. A race victory for them. He spotted Hubble bouncing in the chaos, guards pouring in, shotguns and clubs ready. Spivey was there too. He grabbed Hubble and they ran for their cell, sirens blasting, boots thundering, men shouting. They tumbled inside, breathless. He splashed water on his face. The sunglasses were gone, lost in the fight. Screaming erupted at the door. Spivey charged in, ordering them out. He snatched his coat from the bunk. Spivey seized both of them by the elbows and straight-armed them into the corridor, still shouting for them to run. Sirens screamed. He pushed them through the emergency door the guards had used, up flight after flight of stairs. Lungs burning, they crashed through a door marked with a big 6. Spivey hustled them down a brighter cell row, shoved them into an empty cell, and slammed the gate shut. The lock rang. He ran off. He collapsed onto the bed, eyes squeezed tight against the dizziness and the battering he had taken. When he opened them again, Hubble sat on the opposite bed watching him. The new cell was twice as wide, cleaner, quieter. 2 separate beds, a sink, a toilet, a wall of bars. The air smelled fresher. This was the holding floor, floor 6, where they should have been placed from the start. "What the hell happened to you in there?" Hubble asked. He answered with a shrug. A meal cart arrived, pulled by an elderly white orderly who looked more like a ship's steward. Trays slid through the slot, covered plates, paper cups, a thermos. They ate sitting on their beds. He drank all the coffee, then paced the cell, testing the locked gate. The 6th floor felt calm and orderly. He felt steadier up here. Hubble cleared the trays and slid them under the gate, then lay back with his hands behind his head, staring at the ceiling. He did the same, but his mind kept working. The bikers had studied both of them carefully before choosing him alone. They had come to kill him. Only one mistake had saved him. The strangler had gripped with straight fingers instead of balling them into knuckles and pressing with the thumbs. That single error let him reach up and snap the fingers. Once that man was out, it became 2 against 1. Odds he had never minded. Still, it had been a deliberate attempt on his life. They had entered, singled him out, and tried to finish him. And Spivey had been waiting right outside the bathroom. Spivey had arranged it. He had left him on the wrong floor the night before, convict floor 3 instead of holding floor 6, knowing exactly where the Aryans could reach him. The attack had been timed for noon. Spivey had planned it before 10 o'clock the previous evening and positioned himself to burst in and find the body. When the plan collapsed, when the Aryans were beaten and the Red Boys piled in, sparking a riot, Spivey had panicked. He hit the alarms, rushed him upstairs, and locked him on 6. The paperwork would now show they had been here the whole time. A clean fallback. Spivey had injuries on his hands. maybe a death, yet he could never admit they had ever been on floor 3. According to the record, none of it had happened. He lay staring at the concrete ceiling, breathing out slowly. The plan itself was clear, an aborted killing with a neat cover story. But the reason behind it made no sense. He had never seen Spivey before yesterday. Never been near this prison or the man. Yet Spivey had gone to elaborate lengths to have him murdered. He could not begin to figure out why. Hubble slept restlessly on the cot across from him, then stirred awake. He writhed for a moment, disoriented, until memory settled in. He glanced at his wrist where the Rolex had been, saw only pale skin, then pushed at the bridge of his nose where his glasses once sat. With a heavy sigh, he dropped his head back onto the striped prison pillow, looking utterly miserable and defeated. He understood the fear etched on Hubble's face. It looked like the man had rolled the dice on something and lost, sliding back into despair. "The dead guy was trying to help you, wasn't he?" he asked. The question clearly terrified Hubble. "I can't tell you that," Hubble replied. "I need to know," he pressed. "If you approached him for help and that got him killed, it could look like you're talking to me now. That could get me killed too." Hubble nodded, rocking back and forth on the bed. He drew a deep breath and met his eyes. "He was an investigator," Hubble said. "I brought him here because I wanted the whole thing stopped. I'm not a criminal. I'm scared, and I want out. He was going to extract me and shut the scam down. But he slipped up somehow. Now he's dead, I'm never getting out, and if they learn I brought him in, they'll kill me. Even if they don't, I'll probably spend 1,000 years in jail because the whole operation is exposed and dangerous right now." "Who was he?" he asked. "He had no name," Hubble answered. "Just a contact code. Safer that way," he said. "I can't believe they got him. He seemed capable. Truth is, you remind me of him. You seem capable, too." "What was he doing at the warehouse?" he asked. Hubble shrugged, shaking his head. "I don't understand it. I set him up with another guy for a meeting there. Wouldn't they have killed the other man, too? Why only one?" "Who was the other guy?" he asked. Hubble stopped and shook his head again. "I've already said too much. They'll kill me." "Who's running this thing from the inside?" he asked. "Didn't you hear me?" Hubble snapped. "I'm not saying another word." "I don't want names," he said. "Just how big is it?" "It's huge," Hubble replied. "The biggest thing you've ever heard of." "How many people?" Hubble thought, counting silently. 10 people, he said, "not counting me." 10 doesn't sound that big, he shrugged. "There's hired help when needed," Hubble added. "But a core of 10 in the know, not counting me. It's tight, but believe me, it's a very big deal." "What about the guy you sent to meet the investigator?" he asked. "One of the 10? Hubble shook his head. "Not counting him either." "So you, him, and 10 others?" he said. "That's the big deal?" Hubble nodded glumly. "Biggest thing you ever heard of," he repeated. "And it's exposed right now?" he asked. "Because of the investigator?" "No," Hubble said, writhing as if the questions physically hurt. "For a completely different reason. There's a wide-open window of vulnerability. It's been risky and getting worse. Now it could go either way. If we get through it, no one will ever know. If we don't, it'll be the biggest sensation imaginable. Either way, it's going to be razor close." He studied Hubble. The man didn't look like someone who could trigger anything that massive. "How long will this exposure last?" he asked. "Nearly over," Hubble said. "Maybe a week. My guess is next Sunday. Maybe I'll live to see it." "So after next Sunday you're safe?" he asked. "What changes then?" Hubble turned his face away, shaking his head as if refusing to see the questions. "What does pluribus mean?" he asked. Hubble kept shaking his head. eyes screwed shut in terror. "Is it a code?" he pressed. No answer. The conversation died. Silence returned, which suited him fine. He had no desire to know more. Being an outsider tangled in Hubbell's secrets felt like a fast track to the same fate as the tall investigator, dead behind a warehouse gate, bones smashed, 2 holes in the head hidden under cardboard. He just wanted to ride out the weekend until Monday, then get far away. By next Sunday, he planned to be long gone. "Okay, Hubbell," he said. "No more questions." Hubbell shrugged and nodded, sitting quiet for a long time. Then he spoke softly, full of resignation. "Thanks," he said. "It's better that way." Later, while he tried to drift into a half-sleep on the narrow cot, Hubbell grew restless again, tossing and sighing. The sound started irritating him. He turned to face the man. "I'm sorry," Hubbell said. "I'm really uptight. Talking actually helped. I'd lose my mind alone in here. Can we talk about something else? What about you? Who are you, Reacher?" He shrugged. "I'm nobody, just passing through. Gone on Monday." "Nobody's nobody," Hubbell replied. "We all have a story. Tell me." Lying on his bed, he talked through the last 6 months while Hubbell stared at the ceiling, listening to keep his own fears at bay. He described leaving the Pentagon, drifting through Washington, Baltimore, Philadelphia, New York, Boston, Pittsburgh, Detroit, and Chicago. Museums, music, cheap hotels, bars, buses, and trains. Solitude. Traveling his own country like a budget tourist, seeing battlefields, factories, birthplaces, and legends for the first time, things he had only read about in distant schoolrooms. He had found some of what felt like home. He told Hubbell about the long bus ride down from Chicago through endless plains and deltas to New Orleans, along the Gulf Coast to Tampa, then the Greyhound north toward Atlanta. The impulsive decision to get off near Margrave, the long rainy walk yesterday morning on a whim, chasing a half-remembered note from his brother about a little place where Blind Blake might have died 60 years earlier. As he spoke, the quest sounded stupid next to Hubbell's nightmare, but Hubbell seemed to understand the pull. "I did that once," Hubbell said, "on our honeymoon in Europe. I spent half a day in New York looking for the Dakota where John Lennon was shot, then 3 days in Liverpool hunting the Cavern Club where the Beatles started. Couldn't find it. Guess they tore it down." Hubbell talked on about their travels, Europe, Mexico, the Caribbean, all over the States and Canada. They had enjoyed it together. "Don't you get lonely traveling alone all the time?" Hubbell asked. "No," he answered. "I like the solitude, the anonymity, feeling invisible." "How do you mean, invisible?" Hubbell asked, interested. "I always travel by road. Walk or take buses and trains. Pay cash. No paper trail, no credit cards, no manifests. I never give my real name. In hotels, I pay cash and use a fake one." "Why?" Hubbell asked. "Who's after you?" "Nobody," he said. "It's just fun. I like beating the system. And right now, I'm pissed at the system." He watched Hubbell sink back into his own thoughts, deflating as panic rose and fell like a tide. "So give me your advice about Finley," Hubbell said eventually. "When he asks about the confession, I'll say I was stressed from a business rivalry with threats against my family. I'll claim I know nothing about the dead guy or the phone number. Deny everything, then try to calm things down. What do you think?" It sounded like a thin plan to him. "Tell me one thing," he said. "Without details. Do you perform a useful function for them, or are you just watching?" Hubbell pulled at his fingers, thinking. "Yes," he said. "A crucial one." "And if you weren't there," he asked, "would they need to recruit someone else?" "Yes," Hubbell answered, "and it would be moderately difficult given what the role requires." He weighed Hubble's odds of survival the way the man might have reviewed a credit file back in his old office. Cool, precise, and final. The plan was as solid as Hubble could hope for, he told him. A small but crucial cog in some larger machine. No one dismantled an operation that size without cause. If they ever learned he had summoned the investigator, Hubble was finished. If they never connected the dots, he would be safe. Simple as that. And the proof sat right in front of him. Hubble had chosen prison thinking it would shelter him. It hadn't. Yet no one had touched him. The attack had come for him instead. That fact alone felt like quiet confirmation. They were not hunting Hubble. Not yet, anyway, even with the operation's temporary exposure making everyone jumpy. He repeated the advice. Go for it. It was the best Hubble could do. The cell remained locked all day. The floor stayed silent. They lay on their beds and let the afternoon drift past without another word. He grew bored and wished he had kept the newspaper from the Margrave station house. He could have read it again. Every line about the president slashing crime budgets to buy re-election, pinching pennies on the Coast Guard today so he could spend 10 times more on prisons like this tomorrow. At 7, the old orderly brought dinner. They ate in silence. The man returned for the trays. Evening emptied out. At 10, the lights cut off. He kept his shoes on and slept lightly, ready in case Spivey had any leftover plans for him. The lights snapped back on at 7 the next morning, Sunday. He woke tired but forced himself up, stretching the soreness from his body, while Hubble watched from the opposite cot, still quiet and drifting. Breakfast arrived before 8 on the same cart. He finished every bite and drained the coffee. As he set the flask down, the gate lock clunked open. He pushed the door and stepped straight into a guard coming the other way. The guard told them both they were being released by order of the Margrave Police Department. 5 minutes to get ready. He stepped back inside. Hubble had pushed up on his elbows. Breakfast untouched. Fear sharper than ever on his face. He was scared, he said. Once outside, they could reach him. He shook his head. It would have been far easier to kill Hubble inside these walls. If they had wanted him dead, he would be dead already. He was in the clear. Hubble nodded, sat up, and they stood together in the corridor waiting. The guard returned exactly 5 minutes later, walked them through 2 locked gates, and put them in a rear elevator. He keyed it down, then stepped out as the doors closed, offering a casual goodbye and a warning not to come back. The elevator dropped them into a lobby. They stepped outside into a hot concrete yard. The heavy prison door sucked shut and locked behind them. He lifted his face to the sun and pulled in the first real outside air in 2 days, feeling like every cliché of a man finally walking free after years inside. 2 cars waited in the yard. One was a big, dark, 20-year-old Bentley that still looked showroom new. A blonde woman sat behind the wheel. Hubble's wife, he guessed, because Hubble moved toward her like she was the only good thing left in the world. The second car held Officer Roscoe. She stepped out and came straight to him. She looked even better out of uniform. Jeans, soft cotton shirt, leather jacket, calm, intelligent face framed by dark hair and huge eyes. He had thought she was attractive on Friday. He had been right. She greeted him with a smile that lingered. Her voice and that smile stayed with him as he watched the Hubbles drive off in the Bentley, waving. He waved back and wondered how their story would end, though he doubted he would ever know unless the worst happened and it made the papers. They climbed into Roscoe's car, an unmarked apartment Chevrolet, brand new, smooth, and quiet. She had kept the engine running and the air conditioning on. The interior felt cool and welcoming. They rolled out of the yard, through the wire cages, and onto the open road. She turned the wheel and accelerated south. He didn't look back. Getting out of prison always felt good, So did not knowing what tomorrow held. So did cruising a sunny highway with a woman like Roscoe at the wheel. After a mile, he asked what had happened. She laid it out clearly. She and Finley had started verifying his alibi late Friday night in a quiet squad room. Desk lamps, notepads, coffee, phone books, patient calls. By midnight, they had located a passenger from his bus and the ticket clerk in Tampa. Both remembered him. Then they reached the driver, who confirmed dropping him at the Margrave Cloverleaf at 8 Friday morning. The alibi was rock solid. Saturday morning, a long fax arrived from the Pentagon with his full-service record. It matched everything he had said. His fingerprints came back from the FBI database in the middle of the night, matched to his Army induction prints from 13 years earlier. Finlay was satisfied. He had even double-checked the medical examiner on the time of death, still locked at midnight Thursday. He shook his head. Finley left nothing to chance. He asked about the dead man's prints. Had they run them again? She nodded, concentrating for a moment as she passed a slow farm truck, the first vehicle they had seen in 15 minutes. He explained why he had asked. The results had come back far too fast for a negative match. The database worked in layers, top 10, top 100, top 1,000, all the way down. His own prints, low in the pyramid, had taken 14 hours. The dead man's prints had supposedly been checked in only 6 hours, yet Baker had already announced no match. That math didn't add up. Baker must have botched the scan. Unclear image, system returned it as unreadable, and Baker mistook the code for a clean negative. She had resent them first thing that morning. They would know soon enough. They continued east, while she told him she had pressed Finley to release him yesterday afternoon. He had agreed, but the prison had been locked down after trouble in the bathroom. One convict dead, another blinded, a full-scale riot between black and white gangs. He sat beside her watching the horizon slide past. He had killed one man and blinded another. The realization should have hit harder, yet he felt almost nothing. No guilt, no remorse. It felt like he had chased 2 cockroaches across the tiles and crushed them under his heel. At least cockroaches were rational creatures. Those Aryans had been worse. The one he had kicked in the throat had simply suffocated on his own crushed larynx. Tough. He had opened the wrong door. What waited on the other side was his problem. He shrugged the memory away and looked over at Roscoe. He thanked her, meaning it. She had worked hard to get him out. She brushed the thanks aside with a quick blush and kept driving. He was starting to like her more than he expected. Still, it probably wouldn't be enough to keep him in Georgia. He might stay an hour or two, then ask her to drop him at a bus depot. He told her he wanted to take her to lunch, a proper thank you. She thought about it for a quarter mile, then smiled across at him and agreed. She turned onto the county road and accelerated south toward Margrave, passing Eno's new diner on the way into town. He got her to slip into the station house and retrieve the property bag holding his money. They drove on, and she dropped him in the center of Margrave. He arranged to meet her back at the station house in a couple of hours. Standing on the sidewalk under the fierce Sunday morning heat, he waved her away. A wave of relief washed through him. He was moving again. He would check out the blind Blake story, take Roscoe to lunch, then leave Georgia for good and never return. He spent time wandering the town, doing what he should have done Friday afternoon. There wasn't much to it. The old county road ran straight north to south, labeled Main Street for 4 blocks, lined with small stores and offices facing each other across the road, separated by narrow service alleys. He passed a grocery, barbershop, outfitters, doctor's office, lawyer's office, and dentist. Behind the commercial strip lay parkland with white picket fences and ornamental trees. Awnings shaded wide sidewalks where empty benches stood. The whole place felt deserted on this Sunday morning, miles from anywhere. Main Street continued north past more parkland to the station house and firehouse, then half a mile farther to Eno's diner. Beyond that lay the turn west to Warburton and the prison. North of the junction stretched 14 empty miles of county road to warehouses and the highway cloverleaf. On the south edge of town, he found a small village green with a bronze statue and a residential street running west. He strolled down and spotted the discreet green sign for Beckman Drive, Hubble Street. It curved around a wide grass square holding a big white wooden church ringed by cherry trees. Cars with clean paint sat parked in neat lines. He caught the low growl of the organ and the sound of people singing inside. The statue honored Caspar Thiel, who had done something notable 100 years earlier. Opposite Beckman Drive on the other side of the green ran another residential street east, with a lone convenience store on the corner. That was all. The entire town took him less than 30 minutes to survey, yet it was the most immaculate place he had ever seen. Every building looked brand new or freshly refurbished. Roads gleamed smooth as glass, sidewalks flat and spotless. No potholes, no cracks. Offices and stores appeared repainted weekly. Lawns, plantings, and trees stood clipped to perfection. The bronze statue shone as if polished every morning. Church paint gleamed so bright it hurt his eyes. Flags fluttered everywhere, white and red and blue sparkling in the sun. The tidiness made him almost nervous to walk, afraid of leaving a single dirty footprint. He stepped into the convenience store on the southeastern corner, open on Sunday for basic supplies. It was quiet inside, with only the man behind the register present. He ordered a large coffee and bought a Sunday newspaper, then settled at the little counter. The president still dominated the front page, now in California, explaining to defense contractors why their long gravy train was ending after 50 years. Aftershocks from his Pensacola announcement about the Coast Guard continued rumbling. Their boats had returned to harbor Saturday night and would stay put without new funding. The paper's editorial writer sounded stirred up. He glanced up as the door opened. A woman entered and took a stool at the opposite end of the counter. She looked about 40, dark-haired, very slender, dressed expensively in black. Her skin was strikingly pale, almost luminous. She moved with nervous tension, tendons visible like slim ropes in her wrists, her face tight with strain. The counterman served her coffee in a voice so quiet it barely carried in the silent room. She drank only half her cup, eyes fixed on the window. Then a big black pickup truck pulled up outside, and she shivered. It looked brand new, never used for real work. He glimpsed the driver leaning over to open the door. A tough-looking man, tall, broad-shouldered with a thick neck, black hair, and long knotted arms covered in hair, maybe 30 years old. The pale woman slid off her stool like a ghost, swallowed once, and stepped out. He heard the deep idle of the big motor as she climbed into the truck. It didn't drive away, just sat at the curb. He turned to the counterman. "Who is that?" he asked. The man stared at him as if he had dropped in from another planet. "That's Mrs. Kleiner," he said. "You don't know the Kleiners?" He admitted he was a stranger in town and had only heard the name. The man confirmed Kleiner owned the warehouses near the highway and much more besides. He was a big deal around here. He pressed further about the foundation. The counterman explained that Kleiner had set it up 5 years ago, and since then the town had benefited in countless ways. It had felt like Christmas ever since. He asked if Mrs. Kleiner was all right. The man shook his head while refilling the mug. She was a very sick woman, he said. Terribly pale. It could be tuberculosis. He had seen it do that to people. She used to be fine-looking, but now seemed like something grown in a closet. He inquired about the man in the truck. The counterman said it was the stepson, Kleiner's kid from his first wife. This was the second Mrs. Kleiner, and he had heard she didn't get along with the boy. The man gave a final nod that clearly ended the conversation and moved away to wipe a chrome machine. He agreed she looked like something starved of light, but he didn't think she was physically sick with tuberculosis. From what he had seen once or twice before, she suffered from sheer terror. Terror of what? He didn't know and didn't want to know. It wasn't his problem. He stood, dropped a 5 on the counter, and received change all in coins since the man had no dollar bills. The black pickup remained parked outside. The driver leaned forward against the wheel, staring straight in at him across his stepmother. A mirror behind the counter showed him looking exactly like a man who had ridden an all-night bus and spent 2 days in jail. He needed to clean up before taking Roscoe to lunch. The counterman noticed and suggested the barbershop. He questioned whether it would be open on Sunday. The man shrugged. They were always in there, never exactly closed, never exactly open. He pushed out through the door. A small crowd was now emerging from the church, chatting on the lawns and loading into cars. The rest of town stayed deserted. The black pickup still waited at the curb, the driver still staring. He walked north in the bright sun. The truck moved slowly alongside, keeping pace. The driver hunched forward, eyes fixed sideways on him. He lengthened his stride, and the truck sped up to match. Then he stopped dead. The truck overshot. The driver apparently decided against backing up, floored it, and roared away. He shrugged and continued on to the barbershop, ducked under the striped awning, and tried the door. It was unlocked. He stepped inside. Like everything else in Margrave, the barbershop gleamed with lovingly maintained antique chairs and fittings. The kind of classic gear long torn out elsewhere but now coveted again. 2 old black men were inside, just hanging out, not really open for business, but not closed either. They saw he needed service and agreed to take him. He asked for the full treatment: shave, haircut, hot towel, and shoe shine. Framed old newspaper front pages hung on the walls with major headlines: Roosevelt's death, VJ Day, JFK's assassination, Martin Luther King's murder. An old mahogany table radio played warmly in the background. The new Sunday paper folded neatly on a bench by the window. The men mixed soapy lather, stropped a straight razor, and draped him in towels. One began shaving him carefully with the razor, while the other stood by. As he worked, the busy barber chatted easily, sharing the history of their business. The two had been friends since childhood, always lived in Margrave. They had apprenticed in Atlanta before the war, opened their first shop as young men, and moved here when their old neighborhood was razed. He recounted the county's history from a barber's viewpoint, naming the many personalities who had sat in these same chairs over the decades. He asked the barber about the Kleiners. The question stopped the man cold. He set down his tools and considered it, then said he could not help with that one. It was a subject they preferred not to discuss in the shop. Better to ask about someone else entirely. He shrugged under the towels and switched topics, asking if the old man had ever heard of Blind Blake. The barber brightened at once. That name he knew well, no problem at all. Blind Blake had passed through these parts now and then long ago. Born in Jacksonville, Florida, just over the state line, he used to trek north on foot, or freight cars, through Margrave and Atlanta all the way to Chicago, then make the long trip back south the same way. No highways or cars for a poor black man in his circle back then, just walking and riding the rails. He asked whether the barber had ever heard him play. The man paused again and looked at him. At 74, he had been only a little boy in those days. Blind Blake performed in bars, places a child had no business entering. He suggested asking his partner instead. The other barber, a gnarled old fellow the color of the mahogany radio, creaked over and leaned on the next sink. He admitted he could not recall what he had eaten for breakfast, or even whether he had eaten any. But old men remembered the distant past clearly, he explained. Their memories were like buckets already filled to the brim with old things, leaving no room for anything new. He pressed the older man. Had he heard Blind Blake play? The barber said no, but his sister, well over 90 and still alive, had. She used to sing with just about anyone passing through. Back then, the old county road was the main north-south route through Georgia, and Margrave sat right on it. The north end of town had been crowded with bars and rooming houses where travelers stopped. Workers, crop pickers, drummers, fighters, hobos, truckers, musicians. All those fancy gardens between the barbershop and the firehouse now covered ground where those places once stood. Blind Blake had stopped off, and his sister had sung with him many times. She always said he played real sporty. He asked what had become of Blind Blake. The old barber searched his memory, shaking his grizzled head. Blake had come and gone along the road for years. Then one day, 3 or 4 years later, he simply vanished. The barber had been up in Atlanta at the time, and only heard later that someone had killed him. Maybe right here in Margrave, maybe not, some kind of big trouble that left him stone dead. He sat listening to the warm thump of the old radio for a while longer, then handed them a 20 from his roll of bills and stepped back out onto Main Street. He strode north. It was nearly noon, the September sun baking the blacktop so fiercely that heat blasted up at him. The road lay empty. Blind Blake had once walked this same stretch in the same noon glare, back when the two barbers were boys and the county road still carried hope and money north to Atlanta and Chicago. Now it was just a smooth, forgotten blacktop going nowhere. It took him a few minutes in the fierce heat to reach the station house. He crossed the springy lawn past another bronze statue and pulled open the heavy glass door. Cool air washed over him. Roscoe waited at the reception counter, pale and visibly worried. In the squad room behind her, Stevenson spoke urgently into a telephone. She told him they had found another body up at the warehouses, this time on the other side of the road beneath the raised clover leaf. Finley had discovered it that morning while searching for clues related to the first victim. The body remained unidentified, exactly like the first. Finley had already left to bring in Hubble, convinced the man knew something about it. He nodded. He already understood. This had to be the man Hubble had sent to meet the tall investigator with the shaved head. Hubble had wondered how the contact had gotten away with it. Clearly, he hadn't. A car pulled into the lot outside, and the glass door opened again. Finley leaned in and ordered them to the morgue. Roscoe and Reacher both. They followed him back into the heat, climbed into Roscoe's unmarked sedan, and left Finley's vehicle behind. Roscoe drove south, while Finley twisted in the front seat to face them both. Finley said he still could not locate Hubble. No one was at the house. He asked whether Hubble had mentioned any travel plans. He answered that they had hardly spoken all weekend. Hubble had said nothing. Finley pressed harder, insisting Hubble knew something serious about the killings, and demanding to know exactly what he had told him. He stayed silent. He was not yet sure whose side he was on, probably Finley's, but he also knew that if Finley stumbled into whatever Hubble was tangled up in, Hubble and his family would end up dead. Better to stay impartial and get out of town as fast as possible. He had no desire to get involved. He asked whether Finley had tried Hubble's mobile. It was switched off, an automatic voice answering. He then inquired about the $10,000 Rolex Hubble had left behind with Baker on Friday. Finley said no one had come to claim it. He pointed out that even someone like Hubble would not forget a watch worth that much. Whatever urgent business had pulled him away must be serious. Finley glared at him from the front seat, warning him not to hold back information. Until Hubble turned up, he intended to keep pressing him for every detail Hubble had shared over the weekend. Guys like Hubble never stayed quiet that long. He merely shrugged. Finlay was not about to arrest him again. He could catch a bus from the morgue and skip lunch with Roscoe. A pity. He asked for details on the new body. Finley described it as almost identical to the first. Another white male, shot to death, probably with the same weapon, and likely killed at the same time on Thursday night. This one had not been kicked around afterward. The victim carried a gold wristwatch engraved on the back. To Sherman, Love Judy. He appeared to be 30 or 35, though 3 nights exposed to small animals had gnawed away his lips and eyes. His right hand had been protected under his body, yielding decent prints that had already been run through the system. They might get a hit if they were lucky. Finlay nodded, confirming it looked like the same gun. Small caliber soft-nosed shells. To him, the evidence suggested the first shot had only wounded the man, letting him run. 2 more hits followed before he reached cover under the highway and bled out there. The killers never found him, which explained why this body showed none of the frenzied kicking the first one had endured. Reacher sat in the back of the sedan, the cool air from the vents brushing his face, while the hot road unrolled ahead. He had walked straight between the 2 bodies at 8 o'clock that Friday morning. The thought settled in his gut like a stone. He questioned whether the name Sherman truly belonged to the dead man. The watch could have been stolen, inherited, bought second-hand, or found anywhere. Finlay only grunted in reply. Roscoe kept the car moving fast down the old county road, more than 10 miles south of Margrave, then eased left onto a long, straight fork that stretched toward the heat-shimmering horizon. Finlay told him they were headed for the county hospital in Yellow Springs, the next town but one. It would not be much longer. Yellow Springs appeared as a hazy smudge. The hospital stood alone just inside the town limit, a sprawl of low buildings put there decades earlier when contagious patients needed isolation. Roscoe swung into the entrance lane, bumped over speed humps, and parked near the mortuary, a long shed with its big roll-up door already open. They left the car in the yard and walked inside together. A medical examiner met them and led the way into a cramped office. He dropped behind a metal desk and motioned Finlay and Roscoe to stools, while Reacher leaned against the counter between a worn computer and an old fax machine. The place looked cheaply equipped and long overdue for upgrades, nothing like the gleaming station house back in Margrave. The doctor appeared tired, neither young nor old, wearing a white coat and carrying himself with the quiet competence of someone whose judgment Reacher felt he could trust. The man did not bother with introductions. He asked what he could tell them. Finlay leaned forward and inquired whether the 2 deaths were part of the same incident. The examiner shrugged and said he had only examined the second body for an hour. But yes, the same weapon appeared in both cases. Small caliber soft-nosed bullets fired from a gun fitted with a silencer. Reacher asked how small. The doctor turned his weary gaze and guessed a .22. The bullets had been slow. Typical of subsonic loads paired with a suppressor, he described the first victim's head wounds, 2 small splintery entries and 2 large ragged exits, exactly what a soft-nosed .22 did when it flattened inside tissue. Reacher nodded. He knew the mechanics. A slow .22 with a silencer made perfect sense. The examiner confirmed both men had died exactly where they were found. Postmortem lividity hypothesis matched their final positions perfectly. Blood had settled and fixed according to gravity once circulation stopped, staining the skin red and locking the pattern in place after a few hours. The first victim's stains aligned with the warehouse forecourt. Shot, fallen, then kicked in. A brief mad frenzy before lying undisturbed for roughly 8 hours. Finlay asked what he made of the kicking. The doctor shook his head. He had only read about such frenzied attacks in journals. Pure psychopathy, he said. Tremendous strength and rage, but the dead man felt nothing. It had served only to satisfy whatever fury drove the attacker. For the second victim, the story was simpler. He had run. The first shot struck him high in the back, but failed to drop him. 2 more hits followed. One in the neck, the fatal one tearing through the thigh and severing the femoral artery. He made it as far as the raised section of highway before collapsing and bleeding out nearly 1.5 gallons of blood. Had it not rained Thursday night, the trail would have been unmistakable. The room fell quiet. Reacher pictured the desperate sprint across open pavement, bullets slamming into flesh, the man hurling himself under the concrete ramp to die alone, while small night creatures stirred around him. Finlay laid out the sequence. 2 victims traveling together, surprised by 3 assailants. one competent shooter, one frenzied kicker, one incompetent at hiding bodies. The doctor accepted the theory. The first man had likely known his attackers. The point-blank headshot suggested he let them get close. Finlay agreed. 5 men meeting. 3 turned on the other 2. This was something big. The doctor asked if they had identified the assailants. Roscoe answered that they still did not even know the victims. Finlay pressed the examiner for any theories on the first body. The doctor began shuffling notes, but his telephone rang. He answered, then handed the receiver across to Finlay. Finlay listened briefly, told the caller to print the report and fax it to the hospital right away, then passed the phone back. A faint smile touched his face. That had been Stevenson at the station house. They finally had a solid match on the first victim's fingerprints. The fax would arrive any moment. The examiner picked up a sheet and began summarizing what little he had on the first body. Tall, fit shaved head, extensive dental work that mixed American and foreign techniques. The fax machine beside Reacher beeped and whirred. A thin sheet fed out. He picked it up, scanned it once, then read it again more slowly. Ice slid down his spine. His body locked in place, unable to move. The sky seemed to cave in. The examiner glanced at him, surprised. He asked if fingerprints could really reveal all that. Growing up abroad, teeth fixed wherever he lived, right arm broken at 8 and set in Germany, tonsils removed in a Seoul hospital. Reacher shook his head. His voice came out flat and distant. He grew up abroad, he said. The guy was my brother. Reacher felt the world shift beneath him the way a solid glacier suddenly heaves and shatters in a Navy film about Arctic expeditions. One step and everything changes. New escarpments rising where it had been flat, ravines opening behind, a lake appearing ahead. He sat rigid on the counter between the fax machine and the computer terminal, stunned into icy paralysis. They walked him back to the cold store for formal identification. His brother's face was destroyed by gunshots and every bone broken, but he recognized the star-shaped scar on the neck from a broken bottle accident 29 years earlier. Then Finlay drove them north while Roscoe sat in the back holding Reacher's hand the entire 20-minute ride. In that short span, he lived through 2 entire lifetimes, Joe's and his own. Joe had been 2 years older, born on a Far East base at the end of the Eisenhower era. Reacher arrived on a European base at the start of the Kennedy years. They grew up together inside the tight, isolated world of service families, forever moving at random. It felt strange to stay anywhere longer than a semester and a half. Several times they skipped winter entirely, leaving Europe in fall only to restart summer somewhere in the Pacific. Friends vanished without warning when units shipped out. Sometimes they reappeared months later in another place. Often they never did. No one said hello or goodbye. You were simply there or not there. As they grew older, the moves accelerated with Vietnam. Life blurred into a rapid shuffle of bases. They owned nothing, allowed only 1 bag each on transport planes. For 16 years, Joe remained the only constant in Reacher's life. He had loved Joe like a brother, meaning something precise and complicated in their family. The phrase carried weight. Sometimes it meant fierce loyalty, sometimes irritation, and sullen waiting to escape. 2 years apart, but born on opposite sides of the 1950s, 1960s divide, they bickered and fought often. Most of those years, they were never sure whether they loved or hated each other. Yet Army families forged a different bond. The men lived by total loyalty to their units. The boys copied it. Your family became your unit. You might hate your brother at times, but you never let anyone else mess with him. They stood back to back in every new schoolyard and punched their way out of trouble together. For 16 years, they watched out for each other. It was not a normal childhood, but it was the only one Reacher would ever have, and Joe had been its beginning and end. Now someone had killed him. In the back of the police Chevrolet, a small voice inside Reacher kept asking what the hell he was going to do about that. Finlay drove straight through Margrave and parked at the curb outside the station house, right opposite the big plate glass doors. He and Roscoe got out and waited for Reacher in the noon heat, just as Baker and Stevenson had done 48 hours earlier. After a moment, Finlay pulled open the heavy door, and they walked through the empty squad room to the big rosewood office. Finlay sat behind the desk. Reacher took the same chair he had used on Friday. Roscoe pulled up a seat beside him. Finlay opened the drawer, took out the tape recorder, tested the microphone with his fingernail, then looked at Reacher. "I'm very sorry about your brother," he said. Reacher nodded without speaking. Finlay said he would have to ask many questions. Reacher nodded again. He understood the position. He had been in it often enough himself. Finlay asked who would be Joe's next of kin. Reacher answered that he was, unless Joe had married without telling him. Finlay asked if that was possible. Reacher said they had not been close, but he doubted it. His parents were dead, so he confirmed himself as next of kin. Finlay asked for Joe's full name. Just Joe Reacher, no middle name. His father had liked simple names. Joe had been the older brother by 2 years, born 38 years earlier. Reacher gave the exact date. Finlay asked for a current address. Reacher shook his head. Last he knew, somewhere in Washington, D.C. They had not been close. When had he last seen Joe before the morgue? 7 years earlier at their mother's funeral? Did he have a photograph? No, nothing in the property bag either. Finlay asked for a description. Reacher said Joe looked like him. Maybe an inch taller, 10 pounds lighter, so about 6'6" and 200 pounds. 7 years ago he had hair. Perhaps he started shaving his head later if he was going bald and vain about it. Finlay asked about his job. Last Reacher heard, Joe worked for the Treasury Department, though he did not know exactly what he did. Joe had been in military intelligence before quitting and joining the government. Finlay noted that Joe had written mentioning the Blind Blake story, but gave no reason for coming to Margrave. Reacher agreed it should not be hard to find out. Finlay said they would start making calls first thing in the morning. Until then, did Reacher have any idea why Joe had come south? Reacher shook his head. He had no idea, but he knew Hubble did. Joe had been the tall investigator with the shaved head. Hubble had brought him down here and knew exactly why. First priority was finding Hubble and getting answers privately. Reacher asked whether Finlay had located Hubble yet. Finlay said no. One at his house on Beckman Drive. No sightings in town. He pressed again whether Hubble knew about this. Reacher only shrugged. He wanted to keep some cards close. If he had to squeeze Hubble for information the man did not want to give, he preferred to do it alone. Finlay might think he was pressing too hard. Reacher might think Finlay was not pressing hard enough. Hubble would open up faster to him anyway. For now, exactly how much Hubble knew would remain his secret. He told Finlay he had no idea what Hubble knew. Finlay was the one who claimed the man had fallen apart. Finlay grunted and studied him across the desk, clearly shifting into a new line of thought. Reacher knew what was coming. Homicide statistics said, look first at the family. Spouses, children, brothers. Finlay had seen it dozens of times in Boston. Reacher needed to head it off. He had no time to waste in another cell. He asked if Finlay was satisfied with his alibi. Finlay flashed a brief grin, acknowledging they were thinking like colleagues on a difficult case. Yes, the alibi held. Reacher had been in Tampa when the killings happened. Reacher followed up. Was Chief Morrison comfortable with that? Finlay told him Morrison still knew nothing about the alibi and was not answering his phone. Reacher insisted there would be no more convenient mistakes. The fat chief had claimed he saw him at the warehouses, and he wanted that claim killed for good. Finlay nodded, picked up the desk phone, and dialed. The line rang unanswered for a long time before he hung up. Not at home, he said. Sunday afternoon. He pulled out the phone book, found Hubbell's number on Beckman Drive, and tried it. Again, nothing but ringing. The mobile produced only an electronic voice announcing the phone was switched off. Finlay said he would bring Hubbell in the moment he located him. The man clearly knew things he needed to share. Until then, there was not much more he could do. He asked what Reacher planned to do next. Reacher answered that he would think about it. Finlay held his gaze, the look serious and steady, an order and an appeal at once. He asked Reacher to let him handle it, no independent moves. This was police business. Reacher was a civilian now. Reacher shrugged and nodded. He stood, told them both he was going for a walk, and left the Rosewood office. He crossed the empty squad room, pushed through the glass doors into the fierce afternoon heat, and wandered across the parking lot and the wide front lawn to the bronze statue of Casper Teal. He leaned against the warm metal flank and let the thoughts settle. The country was enormous, millions of square miles, nearly 300 million people. Yet after 7 years apart, he and Joe had ended up in the exact same speck of Georgia, 8 hours apart. He had walked within 50 yards of where the body lay. One hell of a coincidence, almost impossible. Finlay was doing him a favor by treating it as nothing more. Maybe the detective was already checking the Tampa alibi again. He would find nothing. It really had been pure chance, a last-second whim on a bus map. A minute longer, and he would have rolled straight past Margrave and never known. There was no point chasing the coincidence. The only thing that mattered now was deciding what the hell he was going to do about his brother's death. The old loyalty routine came back to him. He had been about 4 when he finally understood he was supposed to watch out for Joe, the way Joe watched out for him. After that, it became automatic. In every new schoolyard, he would scan for trouble, trot over if older kids were testing the tall, skinny newcomer, haul them off and bust a few heads before returning to his own game. Duty done. The routine lasted 12 years, right up to the day Joe left home, and it left faint tracks in his mind. Ever afterward, a quiet question had echoed somewhere inside him. Where's Joe? Even after they were grown and scattered, the echo stayed. Deep down, he had always known he was supposed to stand up for his brother if needed. Now Joe was gone. Nowhere. Reacher stood against the statue in the noon heat and listened to the small voice inside his head, telling him he was supposed to do something about that. The station house door opened behind him. He squinted through the glare and saw Roscoe step out. Sunlight lit her hair like a halo. She spotted him on the lawn and started across the grass. He pushed away from the bronze. She asked if he was all right. He told her he was fine. He was not falling apart, though maybe he should be. Right now he felt only a strange numbness. She offered him a ride anywhere he needed to go. He realized he liked her more every time he looked at her. He asked if she would show him where Hubbell lived. She hesitated, wondering if they should leave it to Finlay. He said he only wanted to check whether Hubbell had come home yet. If the man was there, they would call Finlay immediately. She shrugged, smiled, and agreed. They walked back to her unmarked Chevy, climbed in, and rolled south through the perfect little town. The September sun turned the brick sidewalks golden and the white paint blinding. The whole place basked quiet and deserted in the heat. Roscoe turned right at the village green onto Beckman Drive, skirted the church square, and followed the wide, tree-lined residential street upward. The lots grew larger, the houses set far back behind grassy shoulders, big trees and high hedges. Driveways curved out of sight. It felt rich and cool and prosperous, but Reacher sensed stories hidden behind the leafy fronts. In Hubbell's case, some desperate story that had made him reach out to Joe and had gotten Joe killed. She slowed at a white mailbox marked 25 and turned left. The driveway wound through banks of garden toward the last house on the road, peach grove stretching hazy beyond it. The place was no ordinary big white house. It was a palace, expansive gravel, velvet lawns, Huge, exquisite trees, every detail shining and expensive in the sun. No dark Bentley in sight. It looked empty. They parked near the front door. Silence pressed down except for the heavy buzz of afternoon heat. They rang and knocked. No answer. They walked around the side, across acres of grass and blazing flower beds, to a garden room, wide patio, and long lawn that sloped to a giant swimming pool. The water glowed bright blue. The sharp smell of chlorine hung in the hot air. Roscoe said it was someplace. Reacher nodded, wondering whether his brother had ever stood here. She said she heard a car. They returned to the front just as the big Bentley eased to a stop. The blonde woman he had seen driving away from the prison got out with 2 children, a boy and a girl. This was Hubbell's family. The woman greeted Roscoe by name, then introduced herself to Reacher as Charlene, but said he could call her Charlie. She was tall, slim, expensively kept, with a visible seam of spirit in her face that made him like her at once. She held his hand a moment longer than necessary and thanked him for saving her husband's life in prison. The words carried strain, as if she hated having to link husband and prison in the same sentence. Reacher asked where Hubbell was. Charlie said he was taking care of some business and expected back later. That matched what Hubbell had planned, spin her a story and try to settle things. The children stood quietly beside her. She introduced the boy as Ben and the girl as Lucy. They were polite, nice-looking kids. The girl still round-cheeked with pigtails and missing front teeth, the boy slight and serious. Both shook Reacher's hand, then stepped back to their mother. He could see the dark cloud hanging over the 3 of them. If Hubbell did not fix whatever mess he was in, he could get them all killed. The same way he had gotten Joe killed. Charlie asked if they would come inside for iced tea. Reacher accepted. Reacher sat uneasily on the flowered cushion of the cane sofa, the luxurious garden room pressing in around him with its cool creams and sunny yellows. He had no real interest in iced tea, but he needed to stay close in case Hubbell returned. He wanted those few private minutes with the man, urgent questions that had to come before any formal warnings could begin. The house felt enormous and magazine perfect, light and fresh with flowers everywhere. When Roscoe left with Charlie to prepare the drinks, the sudden solitude made him tense. 36 years old, and he had never truly lived in a house, only service quarters and a stark dormitory at the point. He perched there like an outsider, numb in the quiet gap between action and reaction. The women returned with the silver tray. Charlie was handsome enough, yet she faded beside Roscoe, whose eyes carried an electric spark that lit the entire room. As Roscoe settled beside him on the sofa, she casually shifted his leg with her own, an intimate, familiar touch that sent a jolt through his nerves. She likes you too. The realization hit him hard. He replayed every earlier moment in this new light. The careful fingerprints in photos, the coffee she brought, her smile and wink, the late-night drive to free him from Warburton, the way she had held his hand after he saw his brother's broken body, all of it pointing to the same truth. A wave of relief washed over him. He was suddenly grateful he had jumped off that bus at the last second. The restless voice in his head fell silent. For now, nothing demanded his immediate action. He would question Hubbell when the man appeared. Until then, he could sit here beside this warm, dark-haired woman in her soft cotton shirt. The trouble would arrive soon enough, as it always did. Charlie took the opposite seat and began pouring the iced tea, the sharp scent of lemon and spices rising between them. She caught his eye with that same strained smile and remarked on how he must be enjoying his time in Margrave. Reacher could only shrug. It was obvious she knew nothing of the real danger surrounding her husband. Roscoe smoothly carried the conversation forward while he drank in silence, waiting. Hubbell never arrived. The talk eventually faded, and Charlie's fidgeting made it clear they should leave. Roscoe's hand rested on his arm, her touch burning like live current. She suggested they head back to town and offered him a ride. Reacher felt a pang of disloyalty to Joe for not waiting longer, yet the pull toward Roscoe overwhelmed everything else, grief sharpening the heat inside him. He convinced himself there was no choice. Hubble had not come. They climbed back into the Chevy and rolled down the winding driveway, cruising along Beckman Drive past the thickening buildings, the church, and the little village green with its statue of old Casper Teal. Roscoe asked if he planned to stay in town until his brother's matter was resolved. He confirmed he would. When she inquired where he intended to stay, he admitted he had no idea. She pulled over near the lawn, shifted in the park, and looked at him with open tenderness. She wanted him to come home with her. The invitation ignited him. He drew her close and they kissed. Deep, urgent. The first raw taste of her mouth, her hair, her scent. She drove the short distance to her place in a rush, tires chirping as they stopped. They tumbled from the car and hurried inside. The moment the door shut, she was back in his arms. They kissed fiercely, stumbling into the living room, her feet leaving the ground as he held her. Clothes came off in frantic urgency. She was stunning, firm, strong, shaped like a dream, skin smooth as silk. She pulled him down through bars of hot sunlight onto the floor. Their bodies moved with desperate need, rolling together as if the world were ending. They shuddered to a gasping finish, slick with sweat and utterly spent. Afterward, they lay entwined, caressing gently. She led him to the bedroom, pulled back the covers, and they collapsed together into a deep, warm stupor. Reacher drifted far beyond relaxation, floating with her soft weight nestled against him, breathing through her hair as their hands lazily explored. Later, she asked if he preferred a motel or staying with her. He laughed, telling her the only way she would get rid of him now was to fetch a shotgun from the station and chase him off. And even that might not work. She giggled and pressed closer, whispering that she would bring handcuffs instead and chain him to the bed forever. They dozed through the afternoon. At 7, he called the Hubble house. There was still no sign of the man. He left Roscoe's number with Charlie and asked her to have Hubble call immediately upon returning. The rest of the evening slipped away in quiet comfort until they fell asleep at midnight. Hubble never phoned. Monday morning, Reacher half noticed Roscoe rising for work. The shower, her tender kiss, then the house fell silent and hot. He slept until after 9. The phone stayed quiet, giving him the thinking time he needed. Stretched out in her warm bed, he faced the question that had lingered since the morgue. His answer came clear and immediate. He would stand up for Joe. He would finish whatever business his brother had started, whatever it took. It felt straightforward. Hubble was the key link, and the man would cooperate. He had relied on Joe and would now rely on Reacher. A week-long window of exposure lay open. Reacher would use it to tear everything apart. Finley could never handle it the right way. He lacked the history and the stomach for what would be necessary. This was Reacher's duty, between him and Joe alone. "You don't mess with my brother." Energized, he rose, found coffee, and discovered Roscoe's note suggesting an early lunch at Eno's. Around 11, with a playful reminder to leave Hubble to Finley, signed with kisses and a little drawing of handcuffs. He smiled at the sketch, but had no intention of stepping back. Hubble was his to handle. He tried the number again. No answer. He explored the small, clean house, cool and simple, exactly as he would expect from her, with Navajo art, bold rugs, and white walls. The backyard held a neat lawn and fresh plantings. He showered in her low stall with its feminine soaps, dressed, and tried Hubble's line once more. Still nothing. He would ride up with Roscoe after lunch. By 10:30, he set out on foot for Eno's, a gentle mile-and-a-quarter walk in the glorious southern heat. The town looked immaculate. Magnolias, swept sidewalks, gardeners from the Kleiner Foundation tending the park. He waved to the old barbers and continued on. Eno's aluminum siding gleamed ahead. Roscoe's Chevy parked beside the black pickup he had noticed the day before. Inside, he spotted her in the same booth from Friday, now back in uniform and looking impossibly attractive. She gave him a tender smile as he approached, and he bent to kiss her. She slid over, 2 cups of coffee already waiting on the table. He passed hers across. Reacher noticed the Kleiner boy, the pale woman's stepson, sprawled at the lunch counter. Stool spun around, legs apart, elbows braced back, head high, eyes blazing straight at him. He turned away and kissed Roscoe again. He asked whether being seen kissing a vagrant arrested in the same diner on Friday would ruin her authority. She answered that it probably would, but she didn't care. So he kissed her once more. He could feel the kid's stare burning into the back of his neck. When he glanced over, the boy held his gaze a beat longer, then slid off the stool, glared one final time from the doorway, and stalked out. The pickup roared away, leaving the diner quiet and nearly empty. The same 2 blonde waitresses moving between tables, with the same old guys in the same booths. Reacher told Roscoe he had made his decision. He was going to find out exactly what had happened to Joe, and he apologized in advance if that interfered with anything. She gave a tender shrug and a concerned smile, assuring him it wouldn't get in the way. He sipped the good coffee, the same strong brew he remembered from Friday. She reported they had identified the second body through prints that matched a 2-year-old Florida arrest. The man's name was Sherman Stoller. Reacher shook his head. The name meant nothing to him. Then her beeper clipped to her belt went off. She silenced it with a muttered curse, said she had to call in, and headed for the phone in her car. He slid out to let her pass. She asked him to order whatever he was having for her, too. When he asked which waitress, she answered simply that it was the one with the glasses, then walked outside. Reacher watched her lean into the car to use the radio. A moment later, she was gesturing urgently from the parking lot. Get back now, stay put, before jumping in and speeding south. He stood there waving vaguely after her, but his eyes stayed locked on the 2 blonde waitresses. The realization hit like a blow to the chest. He had almost stopped breathing. He needed Hubble, and Roscoe had just told him Hubble was dead. Staring at them, the difference was obvious. One was taller, heavier, older. The other smaller, prettier, with longer, lighter hair and nicer eyes behind her glasses. Yet Roscoe had identified their waitress with a single absolute distinction. The one with glasses. Not height, not weight, not age. Glasses. An on or off fact, no degrees, no confusion. That was exactly what Spivey had done Friday night in the reception bunker. He had asked which of them was Hubble for no reason at all, then fixed on the one wearing the little gold rims. The next morning, those rims were smashed. Reacher had slipped on the dark reactive shades he had taken as a trophy. They looked like ordinary glasses. When the Aryans came in, Spivey's order had been clear. Kill the one with glasses. They had come for Hubble and found Reacher instead. The description had changed overnight, but the order had not. Someone had made a second attempt, and this time it had worked. The entire department had been pulled up to Beckman Drive, number 25, for an appalling scene of carnage. 4 people dead, tortured, and butchered. Reacher's fault. He had not thought hard enough. He crossed to the counter and asked the waitress with the glasses to call him a taxi. The cook, short, stocky, balding, older than Reacher, leaned through the kitchen hatch and refused, calling the place no hotel and telling him he wasn't welcome, that he was trouble. The waitress laughed, told Reacher to ignore the grumpy old man, and promised to call the taxi herself. He waited outside on the road. 5 minutes later, a brand-new, immaculate taxi pulled up. Reacher gave the driver Hubble's address. They made a wide turn and headed back toward town, passing the firehouse and the empty police lot. No cruisers, no Roscoe Chevy. They swung right at the village green, rolled past the silent church, and climbed Beckman Drive. Reacher expected a cluster of flashing cruisers, unmarked cars, ambulances, and a coroner at number 25. Instead, the street lay empty and still in the hot afternoon quiet. He walked up the driveway after the taxi left. The big, dark Bentley stood on the gravel. The front door burst open, and Charlie Hubble ran out screaming, hysterical but alive. She crossed the gravel and stopped right in front of him. Hubble had disappeared. She had taken the children to school that morning. He had been there when she left. Now he was gone. He had not gone to work. His office had called, telling him to stay home, yet his briefcase, phone, jacket, wallet, complete with credit cards, driver's license, and keys were all still inside. The front door had been left standing wide open. Reacher stood paralyzed. Hubble had been dragged out by force and killed. Charlie sagged, then began whispering, the sound worse than her screams. His green Bentley was still parked in the garage. He never walked anywhere. She begged Reacher to help them. Hubble was in trouble. She knew it. He had vanished. Hubble had said Reacher might help. He had saved Hubble's life once. He knew how to do things. Reacher watched Charlie Hubble plead and scream in helpless hysteria, but he knew he could offer her nothing. She would learn the truth soon enough when Baker or Finley arrived. Finlay would probably handle it. Dignified, practiced, the way he had done it countless times in Boston. He would break the news gently, soften the worst details, and drive her to the morgue where attendants would shroud the body to hide the terrible wounds. She asked again if he would help them. Reacher decided not to wait with her. He needed details, where, when, how, and he would return with Finley. This was his fault. He owed her that much. He told her to stay put and asked to borrow her car. She dug out a heavy bunch of keys and handed them over, the car key marked with a large embossed B. She nodded vaguely and remained where she stood. Reacher slid into the big Bentley, backed it down the curving driveway, and glided silently along Beckman Drive before turning left onto Main Street toward the station house. The police parking lot was crowded with cruisers and unmarked cars. He left the Bentley at the curb and stepped inside. Officers milled about in stunned silence. Baker, Stevenson, Finley, Roscoe, and the backup team from Friday. Morrison and the desk man were absent. The long counter stood empty. Everyone looked horrified, vague, and distracted. No one spoke to him. They barely registered his presence. Roscoe approached with red eyes, pressed her burning face against his chest, and wrapped her arms around him. She whispered that it had been horrible, then fell silent. Reacher guided her to her desk, squeezed her shoulder, and moved toward Finley, who sat blank-faced on a nearby desk. He nodded Finley into the rear office, reversing their roles from Friday. Reacher now behind the desk, Finley in the chair where he had once sat in handcuffs. Finley looked deeply shaken. Reacher felt cold dread settle in his gut. Whatever had been done to Hubble must have been monstrous to rattle a 20-year big-city veteran like Finley. He had seen his brother's face destroyed by exit wounds, and the body pulped yet stayed composed. He had viewed the rat-gnawed corpse drain of blood without breaking. This was different. Reacher asked for the story. Finlay lifted his head with effort and questioned why Reacher cared, what Hubble had been to him. Reacher pressed again, refusing to explain the full connection he had kept hidden. Finlay finally admitted it had been one of the worst scenes he had ever encountered. Hubble had been found naked, nailed to the wall with 6 or 7 large carpentry nails through his hands and arms, feet nailed to the floor. They had hacked off his testicles, leaving blood everywhere, then slit his throat ear to ear. These were exceptionally bad people. Reacher sat numb. Finlay waited for a response, but none came. Reacher thought only of Charlie waiting at the house. Finlay should go to her now. It was his job. Reacher would accompany him because the blame was his. He agreed. It sounded bad. Finlay sighed heavily and added that this was not the worst of it. Reacher should have seen what they did to his wife. It had been like a butcher's shop. Reacher's mind reeled. He had just seen her 20 minutes earlier. She was fine. Finlay stared at him in confusion. Reacher insisted he had spoken with Charlie Hubble, and nothing had happened to her. Finlay asked who Charlie was. When Reacher explained it was Hubble's wife, Finlay demanded what Hubble had to do with any of this. Reacher froze, realizing the mismatch. He asked who had actually been killed. Finlay looked at him as if he were insane, and said it was Chief Morrison and his wife. Reacher studied Finlay carefully, weighing how far he could trust him. A life or death choice. He decided one question would settle it. He asked if they were going to make Finlay the new chief. Finlay shook his head. No. Reacher pressed for certainty. Finlay confirmed it. The decision belonged to the mayor, a man named Teal, from an old Georgia family whose ancestor Casper Teal had been the railroad baron honored by the town statue. Teals had run the town ever since. Finlay described the mayor as just another Southern asshole who hated mess. When asked why he would not get the promotion despite being the senior and best qualified officer, Finlay said only that it was his business. Why not? Reacher asked if there was somewhere private they could talk. Finlay noted that Reacher had clearly thought it was Hubble who had been killed. Reacher replied that Hubble had indeed been killed. The fact that Morrison died, too, changed nothing. They walked down to the convenience store and sat side by side at the empty counter near the window, the same spot the pale Mrs. Kleiner had occupied the day before. The world felt entirely different now. They ordered tall mugs of coffee and a plate of donuts, watching each other's reflections in the mirror behind the counter rather than looking directly at one another. Reacher asked again why Finlay would not get the promotion. Finlay's reflection shrugged, puzzled by the connection. He insisted he should have it. He was far better qualified after 20 years in a real big city department. The others, like Baker, had spent 15 years in this backwater and knew nothing. Still, he repeated that he simply would not get it. Reacher pressed Finlay on the reason he would not become chief. The man's reflection in the mirror admitted it was personal, a long story. Reacher insisted he needed to hear it. Finlay took a deep breath and told how he had finished his 20 years in Boston back in March with a spotless record and 8 commendations. He had been a top detective, retirement on full pension waiting, but his wife had grown agitated since the previous fall. For 2 decades she had endured his endless shifts without complaint while marriages around him collapsed. Now, with retirement 6 months away, she panicked at the thought of him home full time. She confessed she no longer loved him, that the idea of 20 more years together in some cabin made her skin crawl. The marriage ended in bitter divorce. Finlay had been shattered, a complete wreck. He had scanned union vacancy lists in his final month and spotted the chief of detectives opening in Margrave. A friend in Atlanta warned him off, describing a Mickey Mouse department in a nowhere town run by a fat moron and an old Georgia mayor who still acted as if slavery had never ended. The previous detective had hanged himself, yet Finlay, desperate for penance and needing the salary for alimony and legal bills, applied anyway. His interview with Mayor Teal and Morrison had been disastrous. He could barely speak. They hired him regardless. He was the first black officer in Margrave's history, clearly brought on as a token. Reacher studied Finlay's reflection and paid the check, leaving a 10 and taking the quarters and change. He was satisfied. Finlay would never be chief because he was not a criminal. That made him trustworthy. Roscoe, too. The 3 of them would stand together against whoever was behind this. He told Finlay he needed to see Morrison's house and hear every detail. Finlay shrugged and led the way south past the village green. As they walked, Finlay described arriving first around 10 that morning. He had been unable to reach Morrison by phone and wanted an update on the Thursday double homicide. The front door stood open half an inch. Inside, upstairs in the master bedroom, he found a slaughterhouse. Both bodies had been nailed to the wall and sliced apart, the room drenched in blood after nearly 24 hours in the warm weather. Breakfast things and Sunday papers still sat on the kitchen table, confirming the time of death around 10 o'clock Sunday morning. They had left footprints in the lake of blood. 4 distinct sets, but all from rubber overshoes sold by the millions every winter. Gloved hands had left rubbery smears on the walls. The killers had come prepared, probably in full nylon bodysuits like those worn in slaughterhouses. Wide, fresh ruts in the gravel driveway suggested a large 4-wheel drive or small truck for transport. They turned west up the long gravel drive that ran parallel to Beckman. Morrison's house stood at the end, a formal, white-columned in place with neat evergreens. A new Lincoln waited near the door, yellow police tape strung between the columns. They ducked under the tape and entered. The interior had been torn apart, every surface dusted with gray fingerprint powder. Finley warned there was nothing left to find. Reacher climbed the stairs anyway and paused at the master bedroom door. Nothing remained except ragged nail holes in the wall and massive blackening bloodstains that looked like flung buckets of tar. The carpet had crusted solid, clear overshoe tread patterns marked the parquet in the doorway. Downstairs again, Finley waited on the porch. Reacher asked about the Lincoln. Finley said it was Morrison's personal car, and they had only checked it for anything the intruders might have dropped. Reacher opened the unlocked door. The interior smelled strongly of new leather and held almost nothing. He searched the pockets, under the seats, then the glove box. Inside lay a handsome switchblade, ebony handle engraved in gold with Morrison's name. 7-inch double-edged Japanese steel blade, brand new, never used. Reacher closed it and slipped it into his pocket. He was unarmed and heading into serious trouble. The knife might make the difference. He rejoined Finley on the gravel, said he had found nothing, and they crunched back down the driveway together, turning north along the county road toward town. In the distance, the church steeple and the bronze statue of old Caspar Teal waited under the hot southern sun. Reacher needed to confirm one last detail with Finley. He watched the detective's patience fray as the man glanced at his watch, clearly irritated by the delay. They continued north through the fierce afternoon heat. Sweat prickled Reacher's skin, while Finley somehow endured his tweed jacket and moleskin vest without complaint. Reacher steered them across the village green, and they leaned together against the old Caspar Teal statue. He asked whether the victim's testicles had been found. Finley shook his head, confirming that both he and the medical examiner had searched the entire scene thoroughly. The testicles were simply missing. A faint cop smile touched Finley's lips as he recovered his professional detachment. That was all Reacher needed to know. When Finley asked why it mattered and when the autopsy would happen, Reacher clarified it was not the husband's autopsy that interested him, but the wife's, specifically what she had eaten. Finlay's smile vanished. He fell silent, staring hard, then demanded Reacher explain himself. Reacher reminded him why they had stepped outside in the first place. He asked how many homicides Margrave had seen in recent decades. Finley thought for a moment and shrugged. None for at least 30 years, not since the old voter registration troubles. Now suddenly, 4 had occurred in 4 days, and a 5th would follow soon. When Finley pressed for the identity of the 5th victim, Reacher named Hubble, linking him with his own brother Joe, Sherman Stoller, and the 2 Morrisons. 5 killings at once after decades of quiet could not possibly be coincidence. They had to be connected. Finley agreed. Reacher then laid out the deeper links. He explained that until the prints on his brother came through, he had been drifting through town with no real interest in local matters, simply waiting to leave. Hubble had shared certain details during their time together in Warburton, but Reacher had paid little attention at the time. Now he recounted what he remembered. Hubble describing how he had been trapped in a racket, terrorized by a specific threat against himself and his wife. The exact same threat Finley had seen that morning, word for word. Nailed to the wall, testicles cut off, the wife forced to eat them, then both throats slit. The identical wording proved the threats came from the same source. That meant Morrison had been caught in the same operation as Hubble, run by the same people. Reacher continued. Hubble had been speaking with an investigator, and that investigator had in turn been speaking with Sherman Stoller. When Finlay asked who the investigator was and how Joe fit in, Reacher revealed that the tall man with the shaved head described by Hubble had been Joe himself, working to free him. Finlay wanted to know what kind of investigator Joe had been and who employed him. Reacher could only say that, last he knew, his brother had worked for the Treasury Department. Finlay pushed away from the statue, ready to make calls and get to work. But Reacher told him to slow down. He wasn't finished. They moved on. Finlay walked the sidewalk, while Reacher stayed in the empty road to avoid the low awnings. The town felt deserted at 2 o'clock on a Monday afternoon. Finlay asked how Reacher knew Hubble was already dead. Reacher explained his reasoning. Finlay considered it and accepted the logic. Reacher clarified that the killers had not known about Hubble's conversations with the investigator. Otherwise, they would have eliminated him much sooner. Instead, they had decided to remove him. Late Friday afternoon, after Finlay pulled him in over the phone number in Joe's shoe, they arranged it through Spivey, but the first attempt failed. A second try had been set up with a call telling Hubble to wait at home today. It appeared to have succeeded. Finlay muttered in frustration, noting that Hubble had been their best link to the operation and that Reacher should have pressed him harder. Reacher absorbed the criticism without argument, admitting that if he had realized the dead man was Joe, he would have questioned Hubble far more aggressively. They sat together on the bench outside the barbershop. Reacher recounted asking Hubble about Pluribus, only to receive no answer. Hubble had revealed there were 10 local people involved in the scam, plus outside hired help when needed, and that the whole thing remained vulnerable and exposed until something happened on Sunday. When Finlay pressed for details on Sunday's event or the nature of the scam, Reacher could only say Hubble had given him nothing more. Nor had Hubble named the 10 locals, though he excluded himself and Sherman Stoller from the count and likely included Chief Morrison. Finlay exhaled sharply at the size of the remaining task. 9 more to identify. Reacher assured him one would surface today. A black pickup truck, the same one Reacher had seen earlier, pulled up abruptly across the street. The Kleiner kid leaned out, staring directly at him. Finlay remained unaware, eyes fixed on the sidewalk. Reacher told him to focus on Morrison's death. When Finlay suggested it was an example or a message, Reacher agreed, then asked what Morrison had done wrong to deserve it. Finlay guessed he had screwed up. Reacher confirmed it. Morrison's job had been to cover up what happened at the warehouse Thursday night. He had been there at midnight and had seen Joe, which explained the strange look of recognition Morrison gave Reacher the next day in the office. Joe and Reacher resembled each other. Hubble had noticed the same thing. Reacher ruled out Morrison as the shooter. Joe had been too sharp to let a man like Morrison get the drop on him, and the physical demands of the killing would have been too much for the overweight chief anyway. Morrison had likely been the cleanup man, but he had failed to search Joe's shoes. That oversight led to Hubble's arrest, forcing the killers to eliminate Hubble and punishing Morrison for the mistake. It was both punishment and a clear message. When Finlay asked who the message was meant for, Reacher pointed out it was intended for the next man in line. He reminded Finlay of his earlier concern about who would replace Morrison as chief. Whoever it was had to be part of the scam. The killers needed the police chief on their side. They would not have removed Morrison without a replacement already lined up, and that new chief would understand the warning perfectly. Fail like Morrison, and the same fate awaited him. Reacher watched Finlay turn the question back on him, asking who the new chief would be. He reminded the detective that he had posed the same question first. They sat together on the bench outside the barbershop, letting the sun slip under the striped awning. Reacher told him the only safe assumption right now was that everyone else in town was involved except the 3 of them, himself, Finlay, and Roscoe. When Finlay asked why Roscoe, Reacher explained she had fought hard to pull him out of Warburton, while Morrison had tried to keep him locked in as a fall guy for Thursday night. Her actions ran directly opposite Morrison's, so she could not be part of the same operation. Finley grunted and called him cautious. Reacher agreed without hesitation. People were dying. One of them his only brother. They stood. Across the street, the Kleiner kid killed the pickup's engine and started walking slowly toward them. Finley rubbed his face, exhausted, and asked what came next. Reacher told him to brief Roscoe carefully, warn her to stay sharp, then contact Washington to learn what Joe had been doing here. As for himself, he nodded toward the approaching kid. He intended to find out why the boy kept staring. Two things happened fast. Finlay strode north without another word. Behind Reacher, the barbershop blinds rattled down, sealing them off. The street emptied until only he and the Kleiner kid remained. Up close, the kid stood 6'2", around 190, wired with restless energy. Intelligence showed in his eyes, but so did an eerie, unstable light that told Reacher this was not a rational man. The kid stopped in front of him and declared him a trespasser. When Reacher asked if the sidewalk belonged to him, the kid claimed his father's foundation had paid for every brick, then corrected himself. The real issue was Roscoe. She was his, had been waiting for him 5 years until the time was right. Reacher stared back and asked if he understood plain English. The kid tensed, shifting foot to foot. Reacher told him he was reasonable. If Roscoe ever said she preferred the kid, he would leave at once. Until then, the kid needed to back off. The boy boiled over, then flipped like a switch. He relaxed, shrugged, flashed a wide, boyish smile, and offered a handshake. Reacher recognized the old crushing grip trick. At the last instant, he adjusted, closed on the knuckles instead of the palm, and squeezed back hard. Once, then twice harder. The kid's attempt collapsed. Reacher dropped the hand and walked north. 60 yards later, he heard the truck start and rumble away south, its sound swallowed by the heat. Back at the station, a gleaming white Cadillac blocked the entrance, brand new and loaded with puffy black leather and fake wood paneling. Reacher circled its hood in 5 strides and stepped inside to the chill. Everyone milled around a tall, silver-haired man in an old-fashioned suit and bootlace tie, limping on a thick cane topped with a huge silver knob. Reacher guessed this was Mayor Teal. Roscoe emerged from the big rear office, still shaken from the Morrison scene. She looked pale, but waved and forced a smile, gesturing him inside. Reacher asked if she was all right. She said she had seen better days. He asked whether Finley had brought her up to speed. She nodded. Finley had told her everything. Inside the Rosewood office, Finley sat at the desk beneath the old clock, showing 4:15. Roscoe closed the door. Reacher asked who the new chief would be. Finley looked up and shook his head. Nobody? Mayor Teal would run the department himself. Reacher cracked the door an inch and watched Teal pin Baker against the wall, giving him a hard time. He asked the others what they made of it. Roscoe said everyone else in the department appeared clean. Reacher agreed that proved Teal was the replacement, their boy, placed to run interference. When Roscoe wondered if Teal might be the big boss, Reacher dismissed it. The boss had Morrison killed as a message. Teal would not send a message to himself. Finlay confirmed Teal had already begun. Joe and Stoller were on the back burner. All effort went to Morrison, handled internally with no outside help or FBI. Teal claimed departmental pride was at stake and pushed a blind alley, that Morrison had been murdered by some ex-con he had sent away years earlier seeking revenge. Roscoe added it would mean trawling 20 years of files and cross-checking every name against parole records nationwide. It could take months. Stevenson had already been pulled off the road to desk duty, and so had she. Finley called it worse than a blind alley, a coded warning. They both knew no one in the files fit violent revenge, and Teal knew, but they could not challenge him openly. Reacher asked if they could simply ignore Teal and do what needed doing. Finley leaned back, sighed at the ceiling, and said no. They were working under the enemy's nose and had to keep Teal believing they knew nothing. Playing dumb limited them. Worse, any warrant would need Teal's signature, which he would never give. Reacher shrugged. He had no plans to use warrants anyway. He asked if Finley had called Washington. Finley said they were getting back to him and hoped Teal did not intercept the line. Reacher suggested using Finley's FBI contact in Atlanta as an off-record workspace. Finley thought it over and agreed he would call from home tonight. The man's name was Picard, from New Orleans. Big, sharp, and tough. Reacher told him to stress absolute quiet. No agents moving in until they were ready. Roscoe asked what Reacher intended to do about Teal, since the mayor worked for the people who had killed his brother. Reacher shrugged. It depended on how deep Teal's involvement ran. He had not been the shooter, too slow, limping with a cane. Not the kicker, too old and weak. Not the cleanup man, that had been Morrison. If Teal started interfering, he would regret it. Otherwise, Reacher would leave him alone for now. Roscoe asked what came next. Reacher said nothing. Finley spoke instead, convinced Sunday was the key date, something that would solve their problem. Teal's appointment felt temporary. 75 years old, no police experience, just a stopgap until Sunday. The desk buzzer sounded. Stevenson's voice called Roscoe to help check files. Reacher opened the door for her. She paused, remembering Spivey at Warburton. He had arranged the attack on Hubble. He must know who gave the order. Reacher should question him. Reacher said maybe, and closed the door behind her. Finlay warned it would be a waste of time. Spivey would never talk. Reacher smiled. If Spivey knew anything, he would tell him. The trick was in how the question was asked. Finlay told him to take care. If the others saw him closing in on what Hubble had known, they would kill him the same way. Reacher's mind flashed to Charlie Hubble and her kids. They would realize she knew too much of what Hubble had known. The children might have overheard something, too. It was 4 o'clock. The kids would be home from school. Somewhere out there, killers had already suited up in rubber overshoes, nylon bodysuits, surgical gloves, and armed themselves with sharp knives, a bag of nails, and a hammer. He told Finley to call Picard in Atlanta immediately. They needed to get Charlie and the kids to safety right now. Finley nodded, understanding the danger at once. He ordered Reacher to head straight to the Hubble house on Beckman Drive and stay there until Picard arrived. Finlay picked up the phone and dialed the Atlanta number from memory. Roscoe sat at her desk as Mayor Teal handed her a thick stack of file folders. Reacher pulled up a chair beside her and asked what time she finished. She said around 6. He told her to bring handcuffs home. She called him a fool. With Teal watching, Reacher stood, kissed her hair, and left for the Bentley. Outside, the afternoon heat had faded, and long shadows stretched across the town. As he reached the car, Teal shouted after him and limped over, tapping his cane. The mayor introduced himself as Grover Teal, flashing a politician's bright, searching smile. He apologized for the mistaken arrest, expressed sorrow about Reacher's brother, and said the department would keep him informed. He hoped Reacher would accept the apology and not leave with a bad impression. Reacher accepted the apology but said he was not leaving. Teal recovered smoothly, claiming he thought Reacher was just passing through and that Margrave had no hotel. Reacher replied he had received a generous offer of Southern hospitality and intended to stay. Teal beamed but suggested a motel in Atlanta or Macon would be more suitable, promising to stay in touch and help with the funeral arrangements. He added that everyone would be very busy and that Reacher might distract Officer Roscoe from her important work. Reacher answered evenly that he would not distract her. Teal fixed him with an expressionless stare. Reacher gave a cold smile, got into the Bentley, started the engine, and drove off, calling back that he would see Teal later. The end of the school day had brought the only real activity Reacher had seen in town. He passed a few people on Main Street and a small group near the church before turning onto Beckman Drive. He swung the big Bentley up the curving driveway to the Hubble house and parked at the door. Warning Charlie was difficult. He did not want to give her full details, and telling her Hubble was dead felt wrong. Yet he could not leave her completely in the dark, or she would ignore the danger. He rang the bell. The children ran up happily as Charlie opened the door. She looked tired and strained, though the kids had not yet caught her worry. She sent them away and led Reacher to the big modern kitchen. He asked for coffee. She seemed anxious to talk, but struggled to begin. He asked if she had a maid. She said no. She preferred doing things herself and liked to keep busy in the large house. The coffee machine hissed to life. They sat at the window table overlooking the lawn. Finally, she asked if her husband was involved in what had happened to the Morrisons. Reacher told her yes, Hubble had been involved, but unwillingly blackmailed into it. She took it calmly, as if she had already guessed. She nodded, visibly relieved to have it spoken aloud. She poured the coffee and continued. His strange behavior finally made sense. She asked if he was in danger. Reacher said he had no idea where Hubble was. She pressed the question again, then moved to sit opposite him. He saw toughness beneath her polished appearance. She admitted she had panicked that morning, which was unlike her. After he left, she had calmed down, reached the same conclusion, and decided to stop panicking and start acting. She had called Dwight Stevenson and asked him to read the Pentagon facts about Reacher's military police record. It impressed her. She asked to hire him privately to solve her husband's problem. Reacher refused. When she pressed whether he could not or would not, he explained there would be a conflict of interest. Her husband had contacted a government investigator to get free of the blackmail. That investigator had been killed. Reacher's priority was the investigator, his own brother. Charlie understood the conflict and expressed sorrow. She asked if Hubble had betrayed his brother. Reacher said no. Hubble had depended on Joe to free him. Something had simply gone wrong. She asked why Reacher spoke of her husband in the past tense. He looked straight at her and told her Hubble was dead. She went pale, clenched her hands until the knuckles shone white, but held herself together. She whispered she did not believe it. She would feel it if he were gone. She was sure he was hiding and wanted Reacher to find him. She offered to pay whatever he wanted. Reacher shook his head slowly. He would not take her money knowing Hubble was already dead. That would be exploiting her. After a long silence, she asked if he would look for Hubble anyway, without pay, while investigating his brother's death. Reacher thought it over and agreed, but warned her not to expect miracles. Something very bad was happening. Charlie insisted she still believed her husband was alive. She would know if he weren't. Reacher sat quietly with the coffee, already worrying how she would react when Hubble's body was finally found. Reacher accepted the thick envelope Charlie pressed into his hand. Inside lay a solid wad of $100 bills. It would cover what he needed. She insisted he keep the Bentley as long as necessary. He nodded. He asked where her husband worked. Sunrise International, she told him, a bank in Atlanta, and gave the exact address. Then he asked whether Hubble had ever spoken the word pluribus. She thought hard and shook her head. She associated it vaguely with politics. Something said from a podium, but she had never heard it from her husband. He pressed again. On the phone, in his sleep, anywhere? Never, she said. He asked about next Sunday, and anything her husband might have mentioned that was supposed to happen then. Again she drew a blank, asking what he expected to occur. Reacher admitted he did not know yet. That was exactly what he was trying to discover. He told her she had to leave the house immediately. An FBI agent was on the way to pick her up. Alarm flashed across her face, and she paled further, realizing how serious the situation had become. She agreed to get ready at once, though she could scarcely believe any of it was happening. Reacher stepped out through the garden room and the French doors, circling the house slowly. He walked the full length of the driveway, through the thick greenery, and leaned against the white Hubble mailbox on Beckman Drive. The afternoon was unnaturally quiet, except for the dry rustle of grass cooling beneath his shoes. A car engine approached from the west. It slowed just before the rise, downshifted and crested into view, a plain brown Buick carrying two small, dark Hispanic men in loud shirts. They drifted left, clearly hunting for the Hubble mailbox. Their eyes locked on Reacher where he stood. The Buick accelerated hard, swerved, and raced on into the empty peach country, kicking up a long dust plume as it left the blacktop. Reacher sprinted back up the drive, needing Charlie to move faster. Inside, she was flustered and chattering aloud while she packed, lists spilling from her mouth as a way to burn off rising panic. Only days ago, she had been a wealthy, idle banker's wife. Now a stranger was ordering her to run for her life. Reacher called for her to bring the mobile phone. He waited in the kitchen, nursing the last of the coffee, while footsteps and closet doors banged for nearly an hour. A car horn sounded outside, followed by heavy footsteps on the gravel and a loud knock. Reacher closed his hand around the ebony handle of Morrison's switchblade in his pocket before opening the door. A neat blue sedan sat beside the Bentley. A gigantic black man stood back from the threshold, taller than Reacher, easily 320 pounds, moving with surprising athletic grace. He introduced himself as Picard, FBI, and shook hands with a grip like a bag of cement. Picard confirmed he had all the details from Finley and offered brief condolences about Reacher's brother. They moved into the kitchen. Picard poured the last of the stewed coffee and laid down the ground rules. The entire operation was off the record. The Bureau could not act without a formal request from the local responsible official, Mayor Teal, who clearly would not be making that call. Picard was bending rules for an old friend in Finley, but Reacher had to remember it was all unofficial. Reacher nodded. Unofficial suited him perfectly. He had 5 days until Sunday and felt time slipping away fast. He asked where Picard would take them. A Bureau safe house in Atlanta, the agent answered, one they had used for years. He would not reveal the exact location and asked Reacher not to press Charlie for it later. Blowing a safe house would put him in serious trouble. Reacher agreed without argument and thanked him. Charlie and the children burst in, loaded with hastily packed bags. Picard introduced himself. The little girl shrank back at his enormous size. The boy's eyes widened at the FBI shield held out to him. The 5 of them carried the bags to the blue sedan and stowed them in the trunk. Reacher shook hands with both Picard and Charlie. They climbed in, and Picard drove them away. Reacher stood in the driveway and watched until the car disappeared. He headed for Warburton Prison, pushing the Bentley far faster than the prison driver had managed, covering the distance in under 50 minutes. A storm was building quickly from the west. Low shafts of orange sunlight broke through the clouds and lit the glittering metal towers and turrets of the prison. Reacher stopped outside the first vehicle cage. He had no intention of going inside again. Spivey would have to come to him. He asked the guard whether Spivey was on duty and told the man to say Mr. Reacher was here, sent by Chief Morrison from Margrave. After a short exchange under the Perspex hood, the guard waved him through, but Reacher refused. Spivey had to meet him on the road. Reacher walked away and stood in the dust at the edge of the blacktop. He could smell rain rolling in. He waited, nerves tight, betting Spivey would appear. The vehicle cage grills ground open. A dirty Ford rolled through and stopped beside the Bentley. Spivey climbed out, big, sweating, red-faced, uniform-stained. Reacher asked him straight what the deal had been on Friday. Spivey shifted uneasily and said only that Morrison was dead, then clamped his thin lips shut. Reacher stepped casually left, placing Spivey's bulk between himself and the distant gate guard. Morrison's switchblade appeared in his hand. He held it up long enough for Spivey to see the gold engraving, then snapped the blade open with a sharp click. The steel caught the stormy light. Reacher asked whether Spivey thought he had used it on Morrison. Spivey stared at the shining edge and answered that it had not been him. But maybe Reacher had good reason. Reacher smiled. In 3 short words, Spivey had just confirmed he knew exactly who had killed Morrison, and therefore who Morrison's bosses were. He moved the blade a fraction closer to the big man's sweating face and asked if Spivey wanted him to use it now. Spivey glanced around in panic and spotted the gate guard 30 yards off. The narrator told him the guard wouldn't lift a finger to help. He despised Spivey, who had clawed his way to a promotion while doing nothing worthwhile. The guard had no reason to intervene. Spivey demanded to know what he wanted. The narrator pressed him about Friday and the arrangement with Morrison. Spivey asked what would happen if he talked. The narrator shrugged, saying it depended on whether he told the truth. Honesty would earn him a trip back inside unharmed. Spivey stayed silent at first. They stood by the roadside in a tense standoff. His nerves were fraying badly. His small eyes darted everywhere before returning again and again to the blade in the narrator's hand. Finally, Spivey cracked. He admitted helping Morrison from time to time. Morrison had phoned him on Friday, instructing him to arrange for 2 incoming men. The names meant nothing. His only clear order had been to have Hubble killed. Nothing was supposed to happen to the narrator. He swore it. The narrator asked what had gone wrong. Spivey claimed his men had botched the job. It was only supposed to be Hubble. The narrator had escaped without injury, so why the trouble now? The narrator flicked the blade up fast and nicked Spivey's chin. The man froze. A thick line of dark blood soon welled from the cut. He demanded the reason behind the order. Spivey insisted there never was a reason. He simply did as he was told and preferred not to know why. The narrator pressed him on who gave the orders. Spivey named Morrison. When asked who directed Morrison, Spivey grew visibly terrified, whimpering as the blade hovered near his cheek. Deep in his small, snake-like eyes, the narrator could see that he knew the answer. Spivey swore he didn't know, invoking his mother's grave. The narrator stared at him, then shook his head. He knew Spivey was lying and would eventually talk. Spivey shook his head violently, blood streaking down his jowls. He said they would kill him if he spoke. The narrator sliced open the front of Spivey's greasy shirt with a quick flick of the knife, warning that he would die right now if he stayed silent. Spivey thought only in the short term. Talking meant death tomorrow. Refusing meant death today. His throat worked uselessly, too dry for words, like a man dying of thirst in the desert. He was on the verge of breaking. Then he wasn't. Over Spivey's shoulder, the narrator saw a distant dust plume rising in the east, followed by the low roar of a diesel engine. The gray prison bus rolled closer. Spivey whipped his head around toward his rescue. The gate guard moved out to meet it. When Spivey turned back, triumph glinted in his eyes. The narrator warned him one last time to speak now or face him again later. Spivey backed away, turned and hurried to his dirty Ford. The bus arrived in a cloud of dust that blew over the narrator. He closed the switchblade, pocketed it, jogged to the Bentley, and drove off. A coming storm chased him eastward. Frustration burned inside him. This morning he had been one conversation from knowing everything. Now he knew nothing. The situation had soured fast. He had no backup, no resources, no one he could fully trust. Roscoe and Finley had their own problems at the station house and would never approve of his methods. Picard was already risking too much. He could count only on himself. Yet that also meant No laws, no rules, no restraints to slow him down. These were bad people who had crossed every line long ago. They had killed Joe Reacher. That fact settled any doubts about fairness. He rolled the Bentley down the gentle hill to Roscoe's house and parked outside. Her Chevrolet was gone. The dashboard clock showed 10 minutes to 6. He climbed into the back seat, stretched out on the wide leather bench, and studied a map. Heading west for an hour or so would take them across the state line into Alabama. That was what he wanted. Leave Margrave in Georgia behind for the evening, find a live music bar, eat cheap food, drink cold beer, and set his troubles aside until tomorrow. With Roscoe. Darkness gathered, and a faint chill settled in the air. Around 6 o'clock, huge raindrops began hammering the roof. But the storm never fully broke. It only threatened, the heavy car rocking gently in the damp wind. Roscoe arrived 20 minutes later. Her headlights swept across him as she turned into the driveway. They stepped out, held each other, and kissed before going inside. He asked if she was all right. She said it had been a hell of a day. He asked if she was upset. She moved about, switching on lamps and drawing drapes. This morning's scene had been the worst she had ever witnessed, but she admitted she felt no sorrow for Morrison himself, only for his wife, who had suffered enough living with him and now died because of him. She wasn't surprised about Teal. His family had been rotten for generations. She was relieved that the rest of the department had stayed clean. In the kitchen, she opened the empty refrigerator with a tired smile and asked if he would buy her dinner. He agreed, but not locally. In Alabama. He explained the plan. She brightened and went to shower. He joined her, but as soon as she began unbuttoning her uniform shirt, revealing simple black underwear, other priorities took over. They ended up in a frantic tangle on the bedroom floor, while the thunderstorm finally broke outside, rain lashing the house amid flashes of lightning and rolling thunder. They eventually reached the shower. Afterward, while Roscoe dressed in faded jeans and a silky shirt, he lay on the bed. They turned off the lights, locked up, and left in the Bentley at 7:30. The storm drifted east toward Charleston and the Atlantic. They headed west under a pinker sky, cruising farm roads past the prison's yellow glare. Half an hour beyond Warburton, they stopped to fill the Bentley's huge tank, then crossed the Chattahoochee River and reached Alabama before 9. They pulled into the first promising roadhouse they saw, the Pond, its neon bright, parking lot full, and live music promised inside. They entered to a wave of noise, jukebox sound, and beery air. They found a booth near the dance floor and ordered beers, cheeseburgers, fries, and onion rings. The food arrived quickly. Roscoe asked what he planned to do about Joe. He intended to finish whatever business Joe had started, whatever it took. She was a sworn officer, so he hesitated to say it aloud. Before he could answer, she told him he should find who killed him. He started to ask what came after that. But the band began playing loudly. Conversation became impossible. She gave an apologetic smile, shrugged, and gestured that she would tell him later. They turned toward the stage, the question left hanging. Reacher watched the band called Pond Life tear into their set. It was a tight classic trio, guitar, bass, drums, locked deep into the Stevie Ray Vaughan groove. Every white guy under 40 in the South seemed to be in one of these tribute outfits now, but this crew was solid. The bass player and drummer were big, hairy, sloppy-looking men who laid down a fat, dirty foundation. The guitarist was small and dark, flashing the same gap-toothed grin as Stevie Ray himself, working a black Les Paul copy through a towering Marshall stack. The loose strings and overloaded tubes gave him that thick, buzzy scream that cut straight through the room. They drank heavily and stayed glued together in the booth. Later they danced, unable to resist. The music grew louder and faster, the bar hotter and more packed, waitresses sprinting with long neck bottles. Roscoe looked incredible, her damp, silky shirt clinging to her skin with nothing underneath. Reacher felt completely at ease for the first time in days. Joe's business on hold until tomorrow. Margrave a million miles away. Nothing but cold beer, loud music, and this woman beside him. He didn't want the night to end. The band kept playing well past midnight. By then they were both buzzed and loose. Light rain had started again, and neither wanted to drive an hour and a half wet and full of beer. A sign pointed to a motel a mile farther down the road. Roscoe suggested it with a playful giggle, as if they were eloping across the state line. Reacher had no objections. They stumbled out, ears ringing, and eased the big Bentley slowly down the streaming pavement. The motel was a long, low relic straight out of an old movie. Reacher roused the night clerk, paid, arranged an early wake-up call, and pulled around to their cabin. It was plain, anonymous, but warm and snug, with rain tapping steadily on the roof and a big bed waiting. He told her she should get out of that damp shirt before she caught a chill. She laughed and teased him about his sudden medical expertise. He answered that he knew enough for basic emergencies. When she asked if this counted as one, he grinned that it soon would be if the shirt stayed on. She peeled it off. He was on her instantly. She was beautiful, eager, ready for everything. Afterward, they lay tangled and exhausted, talking quietly about who they were, what they had done, and what they still wanted. She told him about her family's long run of bad luck. Decent farmers who had almost made it through generations of hard times before chemicals and machines, always one setback away from success. An old ancestor had lost prime land when Mayor Teal's great-grandfather ran the railroad through, and the grudge had lingered down the years. She loved Margrave, but hated watching Teal strut around like he owned it, because his family always had. Reacher opened up about Joe in ways he never had with anyone else. He described the private feelings he carried and the deep drive to settle his brother's death. He was glad to do it. They talked for a long time, then fell asleep in each other's arms. The early morning knock came almost immediately. Tuesday. They rose, dressed, and were back in the Bentley rolling east before the damp dawn had fully broken. The rising sun glared off the dewy windshield. They crossed back into Georgia at the Franklin River Bridge and settled into a fast cruise through empty farmland, the fields buried under a low quilt of mist that steamed above the red earth. Neither spoke. Reacher wanted to hold on to the quiet intimacy a little longer. Margrave would shatter it soon enough. He hoped there would be more nights like the last one and more silent mornings like this. Roscoe sat curled beside him on the wide leather seat, looking peaceful. He hoped she felt it too. They passed Warburton again, the prison hovering like a gray city on the mist. The little copse and the hidden rows of bushes slid by. At the junction, they turned south onto the county road, rolled past Eno's diner, the station house, and the firehouse, then left at the statue on Main Street and down the slope to Roscoe's house. Reacher parked at the curb. They got out yawning and stretching, shared a quick grin, and walked hand in hand down the driveway. The front door stood open an inch or two. The lock had been pried apart with a crowbar. Splinters and twisted metal kept it from closing. Roscoe's hand flew to her mouth in a silent gasp, eyes wide. Reacher grabbed her elbow and pulled her back. They flattened against the garage door, crouched low and circled the entire house, listening at every window and risking quick glances inside. They returned to the smashed door, wet from the soaked grass and dripping evergreens. With a mutual shrug, they pushed it open and stepped in. The house was empty. No damage, nothing stolen. The stereo and television remained exactly where they belonged. Her service revolver still hung on her belt. Drawers and closet were untouched. They stood in the hallway, puzzled, until Reacher noticed the faint line of footprints the low morning sun had revealed across the parquet floor. Dozens of prints led from the front door into the living room, vanished on the rug, reappeared heading into the bedroom, then came back out the same way. At least 4 men. They had come in from the rainy night. A thin film of muddy water had dried into perfect impressions. Everyone showed the tread pattern of rubber overshoes, the kind worn up north in winter. They had come for blood. Rubber overshoes, nylon bodysuits, knives, hammer, bag of nails, the same kit they had used on Morrison and his wife. They had forced open the wrong door. It was their second fatal mistake. Reacher felt cold certainty settle in his chest. He would hunt them down and watch them die smiling. This was no longer just self-defense. It was the second strike against Joe, and he meant to answer it. Roscoe followed the faint tracks, tracing them methodically, her mind refusing to accept what four men had intended to do to her in the dark. She searched the bedroom where they had split up, then regrouped and left. Outside on the wet tarmac there were no tire marks. Inside, the only evidence was the wrecked lock and the ghost prints. Reacher burned with quiet rage while he watched her. He waited for the shock to hit. She had seen the Morrisons. She knew exactly what had been planned for them. At last she asked who the targets had been. Her, him, or both. Reacher told her it was both. They assumed Hubble had talked to him in prison and that he had passed everything on to her. So they believed the two of them now knew what Hubble knew. She nodded vaguely, then drifted to the back door and stared out at her neat evergreen garden. Color drained from her face. She shuddered. The wall of denial collapsed. She pressed herself into the corner, flattened against the wall, and began to cry with deep, broken sobs. Reacher stepped in and held her tight while the fear poured out of her. She cried for a long time, hot and trembling against him, soaking his shirt with tears. She finally whispered that she was grateful they had not been home last night. Reacher kept his voice steady and confident. Fear would only drain her. She needed to face the threat head-on, tonight and every night after. He told her he wished they had been there. They could have gotten answers. She stared at him, as if he had lost his mind, and asked what he would have done. Killed 4 men? Only 3, he answered with absolute certainty. The 4th would have talked. He held her gaze, letting her see the full size of him, the 13 years of soldiering, the bare-knuckle fighter with ice-blue eyes. He poured every ounce of invincibility and protection he felt into that look, the same unblinking stare that once made hardened Marines back down 2 at a time. He wanted her to feel safe. Reacher held Roscoe close, determined to push away her fear after everything she had given him. He told her it would take far more than 4 country boys to bring him down. He had faced and defeated far worse opponents. If they came again, they would leave in pieces. Anyone who even thought about harming her would die before the thought finished forming. His words were landing. Her remarkable eyes began to regain their fire and spirit. He repeated that he meant every word. As long as she stayed with him, she would be all right. She pushed her hair back and looked up at him. She asked for his promise. He gave it without hesitation, holding his breath as he did. She let out a shaky sigh, stepped away from the wall, and tried on a brave smile. The worst of the crisis had passed. She was steady again. Reacher said they had to get out immediately. They could not remain sitting targets. She should pack whatever she needed. She agreed, then asked if they should fix the broken door first. He considered the tactical angle carefully. No, he decided. Repairing it would show they had seen the break-in and knew they were under attack. Better to let the attackers believe they remained unaware. If they thought Reacher and Roscoe were still ignorant and innocent, they would grow careless next time, making them easier to spot. She sounded doubtful, but accepted the plan. He told her again to pack a bag. Unhappy but compliant, she went to gather her things. The game had begun. Reacher did not yet know all the players or the full stakes, but he knew how to play. The first move was to make them believe he and Roscoe were always one step behind. Roscoe asked if she should go to work. He said yes. They had to keep everything normal. They needed to speak with Finley, who was expecting the Washington call, and learn whatever they could about Sherman Stoller. No one would try to shoot them in the middle of the squad room. The killers preferred quiet, isolated spots, likely at night. Teal was the only corrupt one there, so she should stay close to Finley, Baker, or Stevenson and never be alone with Teal. She nodded and went to shower and change. 20 minutes later, she emerged in full uniform, checked herself over, and looked at him. She asked for his promise again. The single word, carrying question, apology, and need all at once. Reacher met her gaze and assured her she could bet on it, then winked. She nodded and winked back. They were solid. They left the front door ajar exactly as they had found it. Reacher hid the Bentley inside her garage to preserve the illusion that they had not returned. They climbed into her Chevrolet and headed first for breakfast at Eno's. She drove up the hill. A clean, dark green panel van approached from the opposite direction, brand new, with Kleiner Foundation scripted in gold on the side, the same markings he had seen on the gardener's trucks. He asked her about it. She explained that the foundation owned many trucks. It was a big local operation. Old man Kleiner had bought land for his warehouses on the condition that he fund a community program. Teal ran it from the mayor's office, channeling money into roads, gardens, the library, and police support, including her own mortgage subsidy. Reacher noted that it gave Teal significant power. He also asked about the younger Kleiner, who had tried to warn him off Roscoe as if staking a claim. She shuddered and called the son a jerk she avoided whenever possible. She advised Reacher to do the same. She drove on, visibly on edge, glancing around as if expecting an ambush at any moment. Her quiet country life had been shattered by the 4 men who had come for them in the night. They pulled into Eno's gravel lot. A black pickup arrived right after them, the same one Reacher had seen before, this time driven by an older, hard-looking man, around 60 with iron gray hair cut close, dressed like a rancher in denim. He carried an unmistakable aura of power and menace. Roscoe identified him as Old Man Kleiner himself. Kleiner entered, scanned the room, and spoke quietly with Eno at the counter. When he turned to leave, his flat, hard face settled on Roscoe for a moment, then locked on to Reacher. His curious smile revealed long, inward-canted canines and square yellow incisors like an old wolf. He snapped his gaze away, strode out, and roared off in the pickup. Reacher asked Roscoe to tell him more about the Kleiners. She seemed surprised he wanted to discuss them while they were fighting for their lives. He explained he was gathering information. Kleiner's name kept appearing. The man looked interesting. His son was trouble, and his wife had seemed deeply unhappy. He wondered if any of it connected to their situation. She shrugged. The family had only lived there 5 years. They had made their fortune generations earlier in Mississippi cotton processing with some new chemical formula involving chlorine or sodium. 5 years ago, they ran into EPA trouble over river pollution that killed fish all the way to New Orleans. Kleiner then shut down the Mississippi plant, relocated to Venezuela, and came to Georgia to start a new warehouse business in consumer goods and electronics. They were not locals. She had never heard anything particularly bad about them. Kleiner was probably ruthless in business, but fine as long as you weren't a fish. When Reacher asked why the wife looked so scared, Roscoe said she was simply sick and probably frightened because she was dying. That was not Kleiner's fault. Their huge breakfast arrived, eggs, bacon, and all the extras. They ate in silence. Eno's eggs were exceptional. Reacher drank pint after pint of coffee. Roscoe asked if pluribus meant anything to him, or Joe from their childhood. He thought carefully and shook his head. She asked if it was Latin. He confirmed it was part of the national motto, E pluribus unum, meaning out of many, one. So pluribus meant many. She wondered if Joe had known Latin. Reacher shrugged. Joe had been smart and might have picked up bits, but he wasn't sure. She asked if he had any other ideas why Joe had come to Margrave. Money was the only possibility he could see. Joe had worked for the Treasury, Hubble for a bank. That was their only obvious link. They would learn more from the Washington call. If not, they would have to start from scratch. She asked what he needed. He wanted the 2-year-old Florida arrest report on Sherman Stoller. It was a place to begin. She agreed to request it. He also needed a gun. No ID meant he could not buy one legally. She said she would get him one quietly. There was a weapon no one else knew about. He reminded her he had no permit. She nodded. That was fine. Reacher kissed Roscoe long and hard in the station house. Lott then followed her through the heavy glass door. They almost collided with Finley rounding the reception counter on his way out. Finley told him he needed to return to the morgue and wanted both of them along so they could talk properly. They climbed back into Roscoe's Chevrolet. She drove south while Finley sat twisted in the front seat so he could face them both. Reacher stayed in the rear, watching the dull morning slide past. Finlay described a long Treasury call, nearly 30 minutes, but they had given him almost nothing. They demanded formal authorization from Teal before releasing any real information. Reacher pressed him. They had at least confirmed Joe had worked there. Recruited for military intelligence 10 years earlier, headhunted for a special project he had launched exactly 1 year ago. The entire operation remained completely secret, and the tone of the conversation made clear Joe had been a major figure inside the department. Reacher went quiet, absorbing how little he had actually known about his brother's life. Finley continued. He had kept pushing until he reached a woman named Molly Beth Gordon. She sounded as if she had been very close to Joe and had broken down in tears during the call. She refused to say anything over the line, but promised to speak directly to Reacher at 1:30 during her lunch break. She was willing to step outside protocol because he was Joe's brother. Reacher nodded. That was progress. He would call her then. Finlay added one small slip she had let escape. Joe had a major debrief meeting scheduled for next Monday morning. It lined up exactly with Hubble's warning that something critical was due to happen on or before Sunday. They would have to operate without full support for now. Reacher said they needed Picard again. Finlay agreed. Picard had already called the night before. The Hubbles were secure, and he would back them if required. Reacher outlined the next steps. Joe had almost certainly flown into Atlanta, rented a car, and driven down Thursday night. The car had to be abandoned somewhere nearby. Finding it could lead them to his hotel room, where files or the rest of the torn phone number printout might still be waiting. Finlay noted the FBI was not set up to hunt abandoned rental cars, especially with Teal watching. Reacher suggested a simple double bluff. Tell Teal they were checking the escaped convict's rental car to support his own cover story. Teal could not refuse without undermining himself. Finlay said he would try it. Reacher added that the missing section of the computer printout, covered in phone numbers, was almost certainly still in that hotel room. They reached Yellow Springs and eased over the speed bumps into the hospital's rear lot, parking near the morgue door. Reacher hesitated outside, the chill air pressing against him as vague thoughts of funeral arrangements surfaced, something he had never handled before, but he followed the others through the cold to the same shabby office. The tired pathologist sat at the desk in his white coat and waved them in. Reacher took a stool, avoiding the fax machine. 3 files waited on the blotter. The doctor began with the Morrisons. The sequence was clear and had taken roughly 10 minutes from start to finish. The wife had been held by 2 men gripping and twisting her arms, heavy bruising showing the struggle continued until circulation stopped. Both victims were naked early on. Morrison had been nailed to the wall and through the feet into the floor. His genitals were severed. Evidence indicated his wife was forced to swallow them. Her breasts and genital area were then mutilated with a rigid, double-edged blade about 5 inches long, used in a back-and-forth slicing motion. Both throats were cut last, Morrison's producing a final arterial spray over the rest of the blood in the room. The office stayed tomb silent. Reacher felt Roscoe's eyes on him for a long moment, her face drained of color. She was clearly picturing what those same men had intended for the two of them the night before. The pathologist set the Morrison files aside and opened the thicker one on the third body. He had identified the man as Sherman Stoller from the fingerprint facts. The autopsy showed he had been a truck driver. Slack musculature and poor posture pointed to a sedentary job. Rough hands and the soles of his shoes carried ingrained old diesel fuel. Internally, a high-fat diet and elevated hydrogen sulfide levels in his blood and tissues suggested years of breathing other vehicles' exhausts. Finley leaned forward, intrigued. He asked why the pathologist believed Stoller had been out of work for some time. Reacher listened as the doctor explained that the evidence on the body was old. The man had clearly driven extensively for a long time, then abruptly stopped. For the past 9 months, perhaps a year, he had done almost no driving at all. The doctor concluded the victim had been a truck driver, now unemployed. Finlay praised the work and asked for copies. The doctor slid a large envelope across the desk. Finlay picked it up. They all rose. Reacher felt a strong urge to leave. Anything to avoid returning to the cold store and seeing more damage. Roscoe and Finley picked up on his tension and nodded in understanding. They moved out quickly, as if already 10 minutes late for an appointment. The desk man let them pass without comment. He had seen plenty of people hurry from his office the same way. They climbed into Roscoe's car. Finley opened the envelope, scanned the papers on Sherman Stoller, then folded them into his pocket. He kept the documents for now. They might lead somewhere useful. Roscoe offered to pull the arrest report from Florida and hunt for an address. A trucker would have plenty of paperwork. Union records, medical files, licenses. It should be straightforward to track down. The rest of the drive back to Margrave passed in silence. The station house stood nearly empty, save for the man at the desk. Lunchtime in Margrave matched lunchtime in Washington, D.C. Same time zone. Finlay handed Reacher a scrap of paper and positioned himself to watch the door to the Rosewood office. Reacher stepped inside and dialed the number for the woman, who might have been his brother's lover. The line connected on the first ring. Reacher gave his name. It immediately brought the woman to tears. She told him he sounded exactly like Joe. He stayed quiet, unwilling to drift into reminiscing. She shouldn't either. If she risked being overheard, she needed to deliver her information and get off the line fast. He asked what Joe had been doing down here. She sniffed, then spoke clearly again. Joe had been running an investigation, though she didn't know the exact target. Reacher pressed for the kind of case it was, and what Joe's actual job had been. She sounded surprised he didn't already know. He admitted they had struggled to stay in touch and asked her to start from the beginning. After a long pause, she agreed, even though she knew she shouldn't share without clearance. Joe had headed the Treasury's anti-counterfeiting operation. Counterfeit money, Reacher repeated. Yes. He ran the entire department. She described him as an amazing man. Reacher asked why Joe had come to Georgia. She didn't know, but promised to find out for him. She could copy his files. She knew his computer password. Another pause. Reacher reflected on passwords. Years as a military cop had taught him the psychology. Most people chose weak ones: spouse names, pets, birthdays, anniversaries. The clever ones used numbers, but still something obvious. Joe, however, had been a professional with military intelligence experience. His password would be a random, unbreakable mix of characters. If Molly Beth Gordon knew it, Joe must have told her himself. He had trusted her completely. Reacher softened his voice with genuine tenderness. That would be a great help, he told her. He needed that information badly. She understood and hoped to have it tomorrow. She would call again as soon as she learned anything. Reacher asked if counterfeiting activity was happening down here. No, she explained. It didn't work that way inside the States anymore. The old image of small operators printing bills in hidden cellars was nonsense. Joe had stopped that years ago with foolproof systems for tracking special paper and inks. Any attempt inside the country got caught within days. All fakes found here now came from abroad. Joe had spent his time chasing international networks. She still had no idea why he had been in Georgia, but she swore she would find out tomorrow. Reacher gave her the station house number and instructed her to speak only to him, Roscoe, or Finley. She hung up abruptly, as if someone had just entered her office. He sat a moment longer, trying to picture what she looked like. Teal had returned to the station house. Old man Kleiner stood with him near the reception counter, heads closed in conversation. Kleiner spoke to Teal the same way Reacher had seen him speak to Eno at the diner, perhaps foundation business. Roscoe and Finley waited together by the cells. Reacher joined them and spoke low. Counterfeiting. This whole thing revolved around counterfeit money. Joe had run the Treasury Department's defense against it. Did either of them know anything about that kind of operation around here? Both shrugged and shook their heads. The glass door hissed open. Kleiner headed out. Teal started toward them. Reacher announced he was leaving and brushed past Teal on his way to the door. Kleiner waited in the lot beside the black pickup. He smiled, showing sharp teeth. He offered quiet condolences for the loss. His voice carried a cultured, educated tone with a faint hiss on the sibilants. Nothing like the sun-baked look of his face. Kleiner added that Reacher had upset his son. Reacher met his burning gaze and shrugged. The kid had upset him first. Kleiner asked sharply how. Reacher answered that the boy had simply existed. He continued across the lot. Kleiner climbed into the pickup, started the engine, and drove north. Reacher turned south and began the half-mile walk to Roscoe's place through the new fall chill. 10 minutes at a brisk pace. He retrieved the Bentley from the garage, drove back up to town, turned onto Main Street, and cruised slowly, scanning under the striped awnings for the clothing store. He spotted it 3 doors north of the barber shop, parked, and went inside. Using some of Charlie Hubbell's expense cash, he bought a pair of pants, a shirt, and a jacket in light fawn pressed cotton. The closest thing to formal he was willing to wear. No tie. He changed in the back cubicle, bagged his old clothes, and tossed the bag into the Bentley's trunk. He walked 3 doors south to the barber shop. The younger of the 2 old men was just leaving. He stopped and rested a hand on Reacher's arm. He asked Reacher's name. Reacher saw no reason to hide it and told him, Jack Reacher. The old man asked if he had any Hispanic friends in town. No. Then he had some now. 2 guys had been searching all over for Jack Reacher. They had told the barbers they had never heard of him. Reacher asked who they were. The old man had never seen them before. Little guys in a brown car wearing fancy shirts. They had asked around this morning after breakfast. Reacher nodded his thanks. The old man held the door open and told him to go right in. His partner would take care of him, though the older man seemed a bit skittish today, getting on in years. Reacher thanked him again and stepped inside. The gnarled older barber was alone, no other customers. Reacher nodded and sat in the chair. The old man greeted him warmly and remembered him clearly. Reacher had been their last customer on Sunday, and no one had come in since to confuse the memory. Reacher asked for a shave. As the barber whipped up the lather, Reacher remarked that business must be slow if he had been the last customer on Sunday and today was already Tuesday. The old man paused with the razor and confirmed it had been that bad for years. Old Mayor Teal refused to come in, and what the old mayor wouldn't do, no other white person would either, except old Mr. Gray from the station house, who had come regularly until he hanged himself. Reacher was the first white face in the shop since last February. Reacher asked why Teal wouldn't come. The barber figured Teal didn't like sitting wrapped in a towel with a black man standing over him holding a razor. Maybe worried something bad might happen. Reacher asked if something bad might actually happen. The old man gave a short laugh and called Teal an asshole, saying there was a serious risk. Reacher asked if they had enough black customers to stay in business. The barber wrapped the towel around his shoulders and began brushing on the lather. They didn't need customers to make a living. Reacher asked why not. They had the community money. Reacher repeated the question. What was that? Reacher sat motionless in the chair, while the barber's shaky hand scraped the razor across his chin. The old man whispered that the $1,000 came from the Kleiner Foundation as a community business grant. Every merchant in town received it and had done so for 5 years. Reacher nodded and observed that $1,000 a year was better than nothing, but still wouldn't keep the shop afloat. Customers were still necessary. He was only making idle conversation the way people do with barbers. Yet the remark triggered something in the old man. The barber's hand trembled harder. A low cackle escaped him, and he struggled to finish the shave. Reacher stared into the mirror. The memory of the previous night's violence sharp in his mind, acutely aware how easy it would be for an accidental slip of the blade to open his throat. The old man whispered that he shouldn't say anything but. Seeing as Reacher was a friend of his sister's, he would share a big secret. Reacher realized the barber had grown confused. He had never met the sister, only heard about her, yet he stayed silent. They locked eyes in the mirror. The barber bent close to his ear and revealed it was not $1,000 a year, it was $1,000 a week. Then he stomped around the shop chuckling like a demon, filled the sink, dabbed away the last lather with a hot cloth, and whipped the towel from Reacher's shoulders with a flourish. That, he cackled, was why they needed no customers. Reacher paid him and left quickly. The man was clearly unhinged. The barber called after him to say hello to his sister. The drive to Atlanta covered just over 50 miles and took nearly an hour. The highway carried Reacher straight into the city. He aimed for the tallest buildings, parked the Bentley as soon as marble foyers appeared, and walked to the nearest corner where he asked a cop for the commercial district. A half-mile later, he stood before one bank after another. Sunrise International occupied its own glass tower, set back behind a piazza with a fountain. The entrance at the base was clad in heavy stone, projecting solidity. Inside, the foyer held dark carpet and leather. The receptionist sat behind a mahogany counter. Reacher asked for Paul Hubbell's office. The receptionist, new to the job, did not recognize him and needed clearance. She made a quiet phone call, then asked what the visit concerned. He told her he was a friend. She directed him to the 17th floor reception. The elevator rose smoothly. The upper floor felt even more like a private club. Thick carpet, dark paneling, glowing antiques, old paintings. A suited manager stepped out, shook his hand, and ushered him into a small anteroom. The manager asked how he could help. Reacher said he was looking for Paul Hubbell, an old friend who had mentioned working there. The manager dropped his gaze and explained that Hubbell no longer worked at the bank. They had let him go about 18 months earlier. Reacher sat quietly and waited. The silence worked. The manager apologized on Hubbell's behalf, stressing it was no fault of his own. Hubbell had performed excellently, but the bank had moved out of that entire field as a strategic decision. Reacher nodded as if he understood and mentioned he had been out of touch for a long time, so he had no idea what Hubbell had actually done there. He kept his expression amiable and receptive. The manager explained that Hubbell had been part of the retail operation, which the bank had closed down. Over-the-counter banking, cash, checks, loans, personal customers. Too expensive, he said. Big overhead, small margin. Hubble had served as their currency manager, an important role, and he had been very good at it. Reacher asked for the exact duties. The manager struggled to describe them at first, then rose and led him to the window. 17 floors below, people hurried along the sidewalk. The manager pointed to a man in a suit and sketched out a typical life. Suburbs, vacation home, mortgages, cars, investments, credit cards, net worth around $500,000. Yet that man probably carried only about $50 in actual cash inside a $150 billfold. Reacher admitted he did not follow. The manager grew patient. The entire U.S. economy, he explained, measured in trillions, but almost none of it existed as physical cash. Net assets and liabilities lived on paper and in computers. There were only about 130 billion actual cash dollars in the whole country, roughly $450 per person. A modest withdrawal for one individual would, if repeated by everyone at once, empty the banks instantly. Most cash stayed concentrated in high-volume areas like Las Vegas or racetracks. A skilled currency manager had to hunt constantly for paper dollars, locate them, sniff them out. That constant scramble had helped make retail banking too costly. The bank had kept the operation running as long as possible, but eventually closed it and let Hubble go. They had been sorry to do it. Reacher asked if the manager knew where Hubble worked now. The man shook his head. Professionally, Hubble had dropped out of sight. He was no longer in banking. His institute membership had lapsed immediately, and no one had ever requested a recommendation. If Hubble held any banking position anywhere, the manager would have known. He had to be doing something else. Reacher thanked him, shook his hand, and left. Outside, under the dull gray sky, the realization settled over him like cold rain. He had pictured Hubble as an ordinary banker, maybe looking the other way on some small scheme, maybe with a finger in something dirty but still peripheral. That picture was wrong. Hubble had not been a banker for 18 months. He had been a full-time criminal, placed squarely at the center of the scam. He drove straight back to the Margrave station house, parked, and went inside looking for Roscoe. Teal paced the open area, but the desk man gave Reacher a quick wink and nod toward the file room. Roscoe stood inside, weary, arms full of old files. She smiled when she saw him and asked if he had come to rescue her from the paperwork. Reacher asked what was new. She dropped the stack onto a cabinet, dusted her hands, and flicked her hair back. Teal had a Foundation board meeting in 10 minutes. The fax from Florida would arrive as soon as he left. They were also expecting a call from the state police about abandoned cars. He asked where the gun she had promised him was. She hesitated, biting her lip at the memory of why he needed it. It was boxed up in her desk drawer. They would have to wait until Teal was gone, and he must not open it here. No one else knew about it. They stepped out and moved toward the Rosewood office to wait with Finley. 5 minutes passed, then 10. A knock sounded. Baker poked his head in, grinning, and announced that Teal had left. They returned to the open area. Roscoe switched on the fax machine and picked up the phone to call Florida Finley, dialed the state police for the abandoned car report. Reacher sat at the desk beside Roscoe's and tried Charlie Hubble's mobile number, the one Joe had printed and hidden in his shoe. Nothing. Only an electronic tone and a recorded voice stating the phone was switched off. He told Roscoe the mobile was off. She shrugged and moved to monitor the fax. Finley continued his conversation with the state police. Baker lingered at the edge of their small triangle. Reacher rose and joined Roscoe at the machine, waiting for the incoming reports. Reacher asked Roscoe whether Baker wanted in on their investigation. She said he seemed interested and that Finlay had him acting as lookout. She wondered if they should bring him in deeper. Reacher considered it briefly, then shook his head. For something like this, smaller was better. He sat again at the borrowed desk and tried Charlie Hubble's mobile number once more. The same electronic voice answered, announcing the phone was switched off. He muttered in frustration. He badly needed to know how Hubble had spent the last year and a half. Charlie might have offered clues, departure and arrival times, toll receipts, restaurant bills. She might even recall something about Sunday or the word pluribus. He needed anything useful, and she had left the damn phone off. Roscoe called his name and held up a couple of densely typed fax pages. She had the material on Sherman Stoller. Reacher said great and suggested they examine it. Finlay finished his call and joined them, reporting that the state police would call back with possible information. They moved into the Rosewood office, spread the pages on the desk, and bent over them together. It was an arrest report from the Jacksonville, Florida Police Department. Reacher noted that Blind Blake had been born in Jacksonville. Roscoe asked who Blind Blake was. Finlay said a singer. Reacher corrected him, the guitar player. 2 years earlier, on a September night at 1:45, Sherman Stoller had been pulled over on the river bridge between Jacksonville and Jacksonville Beach for driving 11 miles per hour over the limit in a small panel truck. He had become extremely agitated and abusive, leading to his arrest on suspicion of DUI. He was printed and photographed at Central Station. Both he and the vehicle were searched. He gave an Atlanta address and listed his occupation as truck driver. The search of his person turned up nothing. The truck, examined by hand and dogs, contained only 20 new air conditioners boxed for export from Jacksonville Beach. The sealed boxes bore the manufacturer's logo and serial numbers. After being read his rights, Stoller made one phone call. Within 20 minutes, a lawyer named Perez from the respected Jacksonville firm Zacharias Perez arrived. 10 minutes later, Stoller walked free. From stop to release, the entire episode lasted 55 minutes. Finlay found it interesting. 300 miles from home at midnight, yet lawyered up in 20 minutes by a partner from a solid firm. Stoller had definitely been some kind of truck driver. Reacher asked Roscoe if she recognized the address. She shook her head but said she could locate it. Baker poked his head in again. The state police were on the line. They might have a car for them. Finlay checked his watch, decided there was time before Teal returned, and had Baker patch the call through. He listened, scribbled notes, thanked the caller, and stood. They needed to move. All three filed out quickly to stay ahead of Teal. Baker called after them, asking what to tell Teal. Finlay told him to say they had traced the car to Crazy. Ex-con used to reach Morrison's place, and that they were making real progress. This time, Finlay drove an unmarked Chevy identical to Roscoe's. He pulled out of the lot, turned south, accelerated through town, then swung east onto a maintenance track below the highway. The area held piles of asphalt and tar barrels, and a burned-out car lying on its roof. Finlay said it had been spotted Friday morning, and definitely had not been there Thursday. It could have been Joe's. They examined the wreck carefully. Almost nothing remained but steel. They could not even identify the make. Finlay guessed a General Motors mid-size sedan, but with the plastic trim gone, it was impossible to distinguish Buick from Chevy from Pontiac. Reacher had Finlay hold the front fender while he crawled under the inverted hood. He scraped scorched flakes away until he found the stamp number on the scuttle, read most of it aloud, and Roscoe wrote it down. Finlay asked what he thought. Reacher said it could be the one. Hubble could have rented it Thursday evening at Atlanta Airport with a full tank, driven it to the Margrave warehouses, after which someone else had brought it here. Only a couple of gallons would have been used, leaving plenty to burn. Finlay agreed it made sense. The dump spot required local knowledge. The maintenance track was not obvious. Only locals would know to pull onto the shoulder, push the car off, torch it, and ride away with a waiting accomplice. They left the wreck and drove back to the station house. The desk sergeant told Finlay that Teal wanted him in the office. As Finlay started back, Reacher caught his arm and asked him to keep Teal talking long enough for Roscoe to phone in the vehicle identification number. Finlay nodded and continued. Reacher and Roscoe went to her desk. She reached for the phone, but Reacher whispered for the gun first, before Teal finished with Finlay. She glanced around, sat down, unclipped her keys, unlocked the desk drawer, and nodded at a shallow cardboard box inside. Reacher lifted it. The box was printed with wood grain and labeled gray across the top. He tucked it under his arm. Roscoe locked the drawer. He thanked her and told her to make the calls. He carried the box to the entrance, pushed the heavy glass door open with his back, and walked to the Bentley. He set the box on the roof, unlocked the car, placed the box on the passenger seat, and slid inside. A brown sedan slowed on the road about 100 yards north. 2 Hispanic men sat inside, the same car and the same men he had seen outside Charlie Hubbell's place the day before. The sedan stopped roughly 75 yards away. The engine died. Neither man got out. They simply sat watching the station house lot, their eyes fixed on the Bentley. Reacher watched them back for over 5 minutes. They remained settled and motionless. He turned his attention to the box. It contained only a box of bullets and a gun, a massive Desert Eagle automatic. He had used one before, 14-inch barrel, over 1.5 feet long, brutally heavy. He ejected the magazine. It was the 8-shot 44 Magnum version. The bullets in the box were all soft-nose. He checked the weapon. It was in excellent condition. The grip was engraved gray, the same as the box. It had belonged to the previous detective who had hanged himself last February. No department would have issued such a cannon as a service weapon. Reacher loaded 8 soft-nose rounds, returned the spares to the box, left the box on the floor, cocked the gun, and engaged the safety, cocked and locked. He tucked the heavy pistol into the Bentley's walnut glove compartment. It fit tightly. He sat a moment longer, watching the 2 men. They watched him in return, relaxed and comfortable from 75 yards away. Finally, he stepped out, locked the Bentley, and returned to the station house entrance. The brown sedan remained in place, still watching. Roscoe sat at her desk on the phone. She waved excitedly and signaled him to wait. Reacher kept an eye on the rosewood office door, hoping Teal would not emerge before she finished. Teal came out just as she hung up. His face was flushed with anger. He stamped around the squad room, banging his heavy stick on the floor and glaring at the empty bulletin board. Finlay poked his head out and nodded Reacher inside. Reacher asked what that had been about. Finlay laughed. Reacher listened. As Finlay admitted, he had been winding Teal up. He had claimed they weren't looking at any car, and that Baker must have misheard their remark about not going far. Reacher warned him to take care. People were being killed. This was a big deal. Finlay only shrugged. The situation was driving him crazy. He needed some fun. Reacher asked whether he had heard from Picard. Nothing. Picard was simply standing by. Reacher wondered aloud if Picard might have placed a couple of men on surveillance without saying anything. Finlay shook his head with certainty. No chance. He would have been told first. Reacher described the 2 men watching the station house right now in a plain brown sedan, the same pair who had been at Hubbell's place the day before and asking around town that morning. Finlay denied they belonged to Picard. He would have known. Roscoe slipped in and held the door shut behind her, as if Teal might try to force his way through. She had called Detroit. The burned car was a Pontiac, delivered 4 months earlier in a large fleet order for a rental company. The DMV was tracing the registration now, and she had instructed them to feed the information straight to Picard in Atlanta. The rental records might finally give them the full story. Reacher felt the echo of his brother growing clearer, a faint step closer. He told her it was great work. He was leaving now, but would meet them back here at 6. They should stay close together and watch their backs. Finlay asked where he was headed. Reacher said he was taking a drive in the country. He left him in the office, pushed through the heavy glass door, and scanned north. The plain sedan still waited 75 yards up the road. The two men sat inside, still watching. He climbed into the Bentley, nosed out of the lot, and pulled onto the county road at a wide, slow pace. He cruised past them and continued north. In the mirror, the sedan started up, turned, and fell in behind him like something towed on an invisible rope. He slowed. It slowed. He sped up. It sped up. He drove past Eno's diner and kept rolling north out of town. The sedan followed 40 yards back with no attempt to hide. The two men simply gazed forward. He swung west onto the road to Warburton and held a steady cruise. The sedan stayed exactly 40 yards behind. They were the only things moving across the empty landscape. In the mirror, the young Hispanic men looked vivid in the low afternoon sun. Loud shirts, neat black hair, very similar. Their car rode steadily in his wake. He covered 7 or 8 miles searching for the right track. Bumpy earth paths branched off every half-mile or so, looping into the fields. He needed the one he had noticed twice before. First from the prison bus on Friday, then again driving back from Alabama. It curved behind the only stand of trees for miles, a small oval copse on the right side of the road. This morning it had floated on the mist. Now it appeared as a smudge on the horizon a couple of miles ahead. He snapped the glove compartment open and lifted the heavy Desert Eagle onto the seat beside him. A quarter mile from the copse, he slammed the selector into second and floored the pedal. The old Bentley lunged forward. At the track, he hauled the wheel hard, bounced off the road, and slewed around behind the trees. He jammed the car to a stop, grabbed the gun, and jumped out. The driver's door swung open as if he had tumbled straight into the woods on the left. Instead, he went right. He danced around the hood, hurled himself 15 feet into the peanut field, and flattened against the damp red earth. He crawled low through the stalks until he lay level with where their car would have to stop. He pressed himself against the thick stems, safety off, and waited. They had fallen back 60 or 70 yards and missed his sudden burst of speed. He heard the brown Buick bounce onto the track and stop 20 feet away, framed against the trees. The passenger had already stepped out, back on the road, expecting Reacher to be hiding in the copse. The driver scrambled across the seat and rolled out on the far side, gun in hand, kneeling with his back to Reacher and using the Buick to shield himself while he stared into the woods. Reacher kept the big automatic lined up on him, breathing low. He needed the driver to move away from the car so it would remain drivable. The partner crept through the trees, searching. After about 5 minutes, the second man emerged from the far side of the copse, gun out, and crouched beside his partner. They exchanged shrugs, then peered under and around the Bentley, worried Reacher might be lying on the floor or crouched behind the chrome radiator. The man who had come from the woods crawled the full length of the Bentley on his elbows, grunting, then crawled back and knelt up again. They both shuffled sideways, stood, checked inside the Bentley, walked to the edge of the copse, and peered into the shadows. They could not find him. Finally, they stepped together onto the rough track, backs to the field, framed against the orange sky, staring at the trees in confusion. They were city boys, used to neon alleys and trash-filled lots under highways. They had no idea what to do with a lone copse and 1,000,000 acres of peanuts. Reacher shot them both high between the shoulder blades. 2 quick shots. The Desert Eagle roared like hand grenades. Birds exploded into the air. The twin crashes rolled across the countryside like thunder. The recoil slammed his hand. The men pitched forward and landed face down, slack and empty. He kept the gun ready and stepped over. They were dead. He had seen enough bodies to know. The big magnum rounds had torn through the major arteries and veins heading into their heads. He looked down at them in a sudden silence and thought of Joe. Then he moved. He returned to the Bentley, thumbed the safety on, and tossed the pistol onto the seat. He walked to the Buick, yanked the keys, and popped the trunk, hoping for something useful. A silenced 22, rubber overshoes, nylon bodysuits, blades. Instead, he found Spivey. The assistant warden had been dead for a few hours. A single .38 round had entered his forehead at close range. Reacher rubbed his thumb across the skin around the hole. No soot, but tiny gunpowder particles were blasted into the flesh and would not rub off. 6 inches, maybe 8. Someone had raised the revolver suddenly, and the slow, heavy Spivey had not been fast enough to duck. Reacher stared down at the body crammed into the Buick's trunk. A scab marked the chin where Morrison's blade had sliced him. Spivey's small snake eyes stared open and vacant. He still wore the greasy uniform, his white hairy belly exposed through the slash in his shirt. He had been a big man. To force him inside, they had broken his legs, probably with a shovel, folding them sideways at the knees. Anger burned in Reacher's chest. Spivey had known something and stayed silent. Yet they had killed him anyway. The silence hadn't saved him. They were panicking, silencing everyone as the clock crawled toward Sunday. He gazed into those dead eyes, searching for answers that would never come. He moved quickly back to the 2 bodies at the edge of the copse and searched them. 2 wallets, a car rental agreement, and a mobile phone. Nothing more. The agreement showed the Buick had been rented at Atlanta Airport early Monday morning from an early flight. He checked the wallets, Florida driver's licenses from Jacksonville, bland photos, meaningless names, matching credit cards, and thick stacks of cash. He took all the money. They wouldn't need it now. Reacher removed the phone's battery, slipped the phone into one man's pocket and the battery into the other's. Then he dragged the floppy, awkward bodies to the Buick and heaved them into the trunk beside Spivey. The effort made him sweat, despite the chill. He shoved and arranged them to fit in the remaining space. He found their revolvers nearby, both .38 caliber. One fully loaded, the other fired once and still smelling of recent discharge. He tossed the guns in. The passenger's shoes lay nearby, blown off by the Desert Eagle. He threw them inside, too, and slammed the trunk lid shut. He returned to his original hiding spot in the bushes, retrieved the 2 spent shell casings from the ground, and pocketed them. He locked the Buick and left it there. Opening the Bentley's trunk, he pulled out the bag holding his old clothes. His current gear was streaked with red mud and the dead men's blood. He changed back into the old things, balled up the stained outfit, stuffed it into the bag, and tossed the bag into the Bentley's trunk. Finally, he used a tree branch to sweep away every visible footprint. Reacher drove the Bentley slowly east toward Margrave, using the quiet miles to steady himself. It had been a simple ambush with no real technical challenge or danger. 13 years of hard time should have made handling 2 amateurs effortless, yet his heart still pounded harder than it should, and a cold wave of adrenaline shook him. The image of Spivey's legs folded sideways in the trunk had rattled him more than the fight itself. He breathed deeply, forcing calm back into his body. His right arm ached from the Desert Eagle's brutal recoil, the jolt still vibrating up to his shoulder. His ears rang faintly from the twin blasts. Still, satisfaction settled over him. The job was done cleanly. 2 tough guys had followed him out here. They weren't following him back. He parked the Bentley in the farthest slot of the station house lot, returned the big pistol to the glove compartment, and stepped out. Evening gloom had gathered under the huge, darkening Georgia sky. The moon was rising. Roscoe rose from her desk the moment she saw him. They stepped outside, walked a few paces, and kissed. Reacher asked about the car rental company. She shook her head. Picard was handling it and expected answers tomorrow. He asked about hotels near the airport. She listed them. He chose the first name she mentioned. Then he told her what had happened with the 2 men from Florida. Her reaction had changed. Weeks earlier, she would have arrested him on the spot. But the 4 intruders who had padded through her home in rubber-soled shoes had shifted her view of many things. She simply nodded now, offering a tight, grim smile of satisfaction. 2 were down. She asked if they were the ones from last night. Reacher explained they weren't locals and couldn't count toward Hubbell's 10. They had been hired, help from outside. When she asked how good they were, he rocked his hand side to side. Not really good enough. He described what he had found in the Buick's trunk. She shivered. She asked whether Spivey was one of the 10. Reacher shook his head. No, he had been outside help too. Nobody would keep a slug like that on the inside. He retrieved the Desert Eagle from the Bentley's glove box. It was too large for his pocket, and placed it back in the old file box with the bullets. Roscoe stowed the box in her Chevy's trunk. He grabbed the carrier bag of blood-stained clothes, locked the Bentley, and left it in the police lot. Reacher told her he needed to call Molly again. He was getting in deep and required more background. The station was quiet, so he used the Rosewood office and dialed Washington. Molly answered on the second ring. She asked him to wait while she closed her office door. She warned it was too soon for the full material. It wouldn't be ready until tomorrow. Reacher pressed for background instead. He needed to understand the international side of what Joe had been investigating and why trouble was surfacing here if the main action was supposed to be overseas. Molly gathered her thoughts and began. Joe had assumed the operation might be controlled from inside the country. Explaining the problem was difficult, but she tried. The counterfeiting occurred abroad. Most fakes stayed abroad. Only a few superior bills made it back to the States. Not a massive domestic issue, but one they wanted stopped. Overseas, however, the stakes were far higher. She reminded him of the bank figure. $130 billion in cash inside the U.S. Reacher confirmed it. She added that exactly twice that amount, $260 billion, was held offshore. People worldwide kept American cash in safety deposit boxes in London, Rome, Berlin, and Moscow, stuffed into mattresses across South America and Eastern Europe, hidden under floorboards and in false walls. They trusted the dollar more than any other currency and wanted it. The government was pleased with that arrangement. It wasn't sentiment. It was business. Every $100 bill held abroad meant someone had once traded real foreign assets for a piece of green and black paper. As long as trust held, the U.S. never had to repay those assets. The bills could sit untouched for years. The danger arose if foreign markets flooded with convincing fakes and word spread. Trust would collapse. People would panic, dump dollars, and switch to yen or marks. Overnight, the government would face a sudden $260 billion obligation it could not meet. Reacher saw the shape of the secrecy now. If he called the Treasury directly about the counterfeiting, they would deny everything. They would claim no such problem existed. Later, Reacher walked through the silent squad room and joined Roscoe in her car. He directed her to drive toward Warburton. Darkness had fallen by the time they reached the small stand of trees, lit only by faint moonlight. She pulled up where he indicated. They kissed. He told her he would see her at the hotel, slapped the roof of the Chevy lightly, and watched her drive away. He pushed straight through the cops to avoid leaving footprints on the track. The heavy carrier bag snagged on branches. He emerged beside the Buick. It sat undisturbed. He unlocked the driver's door, climbed in, started the engine, and bounced down the rutted track. The rear suspension bottomed out repeatedly under the weight, roughly 500 pounds in the trunk. He turned onto the county road and headed north instead of east, cruising the 14 miles of the highway at an unremarkable speed. He passed the warehouses and merged into the northbound flow toward Atlanta, keeping the plain Buick as anonymous as possible. An hour later, he followed the airport signs to the long-term parking lot. He took a ticket at the automated barrier and nosed inside the vast space. He chose a slot near the middle, about 100 yards from the nearest fence. After wiping the wheel and gear shift, he grabbed the carrier bag, locked the car, and walked away. He glanced back once. The Buick had already vanished among the rows. The best place to hide a car was in an airport long-term lot, like hiding a grain of sand on a beach. It could sit unnoticed for a month. No one would think twice. Reacher walked back toward the entrance barrier. At the first trash can, he dropped the carrier bag. At the second, he tossed the parking ticket. He caught the courtesy bus at the barrier and rode it to the departure terminal, then found a bathroom, wrapped the Buick keys in a paper towel, and let them fall into the garbage. He slipped down to the arrivals hall and stepped out into the damp night air. The hotel courtesy bus carried him the rest of the way to meet Roscoe. He found her waiting in the neon glare of the hotel lobby. He paid cash for a room using one of the bills lifted from the Florida boys. They rode the elevator up. The room was dingy and dark, large enough but airless, overlooking the sprawl of the airport with 3 layers of glass to blunt the jet noise. He suggested they eat first. She insisted they shower first. They stepped under the water together, soaped up, and let the playfulness turn into full lovemaking with the spray beaten down on them. Afterward, the warm glow made him want to curl up and stay there, but hunger and unfinished business pulled at him. Roscoe changed into the jeans, shirt, and jacket she had brought from her place that morning. She looked wonderful, feminine, yet unmistakably tough, radiating spirit. They rode the elevator to the top-floor restaurant. The panoramic view of the airport district spread out beyond the candlelit window. A cheerful foreign server brought their food. Reacher ate everything in front of him, starving, washing it down with a beer and a pint of coffee until he started to feel halfway human again. He paid with more of the dead men's money. In the lobby, they picked up an Atlanta street map from the desk, then walked out to Roscoe's car. The night air hung cold and damp, thick with the sharp kerosene reek of the airport. Inside the Chevy, they studied the map and headed northwest, battling traffic until they reached the right sprawl of low-rise housing. Small houses sat on small lots behind hurricane fencing and above-ground pools. Some yards were tidy, others dumps. Old cars rested on blocks. Everything glowed under yellow sodium lights. They located the correct street and the right house. A decent, well-kept place, neat and clean, a tiny one-story with a small yard and single-car garage. A narrow gate opened in the wire fence. They rang the bell. An old woman cracked the door against the chain. Roscoe identified them as police officers. The woman eased the door wider, removed the chain, and invited them inside, saying her husband was in the kitchen eating. When they asked for Sherman Stoller, the old woman led them through. An old man sat at the table, dabbing his lips with a napkin after the announcement. Reacher asked whether there was another Sherman Stoller. The old man nodded, looking worried, and confirmed it was their son, about 30 or 35. His wife rested a hand on his arm. They were his parents. The old man explained the son no longer lived there. The old woman asked if he was in trouble. Roscoe requested the new address. They fussed with respectful deference to authority, clearly afraid and wanting to distance themselves from whatever trouble their son had found. They handed over the address and added that he had moved out 2 years earlier. Back in the car, Reacher and Roscoe consulted the map again. The new address was not marked. She asked what he made of the parents. He told her they knew their boy had been up to no good, even if they didn't know the exact details. She agreed. They decided to find a new place. Roscoe stopped for gas and directions. The attendant said it was about 5 miles the other way. New condominiums on a golf course. She turned the car around and headed away from the city. After 5 miles, she swung off the main road, nosed along a fresh street, and stopped beside a developer's billboard advertising top-quality condominiums built right on the fairway, with only a few units still unsold. Beyond it stood rows of pleasant new buildings, balconies, garages, careful details, ambitious landscaping, lighted paths to a health club. On the far side lay the dark expanse of the golf course. She killed the engine. They sat in the quiet car. Reacher stretched his arm along the back of her seat and cupped her shoulder. Exhaustion from the long day settled into him. The warm interior felt good. He wanted to stay like this, maybe with music carrying an ache. But they had work to do. They needed to find Judy, the woman who had bought Sherman Stoller's watch and engraved it with love, and tell her the man she loved had bled out under a highway. Roscoe asked what he made of the condos. He admitted he didn't know. They weren't rentals and looked expensive. A truck driver could hardly afford them. She doubted it too. The units probably cost as much as her own place, and she needed a subsidy to cover payments while earning more than any truck driver. He suggested Sherman must have had some kind of subsidy himself. She asked what kind. He answered that it was the kind that got people killed. Stoller's building stood way in the back, likely part of the first phase completed 2 years earlier. They threaded through walkways and around raised flower beds, then followed a path of stepping stones set in a wiry lawn that forced an awkward gait. Short steps for him, stretched strides for her. The blue door carried old-fashioned paint with no shine. Reacher asked whether they should tell her. Roscoe said they had no choice. She needed to know. He knocked. Waited. Knocked again. Floorboards creaked inside. The door opened. A woman stood there, maybe 30 but looking older, short, nervous, tired, blonde from a bottle. Roscoe identified them as police officers looking for the Sherman Stoller residence. The woman confirmed they had found it. Roscoe asked gently if they could come in. After a pause, the blonde woman turned and walked back down the hallway. They followed. Reacher closed the door behind them. She led them into a decent-sized living room with expensive but half-hearted furniture and rugs, a big television, nothing more personal. It looked as if someone had flipped through a catalog, spent $10,000, and had everything delivered and dumped in place. Roscoe asked gently if she was Mrs. Stoller. The woman said more or less, not exactly married, but close enough. Reacher asked if her name was Judy. She nodded, kept nodding while she thought, then asked outright if he was dead. Neither of them answered at once. This was the part Reacher was never good at. Roscoe finally told her, yes, he was, and expressed sorrow. Judy nodded to herself, looked around the ugly room, then sat and waved them into chairs. They formed a neat triangle. Roscoe leaned forward and asked if they could question her. Judy nodded blankly. Roscoe asked how long she had known Sherman. About 4 years, Judy said. They had met in Florida where she lived. She had moved up here 4 years ago to be with him and had stayed ever since. Roscoe asked about his job. Judy shrugged miserably and said he had been a truck driver with some big long-term contract. They had bought a little place. His folks moved in for a while. Then they moved here and left the parents in the old house. He had made good money for 3 years, busy all the time. A year ago, the work stopped. Since then, only an occasional odd day. Roscoe asked if they owned both houses. Judy said she owned nothing. Sherman had owned them both. Roscoe asked if he had been doing well those first 3 years. Judy gave her a hard look and told her to grow up. He had been a thief, ripping somebody off. Reacher asked if she was sure. Judy swung her gaze toward him like an artillery piece traversing. Reacher listened as Judy delivered her blunt assessment with a defiant stare. She explained that in 3 years Sherman had paid cash for 2 houses, furniture, cars, and this expensive condo where lawyers and doctors lived. He had saved enough to stop working entirely since last September. If that had all been legitimate, then she was the First Lady. She had known the truth all along and what would eventually happen when he was caught. Now she dared them to deny her the right to blame him. Roscoe asked who his big contract had been with. Judy named Island Air Conditioning. For 3 years, he had hauled air conditioners down to Florida, possibly onward to the islands. He had stolen them. 2 old boxes still sat in the garage. She jumped up without waiting for an answer and stalked out. They followed her down back stairs and through a basement door into the empty garage. 2 cardboard cartons leaned against the wall, marked with the Island air conditioning logo, this end up, and long handwritten serial numbers. The ceiling tape hung torn and loose. Each box had once held a single noisy window unit. Judy glared at the cartons, and at them, her look heavy with the message that she had given him a gold watch while he had given her nothing but worry. Reacher stepped closer. The cartons were empty, carrying only a faint sour odor. They returned upstairs. Judy pulled out a photo album and stared at a picture of Sherman. She asked what had happened to him. Roscoe gave the simple answer. He had been shot in the head and died instantly. Judy nodded, unsurprised. She asked when. Roscoe told her Thursday night at midnight and asked if he had mentioned where he was going. Judy said he never told her much. Roscoe asked if he had ever mentioned meeting an investigator. Judy shook her head. Reacher asked about the word pluribus. She looked blank and wondered if it was some lung disease. He asked about this coming Sunday. She said no. He never said much about anything. Roscoe asked if he had known any lawyers in Florida. Judy seemed puzzled why he would. Roscoe explained he had been arrested in Jacksonville 2 years earlier for a traffic violation in his truck, and a lawyer had helped him. Judy shrugged it off as ancient history. Lawyers were everywhere, no big deal. Roscoe clarified this one had been a partner in a big firm, not an ambulance chaser, and asked how Sherman could have reached him. Judy suggested maybe his employer, Island Air Conditioning, had arranged it. They had provided good medical insurance and let her see a doctor whenever she needed. The room fell quiet. Nothing more remained to say. Judy gazed at the photographs. She offered to show his picture. Reacher moved behind her chair and bent to look. The photo showed a sandy, rat-faced man, small and slight, grinning in front of a yellow panel van. The grin carried a quiet poignancy. Judy said that was the truck he drove. But Reacher's attention fixed on a blurred figure in the background turned half away. It was Paul Hubble. He waved Roscoe over. She bent beside him. Surprise crossed her face as she recognized Hubble. Then she looked harder, and a second wave of surprise hit her. She asked when the picture had been taken. Judy guessed summer of last year. Roscoe touched the blurred image of Hubble with her fingernail and asked who he was. Judy said he was the new boss who had been there 6 months before firing Sherman. Roscoe asked if he was Island Air Conditioning's new boss and why he had laid Sherman off. Judy said Sherman claimed they didn't need him anymore and never explained further. She asked if the photo had been taken at Island Air Conditioning's base. Judy shrugged and nodded tentatively, saying Sherman never told her much. Roscoe told her they needed to keep the photograph and would return it later. Judy pulled it from the plastic sleeve and handed it over, saying she didn't want it back. Roscoe slipped it into her inside jacket pocket. They moved back to the center of the room. Judy repeated that he had been shot in the head, adding that was what happened when you messed around. She had warned him they would catch up with him sooner or later. Roscoe nodded sympathetically and said they would stay in touch about the funeral arrangements and might need a statement. Judy glared again and told them not to bother. She wasn't going to his funeral. She hadn't been his wife, so she wasn't his widow. She intended to forget she had ever known him. The man had been trouble from beginning to end. They shuffled out, down the hall, through the door, and across the awkward stepping-stone path, holding hands on the way back to the car. Reacher asked what she had seen in the photograph. She told him to wait until they reached the car. Inside the Chevy, she snapped on the dome light, pulled out the photograph, and tilted it under the glow. She handed it to him and pointed to the left edge. The main subjects filled most of the frame, but a thin margin on the left showed a sliver of background. The edge of a modern metal building with silver siding, a tall tree beyond, and the frame of a large industrial roll-up door, painted dark red with a baked-on coating. Gloom filled the interior of the shed. Roscoe said it was Kleiner's warehouse at the top of the county road. She was certain because she recognized the distinctive tree, dead on one side, probably split by lightning. She clicked on the car phone, took the photograph back, and dialed DMV in Atlanta with the number from the front of Stoller's truck. After a long wait and the crackle of a response, she hung up and turned to him. The truck was registered to Kleiner Industries, with the registered address listed as Zacharias Perez, Attorneys at Law in Jacksonville, Florida. Reacher nodded. Those were the same lawyers who had sprung Sherman Stoller from Jacksonville Central in 55 minutes flat 2 years earlier. Roscoe put it together. Hubble, Stoller, and Joe's investigation pointed to counterfeit money being printed right there in Kleiner's warehouse. Reacher shook his head. No printing happened inside the States. It all occurred abroad. Molly Beth Gordon had confirmed that, and Joe had made it impossible. Whatever Stoller had been doing had stopped a year ago, around the same time Finley said Joe had started his investigation, and Hubble had fired Stoller. Roscoe nodded and shrugged. They needed Molly's help for a copy of Joe's file, or Picard's to locate Joe's hotel room in the original. It was a race to see who would call first. She clicked off the dome light, started the car, and began to drive back to the airport hotel. Reacher sprawled beside her, yawning. He could feel her growing tense. She had run out of tasks and distractions. Now only the quiet, vulnerable hours of the night remained, the first night after the horror of the previous one. The prospect left her agitated. She asked if he had the gun. He shifted in the seat to face her and said it was still in the trunk, in the box where she had placed it. She asked him to bring it inside. It would make her feel better. He grinned sleepily in the dark and yawned again. Reacher agreed the big pistol made him feel safer, too. It was a hell of a gun. Silence settled between them again as Roscoe found the hotel lot. They stepped out and stretched in the cool darkness. He lifted the heavy box from the trunk, slammed the lid, and followed her through the lobby and up in the elevator. Inside the room, they simply collapsed. Roscoe set her shiny .38 on the carpet beside her half of the bed. He reloaded the massive .44, placed it on his side, cocked and locked, then wedged the chair under the door, handled the way she preferred. The precaution eased the tension in her shoulders. He woke early on Wednesday morning and lay still, thinking about Joe. 5 days gone. Roscoe was already up, standing in the middle of the floor, stretching through some yoga routine. She had showered and wore only a shirt, no trousers. Her back was to him. As she reached upward, the shirt rode high. The sight drove every thought of Joe straight out of his head. He said her name. She answered without turning. He told her she possessed the most wonderful ass on the planet. She giggled. The sound hit him like a spark. He couldn't help himself. He pulled her back into the big hotel bed. The whole building could have come down around them and he wouldn't have noticed. They finished in an exhausted tangle. Afterward, she rose again, showered a second time, dressed fully in trousers and everything, and grinned at him as if sparing him further distraction. She asked if he had meant it. He smiled and clarified he had not called it cute. He had seen plenty of cute ones, but hers was the most wonderful on the entire planet. She pressed him again. He assured her he had meant every word and warned her never to underestimate the power of that particular attraction. He called room service for breakfast, pulled the chair from the door, and drew back the heavy drapes. Brilliant fall sunshine flooded the room under a flawless blue sky. They cracked the window to let in the fresh air, the airport smells, and the distant roar of planes. The view stretched spectacularly across the lots and the city beyond, cars glittering like jewels, jets climbing like fat, important birds. It was a glorious morning, yet it marked the 6th straight one his brother would never see. Roscoe used the phone to update Finley in Margrave about the photograph showing Hubble and Stoller on the warehouse forecourt. She gave him their room number and asked him to call if Molly reached him from Washington or if Picard delivered news on the burned Pontiac. Reacher figured they should stay put in Atlanta. If Picard found Joe's hotel first, they would already be close. No sense driving back to Margrave only to turn around again. So they waited. He tuned the nightstand radio to a station playing bouncy early canned heat that matched the bright, empty morning. Breakfast arrived, and they devoured it all. Pancakes, syrup, bacon, and coffee from a thick china jug. Afterward, he lay back on the bed, but restlessness soon crept in. It felt like a mistake to sit idle. Roscoe clearly felt it too. She propped the photograph on the nightstand and stared at it. He glared at the silent telephone. They paced the room. He stooped and picked up the Desert Eagle from the carpet, hefting its weight, tracing the engraved name on the grip of his finger. Curiosity stirred about the man who had once carried it. He asked what Gray had been like. She described him as thorough, the kind of detective whose 25 years of meticulous files still filled the station house. He had been a good cop, wasted in a small town like Margrave. Reacher asked why he had hanged himself. She said she had never understood it. He had always carried a certain dour melancholy and boredom, but nothing worse in February than any other month. It had come as a total shock and left her deeply upset. He asked if they had been close. She shrugged and said yes, in a quiet way. Gray had been a loner, never married, no relatives, teetotaler, quiet, messy, a little overweight, bald with a straggly beard, comfortable in his own company. He had been as close to her as he ever got to anyone, and they had liked each other without much fuss. Reacher asked if Gray had said anything beforehand. She confirmed it had been sudden, no warning at all. He asked why she had kept the gun in her desk. She explained Gray had requested it because his own desk overflowed with paperwork. It was his private weapon, too large in caliber for department approval, and he had made the arrangement feel like a guarded secret. Reacher set the dead man's secret pistol back on the carpet. The phone rang and shattered the quiet. He lunged for the nightstand and answered. Finlay's voice came through. Reacher held his breath. Finlay said Picard had traced the rental car. Reacher exhaled and nodded to Roscoe. He asked for the details. Finlay told him to go to Picard's office. The agent would give them everything face to face. He had kept the call short on purpose. Reacher felt a fresh surge of energy. He thanked Finlay, promised to talk later, and hung up smiling. Roscoe laughed as she had thought the call would never come, but 18 hours was not bad even for the Bureau. The Atlanta FBI occupied a new federal building downtown. She parked at the curb, reception called upstairs, and Picard appeared within 3 minutes, loping across the lobby in his massive frame. He filled the hall. He nodded to Reacher and took Roscoe's hand, saying he had heard plenty about her from Finlay. His deep voice rumbled. She smiled back. Picard confirmed the car was a rental Pontiac booked to Joe Reacher at Atlanta Airport on Thursday night at 8. Reacher asked where Joe had been staying. Picard said it was better than a guess. The rental had been pre-booked and delivered directly to the hotel, a place about a mile from their own. Reacher thanked him. Picard told him to take care and loped back toward the elevator. They raced south to the airport. Roscoe swung onto the perimeter road and accelerated. Across the divider, a brand-new black pickup flashed past. Reacher twisted around but caught only a glimpse before it vanished behind trucks. Probably nothing. Pickups were everywhere down here. At the hotel desk, Roscoe showed her badge. The clerk checked the system and confirmed Joe had stayed in room 621 on the 6th floor at the far end of the corridor. A manager would meet them upstairs. They rode the elevator and walked the long, dark hallway, waiting outside the door. The manager arrived quickly, opened the room with his passkey, and let them in. The space was empty, cleaned, and ready for new guests. Reacher asked about Joe's belongings. The manager said housekeeping had cleared everything out on Saturday. Joe had been booked Thursday night with checkout by 11 Friday morning. After an extra day with no sign of him, They had removed his things. Reacher asked where the items were now. The manager pointed to the basement and told him to take the lobby stairs. Lost property waited down there. The manager walked off. They retraced the corridor, rode down, found the service staircase, and descended into the giant housekeeping hall stacked with linens, towels, hampers of soap, and shower sachets. Maids wheeled trolleys in and out. A glassed-in office cubicle sat in the near corner with a woman at a small desk. They rapped on the glass. She looked up. Roscoe held out her badge and asked about the belongings cleared from room 621 on Saturday morning. Reacher held his breath again. Reacher felt the air leave his lungs in a slow exhale as the woman behind the counter delivered the news. They were too late. The items had already been collected that morning, around 9 or 9:30, by a guest named Joe Reacher. Disappointment settled heavy in his chest, turning his limbs numb. He pressed her for details. She consulted a small ledger, licked her finger, and pointed to the entry. The signature was scrawled there in plain sight. When he asked what the man looked like, she shrugged and described a polite, slender Latino, possibly Cuban, with a nice smile and dark features. Reacher requested the full list of belongings. She traced a line with her stubby finger, revealing a garment bag, 8 articles of clothing, a toilet bag, 4 shoes, and 1 briefcase. He absorbed every item without expression. They left her and descended the stairs back to the lobby, stepping out into the morning sun that now felt flat and unkind. Reaching the car, Reacher leaned against the fender beside Roscoe, his mind turning over whether his brother would have been as cautious as he himself would have been. Joe had spent years around sharp, careful people. He posed the question aloud. Roscoe paused with the door half open, considering. She would have kept the briefcase and taken it where it needed to go, while discarding the rest at the first opportunity. Reacher agreed with the logic. When he asked where she would dump the unwanted items, she gestured vaguely toward the service road looping behind the hotels. A line of large dumpsters stood along a stretch of it. He suggested Joe might have driven that way and tossed the garment bag into one of them. Roscoe questioned whether the briefcase would have been kept separate. Reacher countered that perhaps they should not assume the briefcase held the important material. Old habits died hard. Diversions, misdirection. Maybe Joe had hidden the real valuables inside the garment bag instead. They walked the service road together. The dumpsters loomed massive up close. Reacher hauled himself up to peer inside each one. The first stood empty except for baked-on grime. The second was full. He probed it with a scrap of drywall studding, but found nothing. At the third, a battered garment bag lay right on top of some old cartons. He fished it out with the wood, dropped it at Roscoe's feet, and jumped down. Airline tags covered the scuffed surface. A small gold nameplate on the handle read Reacher. He muttered to himself that it was time to see how smart his brother had really been. The shoes were in an outside pocket, 2 pairs, exactly as listed. Reacher pried out the insoles one by one. Beneath the third, a tiny Ziploc bag waited, containing a folded sheet of computer paper. Satisfaction surged through him. Smart as a whip, Joe. He and Roscoe shared a brief, triumphant moment in the alley, then hurried back to the Chevy and raced a mile to their own hotel. They burst into the lobby, rode the elevator up, and tumbled into their room just as the phone began ringing. It was Finlay calling from Margrave, voice buzzing with the same excitement. Molly Beth Gordon had succeeded in obtaining the files and was already flying down, due to arrive at Atlanta at 2 o'clock on the Delta flight from Washington. Finlay would meet them there. He asked whether Picard had delivered anything useful. Reacher confirmed they had the rest of the printout, though they had only just returned and not yet examined it. Finlay urged him to check it immediately. They exchanged quick goodbyes. At the table by the window, Reacher unzipped the plastic bag and unfolded the paper carefully. The top right corner had been torn away, leaving half a heading, Operation E Unum. Roscoe completed it aloud, Operation E Unum Pluribus. Below lay a triple-spaced list of initials paired with phone numbers. The first entry, PH, had its number torn off. Paul Hubble, whose details Finley had already recovered. 4 more sets followed. WB and K with numbers. Then JS with a New Orleans area code. And MBG with a Washington, D.C. number that Reacher recognized as likely Molly Beth Gordon's. The final 2 entries lacked both initials and numbers. Stoller's garage and Gray's Kleiner file. Reacher studied the careful capital letters and felt his brother's precise personality rising from the page. They already knew about Hubble and Molly Beth. The garage at Sherman Stoller's place had yielded only empty cartons. That left the reverse motto heading 3 sets of initials with numbers and the underlined Gray's Kleiner file. It was just past noon, too soon to wait idly for Molly's arrival. They needed to start somewhere. Reacher considered the heading first. E unum pluribus. Out of one comes many, the motto reversed. Roscoe wondered if Joe might have written it incorrectly. Reacher dismissed the idea. His brother did not make careless mistakes. It had to mean something deliberate. Next, he focused on Gray's Kleiner file. Roscoe confirmed Gray kept files on nearly everything. Reacher stepped to the bed and dialed Finley and Margrave, but Baker said he had already left. He then tried the other numbers from Joe's list. The WB line rang through to Princeton University's Faculty of Modern History. Nothing obvious. The KK number reached Columbia University's Modern History Department in New York. Again, no clear link. The JS number in New Orleans connected to the 15th Squad detectives. When Reacher asked about anyone with those initials and mentioned Joe Reacher, the desk man grew wary but agreed to check with the 3 JS officers and take a call back. Reacher hung up and shrugged at Roscoe. They would wait for Molly. A faint nervousness stirred in him at the thought of meeting her, like encountering a ghost tied to another ghost. They sat at the cramped window table, watching the sun slide past its peak, passing the torn printout back and forth. Reacher kept returning to the heading, E unum pluribus. Out of one comes many. It felt like Joe distilled into 3 words, a wry, important pun. Roscoe finally stood. They were early, but the anxiety pressed them forward. They gathered their things, rode down to the lobby, and let the room charges settle. Outside, they climbed into Roscoe's Chevy and began navigating the confusing airport roads toward arrivals. The layout favored departures and pickups, making their route awkward. They drove for what felt like miles across the vast terminal complex. Roscoe snatched a parking ticket and eased into the crowded lot. Reacher scanned for spaces, then caught a glimpse of a black shape sliding past in the next aisle, a brand-new black pickup. He directed her right. She swung the wheel hard, and they cornered into the next road just as red brake lights flashed on black sheet metal ahead. The pickup disappeared around the corner as Roscoe accelerated down the aisle. Reacher scanned aisle after aisle of the parking lot. Nothing moved except ranks of cars standing quiet in the sun. The next aisle was the same. They drove the whole area, held up by traffic, but found no black pickup anywhere. They parked and began the long walk to the terminal. Finlay joined them from another direction. The vast, low building swarmed with travelers. Overhead screens showed the 2 o'clock Delta from Washington already taxiing in. They pushed down the endless corridor toward the gate, Reacher's anxiety tightening after the earlier glimpse of the black pickup. Crowds collided at every exit door. He shouldered through 8 separate knots of greeters and reached the glass partition just as passengers spilled from the jetway. Dozens of businesswomen flowed past behind the glass. Then a small blonde one carrying matching burgundy luggage slowed, scanned the crowd, and locked eyes with him. She stopped, smiled wide in triumph, and lifted her heavy briefcase like a trophy. Reacher formed her name silently through the glass. She nodded excitedly toward the case before the current swept her forward. He, Roscoe and Finley fought to follow, but the opposing flow separated them at double speed. A mob of rowdy college kids shoved them backward. Reacher vaulted onto the moving walkway, clambered over stationary passengers, and barged ahead, leaving people sprawling in his wake. He burst into the yellow-lit baggage hall and shouldered through the jammed passengers around the carousel. Molly had gone in but not come out. He checked every face. The hall emptied as the last travelers cleared. Roscoe held the exit door while Finley guarded the far end. Then Reacher spotted the abandoned burgundy carry-on lying on its side near the entrance. Handle extended, monogram MBG. Inside lay a change of clothes, a toilet bag, and a framed photo of Joe. Thinner tan scalp, wry smile. A warning siren shrieked. The belt lurched back into motion. A burgundy briefcase emerged through the rubber slats. Straps slashed open, the case empty. Reacher leapt onto the moving carousel, ran against its lurch, and dove headfirst through the black rubber curtains into the loading bay. The area reeked of kerosene and diesel amid a filthy maze of stacked cargo and forgotten luggage. He searched frantically, skidding between tall piles. He found Molly's left shoe at one bay entrance. 3 bays from the end lay her right shoe. In the next dark bay, a spreading pool of sticky blood waited. She slumped at the back between crates, gut torn open by a savage upward knife thrust under her ribs. She was still alive. One pale hand fluttered weakly. Bright bubbles of blood flecked her lips. Reacher cradled her head. Her eyes found his. She forced out a whisper. They had to get in before Sunday. Then died in his arms. Reacher felt the pressure building inside him like an old chemistry experiment. Something small triggering an explosion far bigger than expected. Molly's death hit him harder than Joe's. Joe had died in the line of duty, something they both understood from childhood. But Molly had been an outsider, risking everything to help, smiling triumphantly as she held up that briefcase. The image burned in his mind, turning anger and urgency into crushing geological force. He had to channel it or be crushed. In the airport parking lot, they leaned against Roscoe's car, stunned and silent. It was nearly 3 on Wednesday afternoon. Reacher gripped Finley's arm, having dragged him out of the terminal by force when he wanted to stay and handle the scene. Every second now would decide whether they won or lost. "We've got to get Gray's file," Reacher said. "It's the next best thing." Finlay gave up resisting. "It's all we've got." Roscoe agreed. She and Reacher followed Finley in her car. The drive passed in total silence between them, while Finley shouted and cursed at his windshield the entire way, head jerking with rage. Teal waited just inside the station house doors, stick in hand. He limped into the squad room and sat at the desk nearest the file room as they entered. They walked past him into the Rosewood office and sat down. Reacher passed Joe's torn printout to Finley, who scanned it and noted the backward heading. E unum pluribus. Out of one comes many. Neither understood its significance. Baker knocked and entered, reporting that Teal had left to talk with Stevenson in the parking lot. Finlay handed him the printout for a Xerox copy. Baker returned quickly with the copy, confirming Teal was gone. They hurried to the file room. Gray's 25 years of work filled the space with floor-to-ceiling cabinets. They located the Kleiner box between clan files and a clip Springer case. Reacher pulled the heavy box, and they rushed it back to the Rosewood desk. Inside lay only old yellow memos, procedures for Soviet missile attacks, civil rights issues. Nothing about Kleiner. Roscoe suggested someone had swapped the contents. Reacher disagreed. Gray had been too meticulous. He had removed the real Kleiner material but kept the box in sequence by substituting junk, preserving order. Roscoe mentioned Gray had hidden his gun in her desk after Christmas. That detail triggered Reacher's suspicion. A veteran detective like Gray wouldn't need to hide an off-duty weapon. The gun had been a decoy to ensure Roscoe kept the box locked away. The real secret lay elsewhere in it. They ran to Roscoe's Chevy, pulled out Gray's old file box from the trunk, and tore it apart. Hidden under a corner flap of the lid, tapped where it could never be seen, was a small key. They ruled out the station house or Gray's home, too obvious for a cautious man. Reacher closed his eyes, picturing Gray carefully taping the key in place and handing the box to Roscoe. The image played like a movie until it revealed the answer. "Something in the barber shop," he said. Roscoe drove south, tires squealing out of the lot. Reacher explained Gray had visited the barber shop 3 or 4 times a week, despite having no need for a haircut. It was safe ground, away from Teal and Kleiner, a place to trust the old men with whatever needed hiding. She slammed the Chevy to a stop outside the shop. They rushed inside. No customers, just the 2 old barbers sitting idle. Reacher held up the key and said they had come for Gray's stuff. The younger barber shook his head at first, then took the key and pressed it into Roscoe's palm. Only now could they release it. Gray had instructed them to give it to no one except his friend Miss Roscoe. He retrieved the key, unlocked a narrow mahogany drawer beneath the sink, and handed over 3 thick files in old buff paper covers. Then both barbers withdrew to the back, leaving them alone. Roscoe sat on the upholstered bench by the window. Finlay and Reacher settled into the barber chairs, feet on the chrome rests, and began reading. Reacher studied the thick stack of blurred Xerox reports in his file. They formed a meticulous dossier compiled 8 years earlier by Detective James Speranza of the New Orleans Homicide Bureau. Speranza had drawn 8 unsolved cases. Every victim killed by 2 silenced .22 rounds to the head. The first was a textile plant owner pioneering a new chemical cotton process. The second was his former foreman, now seeking seed money for his own venture. The remaining 6 were EPA inspectors tracing deadly pollution in the Mississippi Delta back to a Mississippi textile mill, dumping sodium hydroxide, hypochlorite, and chlorine that turned river water into acid. Speranza had shaken every tree for professional hitmen and come up empty. Then he followed the money and the motive. The Mississippi processor stood to lose everything from the dead men's commercial and regulatory pressure. A year-long FBI and IRS audit of the man's finances found no unexplained payments to any shooter, yet uncovered plenty of ugliness. He had beaten his wife to death, married again, and shielded his stone-cold psychopathic son through a dozen institutions. The file ended with Gray's fax inquiring about the Kleiner family. Finlay spun his barber chair to face him and closed his own folder. The Kleiner Foundation was a complete sham, a front spending millions every year while its audited income sat at precisely 0. He passed over the balance sheet. Reacher absorbed the staggering expenditure figures and agreed. He had spent 5 days in Margrave and 6 months before that crisscrossing the country, and this town was cleaner and more perfectly maintained than the Pentagon or the White House. Yet it was almost deserted, with almost no commercial life. Eno's gleaming diner rarely had more than a handful of customers. Stores sat empty. Even the barber shop had gone 48 hours without a single client. He remembered the old barber's earlier words in a new light. The man had let slip that the Kleiner Foundation paid every merchant in town. Not $1,000 a year, as Reacher had first assumed, but $1,000 a week. At the time, he had shrugged it off as confusion. Now the math hit hard. $52,000 annually per recipient was enough to buy the silence of an entire town. The Kleiners had quietly purchased Margrave, turning it into a place where nobody would risk killing the golden goose. Finlay asked what they should do. Reacher said the first step was to determine exactly what operation they were running. Finlay assumed it was domestic counterfeiting, but Reacher shook his head. Joe had eliminated serious U.S. production years ago. Any large-scale operation happened abroad. Roscoe looked up from her bench by the window and smiled, holding Gray's surveillance file in one hand and the daily newspaper in the other. She had the entire picture. Part of the answer lay in the file, the rest in the paper. Gray had hidden under the highway cloverleaf and logged truck traffic for 32 separate days. In the first year, he recorded 1 incoming truck daily from the south and an average of 6 outgoing trucks heading north and west to destinations spanning California to Massachusetts. The second year showed incoming trucks doubling in the latter half. In the final 5 months of his life, incoming traffic stopped entirely, yet 6 trucks a day still rolled out to the same nationwide spread. She laid it out clearly. Counterfeit currency was being printed in Venezuela at a XIII chemical facility, shipped by boat to Florida, hauled north to the Margrave warehouse, and then distributed into the cash flows of major cities: Los Angeles, Chicago, Detroit, New York, Boston. It was an international counterfeit distribution network. Roscoe pressed her theory with growing conviction, her words painting a clear picture of the smuggling route. Finlay listened closely, nodding as the pieces aligned in his mind. She traced the flow in the air with her hands, shaping a menorah that mirrored the map. Money printed in South America, arriving by sea in Florida, then branching north from Margrave like candle arms, reaching toward Los Angeles, Chicago, New York, and Boston. To him, the geography felt solid, the sleepy town an ideal pivot point for distribution. The warehouse, its hidden heart. The operation's scale explained the Kleiner Foundation's lavish spending. With endless forged cash on hand, they could simply print more if needed. Yet doubt lingered in Finlay as he considered the last year's records. No incoming shipments had arrived for 12 months. Exactly since Sherman Stoller's layoff, yet 6 trucks still departed daily. Roscoe grinned and lifted the newspaper, explaining how the Coast Guard's publicized anti-smuggling operation last September had forced Kleiner to stockpile counterfeit bills in advance. He had doubled deliveries beforehand, then distributed the hoard steadily while panicking over exposure. Now, with the operation winding down, imports would resume on Sunday, leaving the warehouse vulnerable in these final hours, just as Molly had urged. Finlay absorbed it all, his skepticism finally dissolving into conviction. He rose from the bench, took Roscoe's hand in a formal shake, and praised her sharp analysis, noting how he had always recognized her talent. Reacher offered a nod and a smile, while Roscoe flushed with quiet pride. Finlay's grip lingered as he mentally retraced her logic, spotting only 2 loose threads. He questioned Hubbell's role, wondering why a bank executive would be recruited for mere truck loading. Reacher explained that Hubbell had managed currency, feeding the fakes into circulation where they would blend unnoticed, reversing his legitimate expertise. Finlay accepted this, then probed the air conditioners Sherman Stoller had hauled south. Reacher described them as camouflage for the real cargo, turning empty return runs profitable and concealing the smuggling. Finlay agreed it was a clever double play. Satisfied, Finlay requested samples of the counterfeit money. Reacher smiled, suddenly certain, and pulled $200 bills from his thick roll, 1 from each end, and handed them over. He reasoned that Kleiner would pay operatives like Hubbell and the Jacksonville crew in forgeries rather than risk real cash. Finlay held the notes to the bright window light as Roscoe and Reacher crowded in. They examined them closely, rubbing the paper, feeling the texture, comparing them to one of Finlay's own bills. No differences appeared, yet the logic held. These had to be fakes, expertly made, funding the entire foundation in millions. Finlay pocketed the samples and announced his return to the station house, instructing them to meet him there tomorrow around noon when Teal would be out for lunch. Reacher and Roscoe drove 50 miles south to Macon, seeking safety and constant movement. They chose an anonymous motel on the city's southeastern edge, far from Margrave with urban sprawl as buffer. The place felt right, just as old Mayor Teal had once suggested. They showered in cold water and collapsed into bed, but sleep came fitfully in the warm room, leaving them restless until dawn on Thursday. They rose yawning in the half-light, dressed quickly, Roscoe in her uniform, Reacher in his worn clothes, already planning to replace them with Kleiner's forgeries. Roscoe asked what their next move would be. Reacher's thoughts drifted instead to Gray. When she pressed again, he questioned whether Gray had truly hanged himself. The possibility of murder hung in the silence. Roscoe's voice carried a trace of panic as she realized the implication. Reacher listed the others Kleiner's group had eliminated: Joe, Stoller, the Morrisons, Hubble, Molly Beth Gordon, and noted their own narrow escapes. A patient detective like Gray, who methodically cross-checked suspicions over weeks, would have posed a real threat. Roscoe absorbed the idea, recalling Gray's meticulous nature, and conceded he must have made a fatal misstep. Reacher suggested they had lynched him and staged a suicide. She struggled to believe it, mentioning the expected autopsy. Reacher pointed out that any doubts would have gone to Morrison, who would have buried them since his own people were responsible. They would need to verify it themselves by speaking again to the doctor in Yellow Springs. Roscoe shuddered at the memory of Gray's funeral, where she and the others had stood as Chief Morrison and Mayor Teal praised the fallen officer as Margrave's finest, words now tainted by the killer's hypocrisy. Roscoe poured out her grief with raw intensity, her voice thick with the pain of betrayal. She had loved Margrave, where her family had labored for generations. She had drawn pride from her job and the feeling that she contributed something real. Now the town she once served lay exposed as a rotten swamp, thick with dirty money and blood. Reacher sat watching, feeling her world fracture and collapse around her. They drove north along the road from Macon toward Margrave. Halfway there, Roscoe turned right onto the back road to Yellow Springs and the hospital. Reacher's stomach gnawed with hunger. They had skipped breakfast, hardly the ideal state for another visit to the morgue. They eased over the speed bumps into the lot and parked a short distance from the big metal roller door. They stepped out, stretching their legs on a roundabout path to the office. The morning sun warmed the air, tempting them to linger outside. But they pushed through the door and found the doctor in his shabby office, still tired, still in his white coat at the chipped desk. He glanced up and motioned them in. They took the same stools as Tuesday. Reacher kept clear of the fax machine and let Roscoe lead. She asked about February, when the Margrave chief of detectives had killed himself. The doctor remembered the name Gray, rose to pull a thin file from the screeching cabinet drawer, and returned to his desk. He confirmed the details. Suicide by hanging in the garage from a rafter, first Margrave case in 30 years. Roscoe stayed silent. The doctor turned pages and offered that something was always off about a hanging, but nothing specially suspicious here. Reacher pressed for more. The doctor shook his head. No, open and shut. Gray had been on a kitchen stool, noose ready, everything consistent. Locals supplied the background. He had been depressed, out drinking that night with Chief Morrison and Mayor Teal over a case he had botched, gotten fallen down drunk, and been helped home. Morrison's signed statement showed real upset, regret for not staying longer. Roscoe asked if the story had sounded right. The doctor admitted he knew nothing of Gray personally. The facility served many departments, and Margrave had always been quiet until lately. Drinking often triggered such ends. Reacher inquired about physical evidence. The corpse had reeked of whiskey, with fresh bruising on both arms, exactly what two men walking a drunk home would leave. No post-mortem. The case was clear. The hospital swamped with other deaths that February. Morrison had requested minimum fuss to spare the family the indignity of the drunken details and preserve dignity. The body went straight to cremation. Reacher and Roscoe exchanged a long look. Outside in the warm fall sunshine, they stood blinking, silent. Roscoe's face showed the fresh wound of learning her old friend had been murdered. Reacher murmured his sorrow. She called the account pure fabrication from start to finish. Gray never botched cases, had never been especially depressed, never touched alcohol, and would never have socialized with Morrison or Teal. He disliked them both and had no family, so every word about sensitivity and dignity was a lie. They had killed him and fed the coroner a story to keep him from looking too closely. Reacher sat in the car and let her rage spill out until she fell quiet, piecing together exactly how it had happened. She asked if he thought Morrison and Teal were responsible. Reacher answered that 3 men had been involved. They had gone to Gray's door, Teal drawing a gun while Morrison and the third grabbed his arms, explaining the bruises, then forced whiskey down his throat or splashed it over him before hustling him to the garage and stringing him up. Roscoe started the engine, rolled slowly over the bumps, and swung north toward Margrave, accelerating through the countryside. She stated it plainly. They had killed Gray the same way they killed Joe. Reacher nodded. The same cold fury he felt for his brother now burned for Gray, too. They would both pay. They drove in silence, merging onto the county road for the straight 12-mile run. Roscoe spoke again of poor Gray. Smart, cautious, 25 years on the job. Reacher reminded her that even caution had limits and recited the rules. Never be alone, run like hell, or shoot if anyone approached, and stay close to Finlay whenever possible. Roscoe kept her eyes on the road, speeding north, and asked the one thing she could not figure. Why Teal and Morrison, who ran the town and the department for Kleiner, had replaced the dangerous Gray with Finlay, an even smarter, more stubborn detective from Boston. Reacher explained the interview story Finlay had shared over donuts. Fresh from a brutal divorce, Finlay had been a wreck, barely able to speak, convinced he had given the worst job interview imaginable. Morrison and Teal had picked him anyway. They had wanted an idiot. Roscoe laughed, the sound easing the tension. Reacher felt a small relief. She saw the bitter irony. They had deliberately chosen the worst candidate to replace a threat, only for Finlay to arrive recovered, calm, and sharp once more. She smiled about it for the next 2 miles. Then they crested the rise and began the long sweep down into Margrave. Reacher tensed. It felt like entering a battle zone after days away. He had expected identifying the enemy to lighten the load, but the opposite had happened. The background was no longer neutral. The whole town belonged to them, bought and paid for. No one would stand aside. They barreled down at 70 miles an hour toward a danger far deeper than he had first realized. Roscoe slowed at the town limit. The big Chevy glided onto the glassy blacktop. Scrub gave way to velvet lawns and ornamental cherries with trunks so smooth they looked hand-buffed. In Margrave, the Kleiner Foundation probably paid someone a handsome wage to keep them that way. They cruised past the neat, empty stores, each quietly drawing an unearned $1,000 a week. They swung around the village green with its statue of Caspar Teal, drifted by the turn to Roscoe's house and its smashed front door, then the convenience store, the benches under smart awnings, and the parkland where bars and rooming houses once stood when Margrave was still honest. Finally, they reached the station house, pulled into the lot, and parked beside Charlie Hubbell's Bentley, still waiting where Reacher had left it. Roscoe killed the engine. They sat a moment, reluctant to move. She squeezed his left hand with her right in a quick good luck gesture. Then they stepped out and headed into battle. Inside, the station house felt cool and nearly empty, except for Baker at his desk. Finlay hurried out of the Rosewood office when he saw them. Teal would return in 10 minutes, he warned, and they had a slight problem. He hustled them into the office and closed the door. Picard had called. The safe house hiding Charlie and the kids had to stay completely unofficial. Leaving Picard stretched thin and unable to staff it properly. He had been covering shifts himself, but could spare no more time, and he felt it inappropriate with Charlie being a woman and the terrified little girl wary of him. Finlay looked at Roscoe. She understood at once. Picard needed her there for 24 hours. Roscoe shrugged and smiled. She could spare a day as long as Finlay promised to bring her back when the real action started. He assured her it was automatic. Once they secured the needed details, Picard would go official and station his own agents, freeing her to return. She agreed without hesitation. Finlay said Picard would arrive any minute. Roscoe grinned, realizing he had already counted on her yes. Finlay grinned back, reminding Reacher that she was the best they had. They walked back to the squad room and out the glass doors. Roscoe retrieved her valise from the Chevy and set it on the curb. She told Reacher she would see him tomorrow. He asked if she would be all right. She assured him an FBI safe house was about as secure as it got, though she would miss him sooner than expected. He squeezed her hand. She stretched up for a quick kiss on his cheek. Finlay pushed the station door open and called out that she should give Picard a full update. Roscoe nodded. They waited briefly in the sun until Picard's blue sedan squealed into the lot and stopped beside them. The big man unfolded himself from the seat, nearly blocking the sunlight, and thanked Roscoe sincerely for helping. She replied that he was helping them in return and asked where the safe house was. Picard grinned wearily, glanced at Reacher, and said he could not reveal the location in front of a civilian. He was already far out on a limb and asked her not to tell Reacher afterward. Reacher agreed without argument. Picard nodded, grabbed Roscoe's bag, tossed it into the rear seat, and they both climbed in. The sedan nosed out of the lot and headed north. Reacher waved as it disappeared from sight. Details, evidence, and long surveillance formed the foundation of everything. While Roscoe made coffee for Charlie Hubble and Finlay waited in the Rosewood office, Reacher would watch the warehouse long and hard enough to understand exactly how the operation worked. It might take a full 24 hours. Roscoe could even return before he finished. He climbed into the Bentley and drove the 14 miles to the Cloverleaf. He slowed as he passed the warehouses, scouting for a vantage point. The northbound on-ramp dipped under the southbound off-ramp beneath a low concrete overpass supported by short, wide pillars. He decided to hole up behind one of those pillars, hidden in the shadows with enough elevation for a clear view of the entire area. He accelerated up the ramp and continued north to Atlanta, taking an hour to get a rough sense of the geography. He located a low-rent district of auto customizers, pool table wholesalers, and repossessed office furniture. He parked in front of a storefront mission opposite 2 survival shops, chose the left one, and went inside. A bell rang as he entered. The bearded man behind the counter, white in camouflage fatigues, boots, and a large gold hoop earring, nodded at him. Reacher selected olive fatigue pants and shirt, a camouflage jacket with deep pockets large enough for the Desert Eagle, a water canteen, and solid field glasses. He added a fat leather sap about 9 inches long, weighted with lead shot around a plumber's spring. He paid with his roll of hundreds and left the bell ringing again behind him. He moved the Bentley 100 yards down the street and parked in front of an auto shop advertising window tinting. He leaned on the horn. The man came out. Reacher asked if he could tint the Bentley. The guy confirmed he could tint anything and ran a finger along the silky paint, warning that a first-rate job on a car like this would take a couple of days, maybe 3. He sucked air through his teeth when asked about the price. Reacher struck the deal quickly, offering $250 for a premium tinting job on the Bentley and the loan of a car for the 2 or 3 days it would take. The mechanic slapped the hood lightly and accepted on the spot. He swapped Charlie's Bentley key for an 8-year-old Cadillac the dull green of an avocado pear. It drove smoothly enough and looked utterly forgettable, exactly what he needed if the surveillance turned mobile. The Bentley, for all its beauty, would stand out like a beacon. He cleared the southern edge of Atlanta and pulled into a gas station. He topped the Cadillac's tank, stocked up on candy bars, nuts, and water bottles, then changed inside the toilet cubicle into the new fatigue pants, shirt, and camouflage jacket. He dumped his old clothes in the towel bin, slid the cocked and locked Desert Eagle into the deep inside pocket, poured spare rounds into the top outside pocket, tucked Morrison's switchblade on the left and the weighted sap on the right, and distributed the snacks through the rest. He filled the canteen and headed back to Margrave. An hour later, he circled the Cloverleaf, backed the Cadillac 100 yards along the shoulder between the off-ramp and on-ramp where no one would pass, popped the hood to make it look abandoned, and locked it. He scaled the low concrete wall, scrambled down the bank, sprinted across the on-ramp, and ducked under the highway to the far side. He settled behind a broad pillar, 200 yards out, 30 feet above the warehouses, with a clear, elevated view of the entire complex. 4 identical warehouses stretched away in a tight row. The first 3 compounds stood wide open, bustling with ordinary local farm trucks and cheerful loading. Sacks of produce or fertilizer moved in plain sight. Nothing hidden, nothing long haul, all Georgia plates. The 4th warehouse at the far end remained closed and gated, its 2 gatemen pacing with alert tension. It sat screened behind the others, the perfect blind spot. Nobody local ever needed to pass it. 75 yards beyond it stood the blasted tree from the photograph, exactly where a forecourt camera would catch it. This was the one. He waited. Time pressed. He sang every version of Rambling on My Mind he knew, softly once for himself and once for Joe. The song fit him perfectly, always moving, even when a place felt right. Margrave had already kept him longer than anywhere else by choice, and Roscoe made him imagine staying. But when Kleiner's money vanished, the town would collapse, and he would have to drift again, the way he and Joe once sang the same tune every time they landed on a new base and knew they would soon leave. 35 minutes passed. Half a dozen dusty local trucks rolled in. None approached the 4th warehouse. No new information. Then a slow, ironic hand clap echoed from the darkness behind him. He spun around the pillar. A hobo crawled forward, long gray matted hair, layers of heavy clothes, bright eyes and a seamed, dirty face. The man stopped just out of reach, claiming the spot under the overpass as his temporary home for the past month. He announced he and his family were moving on. Reacher asked if he had been here last Thursday. The hobo said he had seen nothing, but his wife had seen plenty. Reacher tossed him a candy bar wrapped in a $100 bill. The man caught it, nodded, and relayed his wife's account in a calm, serious voice. She had watched an enemy starship disguised as a shiny black truck arrive with 2 aliens dressed as ordinary men. Lights flashed, smoke rose, the ship turned into a big car, and a short, fat Starfleet commander stepped out, looking like a cop. A white starfighter landed carrying a pilot and co-pilot. The 4 of them danced right by the gate because they came from another galaxy. She loved that kind of thing. The hobo added that he had missed it while bathing the baby. Later, the starfighter co-pilot, hit by stun phasers, crawled under the overpass, bled out exactly where Reacher now sat, and was carried away by medics on Sunday. Reacher nodded. The story sounded insane, but it convinced him completely. No court would buy it, yet he knew exactly what his brother's killers had done here last Thursday. Reacher sat motionless on the concrete overpass, the last traces of a candy bar and lukewarm water still lingering on his tongue. Another hour had dragged by in watchful silence before the first vehicle finally appeared. A decent-sized panel truck rolled in from the south, slowing at the warehouse approach. Through the field glasses, he made out dirty New York commercial plates. The truck nosed along the tarmac, paused at the 4th gate, and waited as the compound men swung it open and waved the vehicle through. They closed the gate behind it, then one gate man climbed into the cab while the other cranked up the roller door. The truck backed into the darkness inside. 30 seconds start to finish. Nothing visible. The New York driver was left standing on the forecourt, stretching lazily in the sunlight. Reacher kept watching. The truck remained inside for 18 minutes. Then the roller door rose again. The gateman drove it back out, jumped down once it cleared, and the New York driver reclaimed his seat. The gates opened, the truck rattled away onto the county road, turned north, and passed within 20 yards of Reacher's pillar before roaring up the on-ramp into the traffic stream. Almost immediately, another similar truck rumbled down the off-ramp from the north. Illinois plates this time. It followed the exact same ritual. Gate pause, driver swap, quick swallow into the gloom. 16 minutes inside. Then it emerged, the driver took the wheel again, and it headed back to the highway, passing Reacher once more at close range. His theory held. Both trucks had taken on part of the stockpile and were now grinding north toward the big cities, loaded and ready to unload. So far, everything lined up cleanly. The next hour brought nothing. The fourth compound stayed sealed tight. Boredom crept in. Reacher found himself wishing the hobo had stayed so they could have passed the time talking. Then a third truck appeared. This one with California plates, a dirty red color. It followed a different pattern. No driver swap. The authorized driver simply reversed straight through the open roller door. 22 minutes inside. Then it backed out, passed through the gates, and headed for the highway. Reacher made his decision instantly. He needed to see inside one of those trucks. He scrambled up, grabbed the field glasses and canteen, ducked under the overpass to the northbound side, clawed up the steep bank, and vaulted the concrete wall. Back at the old Cadillac, he slammed the hood, slid behind the wheel, started the engine, and rolled along the shoulder until a gap appeared. He gunned the big motor and accelerated north. The red truck was only 3 or 4 minutes ahead. Reacher wove past slower vehicles, then settled into a fast cruise, steadily gaining. After a few miles, he spotted it, eased off, and dropped back to about 300 yards, keeping half a dozen cars between them. They were heading toward L.A., just as Roscoe's theory had suggested. They cruised northward at a steady 50 miles an hour. The Cadillac's tank was nearly full, enough at this easy pace to reach 300 or 400 miles, maybe as far as Memphis if he avoided hard acceleration. The dirty red truck stayed big and obvious up ahead, bearing left around Atlanta's southern fringe and striking out west across the country. The distribution pattern looked stronger with every mile. Reacher hung back carefully through the interchange, noting how little the driver used his mirrors. He closed the gap a little tighter. 8 hours, and nearly 400 miles later, they had left Georgia, crossed Alabama, and entered the northeast corner of Mississippi. Night had fallen completely. The fall sun had long disappeared. Headlights glowed ahead, and the world turned pitch dark. Reacher felt as if he had been following the truck forever. Approaching midnight, the red truck slowed and pulled into a lonely truck stop near Myrtle, about 60 miles short of the Tennessee line and 70 from Memphis. Reacher followed it in and parked well away. He watched the driver climb out. A tall, thick-set man in his 30s with a thick neck, powerful shoulders, long ape-like arms, and a dark, menacing presence. Reacher recognized him at once. It was Kleiner's son, the stone-cold psychopath. He stood stretching and yawning beside the truck in the darkness. Reacher stared, remembering him dancing at the warehouse gate on Thursday night. The Kleiner kid locked the truck and ambled toward the buildings. Reacher waited, then followed at a distance. He lingered near the bright neon newsstand, guessing the kid would hit the bathroom first. Sure enough, the kid soon emerged and settled into the diner, stretching expansively as he studied the menu with the air of a man in no hurry. He was settling in for a late dinner, probably 25 or 30 minutes. Reacher slipped back outside to the lot. Breaking into the truck here was impossible. Too many people moving around, police cruisers idling, everything flooded with harsh light. He returned to the buildings, crammed himself into a phone booth, and dialed the Margrave station house. Finlay answered immediately, his deep Harvard voice steady. He had been waiting by the phone. Reacher told him he was not far from Memphis, that he had watched the truck load up and was staying with it until he could look inside. The driver was the Kleiner kid. Finley confirmed Roscoe was safely installed and asleep, sending her love. Reacher asked him to return it if he could, told the Harvard man to take care, and hung up. He strolled back to the Cadillac and waited. Half an hour later, the Kleiner kid reappeared, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand, looking satisfied after his meal. The kid walked to the red truck, but instead of returning to the highway, he turned left onto a service road leading to the motel. He parked the truck against the second cabin from the end, right under a glaring pole light, locked up, took a key from his pocket, and let himself into the room. The light inside flicked on, and the blind came down. He must have booked and paid for the room while eating dinner. That was why it had taken so long. Now Reacher faced a problem. He needed to see inside that truck for evidence, and he needed it soon. Sunday was only 48 hours away, and he had too much to do before then. He would have to break in right here, under the bright light, with the psychopathic Kleiner kid sleeping just 10 feet away. Not ideal. He would wait until the kid was deeply asleep and unlikely to hear any noise. After half an hour, Reacher could wait no longer. He started the Cadillac, the noisy tappets and slapping pistons loud in the quiet night, and eased it forward, parking it nose in tight against the red truck, facing the motel room door. He climbed out across the passenger seat, stood still, and listened. Nothing. He took Morrison's switchblade from his jacket, stepped onto the Cadillac's fender, then the hood, over the windshield, and up onto the roof. He paused there high up, listening hard. Still nothing. He reached over, hauled himself onto the truck's roof, and lay flat. Panel trucks like this had a translucent fiberglass panel or skylight in the roof to let dim light into the cargo area. It was the best way in. Reacher stretched out, sprang the switchblade, and stabbed down through the center of the plastic. He saw the flap roughly 10 inches deep by 18 inches wide, ready to push it down and peer inside. Suddenly, the motel room light snapped on. A yellow square spilled across the Cadillac, the side of the red truck, and Reacher's legs. He grunted, pushed off hard, and slid flat across the truck roof, holding his breath in silence. The motel door opened. The Kleiner kid stepped out, stared at the Cadillac, stooped to look inside, then walked around checking the truck. He tugged the cab doors, rocking the vehicle beneath Reacher. He moved to the rear, rattled the back doors, then circled the whole truck. Reacher lay motionless, listening to the crunch of footsteps below. The kid checked the Cadillac once more, then went back inside. The door slammed, the light snapped off, the yellow square vanished into darkness. Reacher lay motionless on the truck roof for 5 long minutes, heart steady, listening for any sound from the motel room. Then he pushed up onto his elbows, reached for the cut flap in the fiberglass, forced it downward, hooked his fingers inside, and dragged himself over to peer through the slot. The cargo area was completely empty. Nothing at all inside, just bare space and fresh air. The drive back to Margrave stretched over 400 miles. Reacher pushed the old Cadillac as hard as he dared, urgency burning through him. He needed to reach Finley and lay out an entirely new theory. He slotted the car into a space beside Teal's gleaming new model, nodded to the desk sergeant, and asked for Finley. The sergeant said he was in back with the mayor. Reacher moved quickly through the squad room to the Rosewood office. Inside, Finlay's shoulders carried the weight of bad news. Teal turned, surprised at Reacher's fatigues and camouflage jacket. "You back in the Army, Mr. Reacher?" Teal asked. Reacher looked him over. The shiny gray suit with embroidered patterns, the bootlace tie with silver clasp, and told him not to talk about clothes. Teal bristled and threatened arrest for the language. Reacher shot back that he could tear Teal's head off and shove it up his ratty ass. They glared at each other. Teal gripped his heavy cane tightly, clearly tempted to swing it, but finally stalked out, slamming the door. Reacher cracked it open again and watched Teal pick up a phone in the squad room, no doubt calling Kleiner to demand action against him. He closed the door and turned to Finlay. Finlay delivered the news without delay. Roscoe would have to stay with Picard another day. There was no choice. She seemed fine with it, according to Picard. Then came the worst part. Someone was ahead of them. Reacher pressed for details. Finlay explained that Sherman Stoller's house had burned to the ground overnight, torched with gasoline, garage and all, right after Reacher and Roscoe had visited. Judy had left Tuesday night right after speaking with them and hadn't returned. The house was empty. Reacher noted Judy had been smart to get out. But it didn't mean their enemies were truly ahead. They had already seen the garage and there had been nothing left to hide anyway. Finley continued. The initials on Joe's list pointed to real people. WB was Walter Bartholomew, a Princeton professor. He had been stabbed to death outside his house the previous night, officially a mugging, but they both knew better. Worse still, Bartholomew had been excited about something important. He had stayed late at his office, reviewing old materials brought by his research assistant, then emailed Joe's computer saying to stand by for a morning call. He never made it. The killers had reached him first. Finlay didn't yet know about the New York initials, KK, but guessed it was another professor who might already be targeted. Reacher decided on the spot. He would go to New York to find him. Finlay asked why the sudden urgency. Reacher finally revealed the problem with the truck. It had been completely empty. He had looked inside right after their phone call. Nothing at all. Finlay sat stunned. He had believed so strongly in Roscoe's distribution theory. The menorah shape on the map, Gray's figures, the obvious traffic flow. It had all fit perfectly. He couldn't accept it was wrong. Reacher agreed the theory was right in every respect except one critical detail. They had the direction backward. The flow wasn't moving out from Margrave, it was flowing in. They weren't dispersing a stockpile, they were building one right here in Margrave. A massive one. Finlay asked what they could possibly be bringing in. Reacher ruled out printing money. Molly had confirmed there was none happening in the States, and Joe had stopped it. Whatever it was, it amounted to about a ton a week and fit inside air conditioner boxes. That change last year made sense now. Before September, they had been exporting the stuff. The air conditioner runs weren't a decoy. Sherman Stoller had been hauling sealed cartons south to Florida every day to meet a boat. When he was pulled over for speeding, the fancy lawyer had rushed in because Stoller was carrying a full load outward, not loading up. The police had seen brand new air conditioner cartons with serial numbers and assumed it was legitimate cargo heading south. No one would question that. They had rushed as much out as possible ahead of the Coast Guard operation, then stopped the runs entirely a year ago. They felt as vulnerable moving material outward past the Coast Guard as they would bringing it inward. So they had fired Stoller because they no longer needed him and simply sat on the stockpile waiting for the heat to die down. That explained their current panic. What they held until Sunday wasn't the last remnants of a dwindling supply. It was the entire operation, everything they had. Finlay stood guard at the office door, while Reacher sat at the Rosewood desk and called Columbia University in New York, reaching the Modern History Department. The administrative assistant answered easily enough. When Reacher asked for a professor with the initials KK, she immediately identified Kelvin Kelstein, an eminent longtime faculty member. Then the conversation turned difficult. She refused to put Kelstein on the phone. He was very busy and could not be disturbed again. Reacher caught the word again and pressed her. 2 detectives from Atlanta had already come that morning asking for him by the exact same initials. They had been Hispanic, one very neat and polite. They had insisted and made a 1 o'clock lunch appointment with Kelstein. Reacher gripped the phone tighter, alarm rising. The men had asked for him exactly the way he just had, by initials only. Reacher gripped the phone tighter and spoke with urgent precision to the administrative assistant. He told her to find Professor Kelstein immediately, interrupt whatever he was doing, and warn him this was life or death. The 2 Atlanta detectives were imposters. They had murdered Professor Walter Bartholomew at Princeton the night before. He identified himself as Jack Reacher, brother of the murdered Treasury investigator Joe Reacher, and instructed her to relay everything. The woman absorbed the shock, then steadied, and asked what Kelstein should do. Reacher gave her 2 clear directives. Kelstein must refuse any meeting with the Hispanic pair under any circumstances, and he must go straight to the campus security office right now, sit there under guard, and wait until Reacher arrived in about 3 hours. He added that Kelstein should call Princeton from the office to confirm Bartholomew's fate. That would convince him. She promised to make it happen and to pass Reacher's name to the security desk so there would be no trouble at the gate. He hung up. Across the room, he told Finley the killers had Joe's full list. 2 men were already in New York, one of them the same neat, polite operative who had taken Joe's briefcase. Baker had betrayed them. He had made an extra copy of the list and handed it to Teal. Finlay looked stunned. Reacher explained the proof was obvious now. Baker had been dirty from the beginning. In the interview room last Friday, he had casually removed the handcuffs from a man he was supposed to believe was a brutal murderer. Later, he had escorted Reacher to the bathroom with sloppy indifference, giving every chance to disarm him. He had known all along Reacher was innocent, just a convenient fall guy. The same conflict had twisted him when he brought Hubble in. He had been trapped between orders and the need to avoid suspicion. He had deliberately botched the fingerprint match on Joe to keep the identity hidden, announcing the null result too soon because he lacked technical skill. Since then, he had hovered at the edge of their investigation, feeding every scrap to Teal. They bolted from the office, through the squad room, and into Finley's car. Reacher directed him straight to Atlanta Airport. He had to reach New York fast. As they roared north along the county road and onto the highway, Reacher laid out the rest of it, while Finley pushed the Chevy well over 90. Finley suggested alerting the Coast Guard for Sunday, but Reacher dismissed the idea. The political pressure on the president made any reversal impossible that quickly. Instead, he told Finley to call the Princeton research assistant, piece together whatever Bartholomew had discovered, and hole up safely in the remote Alabama motel they had used Monday. He would meet him there on return. Finlay should bring the Bentley to the airport and leave the key and parking claim at arrival's information. Finlay repeated every detail to confirm, eyes flicking between Road and Reacher, even at triple-digit speed. Reacher warned him to watch the road. Dying in a wreck helped no one. At the terminal, Reacher left his jacket, sap, knife, and gun in Finley's car. Finlay bought the round-trip Delta ticket to LaGuardia on his card. Reacher boarded, flew just over 2 hours, then took a cab 35 minutes through Manhattan. By 4:30, he reached Columbia University's main gate on 116th Street. He found the campus security office, knocked, and was admitted. A guard checked his name and led him to a back room where Professor Kelvin Kelstein waited. An elderly, tiny man with a shock of white hair. Reacher asked if the 2 Hispanic men had returned. The guard said no. The office had canceled the lunch appointment and they had apparently left. Reacher instructed the guard to stay with Kelstein until Sunday. The guard asked why. Reacher said he hoped the professor himself could explain. The guard escorted them to Kelstein's cramped, book-stuffed office and left him alone. Kelstein settled into an old armchair and asked what had happened to Bartholomew. Reacher told him the Jersey police called it a stabbing during a mugging outside his home, but he remained deeply skeptical. He explained that Joe had compiled a list of contacts. Kelstein was now the only one still alive. When Kelstein confirmed he had known Joe Reacher, Reacher nodded and said his brother had been murdered last Thursday. He was trying to learn why. The old professor shook his head slowly. He could speak only in the most general terms. He had no specifics. Joe had used him as a sounding board, speculating together. He had enjoyed it immensely. Joe possessed a keen mind and precise way of expressing himself that made their conversations a genuine pleasure. Reacher pressed again, asking if they had truly never discussed specifics. Kelstein cupped his hands as if holding an empty bowl. They had discussed everything, he said, yet reached no firm conclusions. Reacher started at the beginning. The conversation had centered on counterfeit currency, correct? Kelstein tilted his head, amused. Obviously, what else would he and Joe Reacher have talked about? Reacher asked bluntly why Joe had chosen him. The old professor offered a modest smile that faded into a frown, then an ironic grin. Because he was the biggest counterfeiter in history. He had almost claimed to be one of the 2 biggest, but after last night's events at Princeton, he alone remained. Reacher clarified. He and Bartholomew had been counterfeiters? Kelstein smiled again. Not by choice. During World War II, young men like them had been assigned strange roles. Deemed more useful in intelligence than combat, they joined the XIII, the earliest form of the CIA. While others attacked with guns and bombs, they struck at the enemy's economy. They devised a plan to flood Germany with hundreds of billions of counterfeit Reichsmarks dropped from bombers like confetti. Reacher asked if it worked. Kelstein said yes and no. The Nazi economy collapsed, and their currency became worthless. But slave labor ignored the devaluation, and alternative currencies like chocolate and cigarettes emerged. It was only a partial success, yet it made them history's greatest forgers by sheer volume. He claimed no special talent for the technical side. Joe had been picking their brains, Reacher said. Kelstein confirmed they had become obsessed with the history of money forging, which began the day after paper currency appeared and never stopped. After the war, they maintained loose ties with the government. Years later, a Senate subcommittee commissioned their report, which became the Treasury's anti-counterfeiting Bible. Joe knew it well. That was why he had contacted them. Reacher asked what exactly Joe had wanted. Kelstein described Joe as a new broom brought in to solve problems. He was exceptionally talented. Eradicating counterfeiting was nearly impossible, as they had warned him, but Joe had nearly succeeded. He applied simple, elegant strokes, targeting ink and paper above all. Anyone buying suitable materials triggered alerts within hours. Arrests followed within days. Inside the United States, he had slashed counterfeiting by 90% and tracked arrests so aggressively that most fakes never circulated. Kelstein had been greatly impressed. Reacher asked what the remaining problem was. Kelstein made small, precise gestures with his hands, setting one scenario aside and introducing another. The problem lay abroad. Did Reacher know there were twice as many dollars outside the U.S. as inside? Reacher nodded, recalling Molly's explanation about foreign holdings. Trust in the dollar and the fear of sudden collapse. Kelstein approved like a pleased teacher. A government's core duty was defending its currency's value. With $260 billion held abroad, the dollar served as unofficial currency in dozens of nations. In effect, Washington had raised a massive interest-free foreign loan worth $26 billion a year in saved interest, achieved simply by printing pictures of dead politicians on paper. Joe's real mission had been worth that enormous sum to the country, and he had pursued it with matching energy. Reacher asked where the geographic problems lay. Kelstein identified two main sources. First, the Middle East. Joe believed a plant in Syria, controlled Lebanon's Bekaa Valley, produced nearly perfect fake hundreds, protected by the Syrian government or even owned by it. The operation sat in lawless badlands filled with terrorist camps and drug labs. Joe saw diplomatic pressure or airstrikes as the only realistic solutions. The second source lay south, Kelstein said, pointing out the grimy window toward Amsterdam Avenue, Venezuela. Outstanding counterfeit hundreds came from there, strictly private enterprise with no government involvement. Reacher mentioned they had reached that far. A man named Kleiner, based in Georgia, where Joe was killed. Kelstein agreed it was Kleiner's operation. He was running the whole thing. They had known that for certain. How was Kleiner now? Reacher said he was panicking and killing people. Kelstein nodded sadly. They had expected that reaction. Kleiner was protecting an outstanding operation, the best they had ever seen. Reacher echoed, the best. Kelstein nodded enthusiastically and leaned forward, eyes bright, ready to lecture on his favorite subject. There were two kinds of counterfeiters, bad ones and good ones. The good ones did it properly. Did Reacher know the difference between intaglio and lithography? Reacher shrugged. Kelstein handed him a History Society bulletin and told him to run his fingers over any page. Smooth, lithographic printing, the method used for almost everything, Books, magazines, newspapers, an inked roller simply passed over blank paper. Intaglio was different. Kelstein clapped his hands sharply. Reacher jumped at the loud sound in the quiet office. That was intaglio. A metal plate smashed into the paper with force, leaving an embossed three-dimensional feel. The image looked and felt raised. It was unmistakable. He pulled a $10 bill from his wallet and passed it over. Reacher felt the raised texture. The plates were nickel-coated with chromium. Fine lines engraved into the chromium were filled with ink. When the plate hit, ink transferred only to the paper's ridges. Intaglio was the only way to achieve that raised effect on real currency. Kelstein continued. 3 ink colors, black and 2 greens. The back printed first with darker green, left to dry. Next day, the front with black, then again with lighter green via letterpress, a stamping process that pressed ink into the paper's valleys, including the serial number. 4 problems remained for any counterfeiter: the press, the plates, the inks, and the paper. Presses could be bought anywhere, new, used, or even improvised. Joe had found one operation in Thailand using a converted squid processing machine that produced immaculate hundreds. Reacher pressed him about the plates. Kelstein explained it came down to rare talent. Just as some could forge old master paintings or play a Mozart concerto by ear, certain engravers could reproduce banknotes with precision. A human engraved the original in Washington, so another human could copy it elsewhere, though truly skilled ones were scarce. A few operated in Armenia. The Thai ring had recruited a Malaysian for their plates. Reacher accepted the point. Kelstein moved on. Kleiner had secured a press and located an engraver. Now the inks posed the next challenge. Nothing resembling the genuine formulas existed for purchase inside the United States, thanks to Joe's safeguards. Yet abroad they remained readily available, since nearly every nation printed its own currency and Joe's controls could not reach everywhere. Matching the greens required only careful mixing and testing. The black ink carried magnetic properties. Reacher shook his head, unfamiliar with the detail. Kelstein smiled and invited him to examine the $10 bill more closely. The magnetic quality remained invisible to the eye. A liquid ferrous chemical mixed into the black ink allowed electronic counters to read the signal along the center of the portrait, much like a tape head detected sound on a cassette. Reacher asked if they could obtain that ink too. Kelstein confirmed it was standard worldwide. The U.S. simply lagged in, acknowledging its own counterfeiting concerns. Reacher recalled Molly's words on faith and trust. He nodded. Kelstein stressed that the currency had to project stability and reliability, which explained the reluctance to alter its design. That choice had complicated Joe's protective efforts. He told Reacher to flip the bill and study the reverse. The Treasury building stood on a nearly empty street with only a single Model T-style car passing by. The image had barely changed since 1929. Appearances of dependability took priority over tighter security. Reacher absorbed the explanation. They had covered the press, the plates, and the inks. What remained was the paper. Kelstein's face lit with fresh energy as he declared paper the true problem number 1. By far the greatest obstacle. It was the element he and Joe had never unraveled about Kleiner's scheme. Reacher asked why. Kelstein replied that the paper was flawless, 100% perfect, and in fact superior to the printing itself. Such quality was unheard of. He shook his great white head in genuine wonder, then fell silent. They sat knee to knee in the worn armchairs. Reacher prompted him again. Kelstein resumed. For an industrial-scale operation, printing $4 billion worth of hundreds in a single year, perfect paper defied explanation. That volume meant roughly 40 million banknotes, an astonishing quantity of flawless stock. Joe's figures had placed it on par with the old Lebanon operation. The paper itself was a unique blend, roughly 80% cotton and 20% linen, free of wood pulp. It carried a special chemical colorant for its distinctive cream tint and random red and blue polymer threads fine as silk. The stock proved remarkably durable, resistant to water, and possessed exactly the right absorbency for the finest engraving. Reacher observed that duplicating such paper would be virtually impossible. Kelstein agreed. Even the official government supplier struggled to maintain batch consistency, despite being the most advanced papermaker on Earth. Reacher reviewed the components in his mind: press, plates, ink, and now paper. He concluded aloud that the paper supply had to be the key to the entire operation. Kelstein nodded with regret. He and Joe had reached the same conclusion, yet found no answers. That was why he could offer no real help now, just as he could not help Joe. He apologized sincerely. Reacher suggested they might have a warehouse full of something that could be the paper. Kelstein snorted in disbelief and snapped that currency stock was completely unobtainable. 40 sheets would be impossible, let alone 40 million. He and Joe and Walter had puzzled over it for a year without success. Reacher mentioned that Bartholomew seemed to have found something. Kelstein's expression turned sad. He rose slowly, crossed to his desk, and pressed the replay button on his answering machine. After the beep, Bartholomew's recorded voice filled the room with evident excitement. He announced it was late Thursday night and promised to call in the morning with the answer. He had beaten Kelstein to it. "Good night, old man." Kelstein stood motionless, staring into space as if the dead man's spirit lingered there. Grief clouded his face, whether for the loss of his colleague or for having been outdone. He murmured that he had known Walter for 56 years. Reacher sat in respectful silence for a moment, then stood as well. He assured Kelstein he would figure it out. Kelstein asked doubtfully whether he truly believed he could succeed where Joe had failed. Reacher shrugged and replied that perhaps Joe had succeeded before they killed him. In any case, he was heading back to Georgia to continue the search. Kelstein wished him luck and hoped he would finish his brother's business. Joe had spoken of Reacher often and with real fondness. He had been sorry that Reacher's work kept him so far away. For a moment, Reacher could not speak. A wave of guilt washed through him. Years had slipped by without a thought of Joe, yet Joe had thought of him. Kelstein added that Joe remembered how Reacher, though younger, had always looked after him. He had described his brother as fierce and tough. If anyone could handle the Kleiners, Joe would have chosen Reacher. Reacher nodded, shook the old man's frail hand, and left him with the waiting police in the security office. Reacher walked the clogged streets, his mind churning over the source of Kleiner's perfect paper, whether he could still catch the 6 o'clock flight to Atlanta if he hurried, and the unexpected ache from Kelstein's revelation about Joe's affection. He scanned for an empty cab and failed to notice 2 Hispanic men approaching until the leader flashed a small automatic concealed beneath a folded khaki raincoat carried casually on his arm. The man displayed the weapon while his partner signaled a waiting car 20 yards down the curb. The vehicle pulled forward. Reacher weighed the gun, the car, and his options. The gunman ordered him softly to get into the car or be shot. Reacher stood motionless, calculating that he might miss his flight. He recalled the next non-stop left around 7 o'clock. The command came again. Reacher remained certain the man would not fire on a crowded New York street. The small pistol lacked a silencer and would make too much noise. The partner's hands were empty, though he might carry a weapon in his pocket. Only the driver waited inside, probably armed. Reacher himself was unarmed, his jacket with its blackjack, knife, and Desert Eagle still 800 miles away in Atlanta. He chose to stand his ground, refusing to enter the car. The gunman held the raincoat toward him, frozen in indecision. The car idled at the curb. The 3 men formed an awkward tableau amid the flowing sidewalk crowd and blaring horns. The pair were small. Neither would match even half of Reacher's size. They were smart enough not to shoot in public, and smart enough to recognize their bluff had been called. Yet they were not smart enough to simply walk away. They remained rooted in place, stalled between threat and retreat. Reacher swayed backward, as if stepping away. The gun under the raincoat jabbed forward. He tracked the motion, seized the small man's wrist with his left hand, and yanked the weapon behind him. His right arm clamped around the attacker's shoulders, pulling him into a tight embrace that made them look like dancing partners or lovers parting at a station. Reacher fell forward, crushing the man against the car while squeezing his wrist hard, nails digging in. The left-handed grip hurt the guy. His own weight pinned against the smaller frame made breathing a struggle. The partner kept one hand on the car door, eyes darting. His free hand moved toward his pocket. Reacher suddenly shifted his weight, rolled around the captured gun hand, and slammed the man against the car. Then he ran hard. 5 strides put him deep into the crowd. He dodged and shoved through bodies, ducked into doorways, and sprinted across shrieking, honking traffic. The pair chased for a while, but traffic halted them. They refused to take the risks Reacher did. 8 blocks away, he caught a cab and caught the 6 o'clock nonstop from LaGuardia to Atlanta. The return flight dragged 2.5 hours in the air. Above Jersey, Maryland, and Virginia, he thought only of Joe. Over the Carolinas and into Georgia, his mind turned to Roscoe. He missed her intensely and wanted her back. The plane descended through 10 miles of storm clouds. Atlanta's evening gloom turned pitch black. A massive weather system rolled in. Inside the jetway, the air hung thick and heavy, carrying the scent of storm mixed with kerosene. Reacher collected the Bentley key from the arrival's information counter in an envelope with a parking claim. Outside, a warm north wind blew. The coming storm felt huge, voltage already built in the air for lightning. He located the car in short-term parking. Its rear windows were fully tinted black, though the front side glass and windshield remained clear, giving it a chauffeur-driven, royal look. His jacket waited in the trunk. He slipped it on, comforted by the familiar weight of the weapons in the pockets. He drove south down a dark highway. It was 9 o'clock Friday evening, 36 hours before they could begin shipping the stockpile on Sunday. He reached Margrave by 10 o'clock, 35 hours remaining. During the final hour, he recalled lessons from Staff College on old German military philosophy. One core idea stayed with him. Eventually, you had to engage and destroy the enemy's main force to win. Their main force had begun with 10 people, according to Hubble. After Morrison's removal, it dropped to 9. Reacher already knew the 2 Kleiners, Teal and Baker. 5 more names remained unknown. He smiled at the thought. He pulled off the county road into Eno's gravel lot and parked at the far end of the row. Stepping out, he stretched and yawned in the thick night air. The storm still held off, but tension built. Warm wind pressed against his back, and voltage hummed in the clouds. He climbed into the Bentley's rear, stretched out on a leather bench, and slept for the hour or hour and a half he could manage. He dreamed of John Lee Hooker in his earlier days, seated on a stool atop a wooden board, playing a steel-strung guitar with bold, choppy strokes. Bottle caps pressed into his shoe soles clicked like tap shoes while he pounded rhythm on the board. But the noise wasn't Hooker's shoes. Someone knocked on the Bentley's windshield. Reacher snapped awake and sat up. Sergeant Baker peered in at him. The dashboard clock read 10:30. He had managed only half an hour of sleep. His first action was to abandon his old plan. A far better one had just dropped into his lap. The old German tacticians would have approved of such flexibility. Second, he slipped his hand into his pocket and thumbed the Desert Eagle safety off. He exited through the opposite door and looked across the car roof at Baker, who wore his usual friendly grin, gold tooth flashing. Baker asked how he was doing and joked that sleeping in public might get him arrested for vagrancy. Reacher returned the friendly grin and replied that highway safety rules advised pulling over for a nap when tired. Baker offered to buy him coffee inside so he could wake up properly with Eno's brew. Reacher locked the car, kept his hand in his pocket, and followed Baker across the gravel into the diner. They slid into the end booth. The waitress with glasses brought coffee without being asked. Baker inquired how he was holding up and whether he felt bad about his brother. Reacher shrugged and drank left-handed, his right hand staying wrapped around the Desert Eagle. He said they hadn't been close. Baker nodded and asked if Roscoe was still assisting the Bureau. Reacher guessed she was. Baker then asked about Finley's whereabouts that night. Reacher answered Jacksonville, Florida, where Finley had gone to check something out. Baker pressed for details on what needed checking in Jacksonville. Reacher shrugged again and sipped his coffee, saying, Finley told him nothing. He was unpaid, just an errand boy. Right now, Finley had him fetching some old papers from Hubbell's place. Baker asked what exactly he needed to retrieve. Reacher said anything he could find. Baker wondered if he would head to Florida afterward. Reacher shook his head and explained, Finley wanted the papers mailed to a Washington address. He planned to sleep at Hubbell's tonight and post them in the morning. Baker nodded slowly, then forced another friendly grin. They finished their coffee. Baker left a couple of dollars on the table. They walked out. Baker climbed into his patrol car, waved, and drove off. Reacher let him go first, then strolled to the Bentley and headed south through the dark town before turning right onto Beckman Drive. He positioned the Bentley with care. It needed to appear casually abandoned, yet block the driveway so no one could pass. He inched it back and forth until it sat at the top with wheels turned sharply, as if he had driven up in haste and slewed to a stop. To make the house look occupied, he used Charlie's key to enter, switched on random lights, left the television murmuring low in the den and the kitchen radio playing softly, and pulled a few drapes. From outside, the place now carried faint human vibrations instead of empty stillness. He went to the hallway coat closet and found gloves. The lime green and lilac ski pair was useless. The thin black leather dress gloves felt perfect, soft as a second skin. The ski gloves reminded him to check for a hat. In a box, he discovered a dark green synthetic watch cap with roll-down ear flaps. It would serve. In the master bedroom, he took waterproof mascara from Charlie's large vanity and smeared it across his face in the bathroom. He fastened his jacket, pulled on the hat and gloves, and checked himself in the full-length mirrors. The result looked suitable for night work. Outside again, he locked the front door. Heavy storm clouds pressed low and darkness deepened. He stood by the door, adjusted the pistol into his inside jacket pocket, tested the drawer with the zipper partially open, and confirmed the loaded, cocked weapon with safety on. Spare shells went in the top right pocket, switchblade in the left, blackjack in the right, shoes tightly laced. He walked down the driveway past the Bentley about 12 or 15 yards, pushed into the greenery, and settled where he could watch the drive. In ambush, patience decided the outcome. The enemy might come early or late, expecting lowered guard. Reacher would wait longer. He sat on the cold earth and entered the waiting trance, still, thoughtless, conserving energy, ready to explode into action whenever the moment arrived. Reacher settled into position at 1:45. The storm brewed overhead, the air thick as soup in pitch darkness. Around midnight, the skies opened. Heavy quarter-sized drops hammered the leaves, quickly becoming a roaring deluge that soaked him like a shower stall. Thunder crashed and lightning blazed in sheets, lighting the garden like day for brief moments. He sat motionless under the lashing rain and waited. 10 minutes passed, then 15. They arrived at 20 past midnight. The rain still pounded and thunder rolled. He first heard their dark green Kleiner Foundation panel truck crunching up the gravel driveway about 40 feet away. The same wide-tired truck Finley had seen at Morrison's. It rolled past him 6 feet away and stopped sharply behind the Bentley, unable to go farther. The engine died and the parking brake ratcheted on. The driver stepped out first, dressed in a white nylon bodysuit, with hood pulled tight, surgical mask, thin rubber gloves, and rubber overshoes. Reacher recognized the tall, heavy build and long, powerful arms immediately. It was the Kleiner kid himself, come to kill him. The kid slapped the rear door with a hollow boom, opened it, and 4 more men emerged wearing identical white suits, hoods, masks, gloves, and overshoes. 2 carried bags, 2 held long shotguns. 5 total, more than Reacher had expected, but more productive. Rain spattered loudly against their stiff nylon suits and clanged off the truck roof. A lightning flash caught them looking like banshees escaped from hell. For the first time, Reacher doubted he could have beaten them on Monday night, but tonight, surprise would be on his side. He would become their invisible nightmare. The Kleiner kid took charge, grabbing a crowbar from the truck and leading 3 men through the downpour toward the house. The 5th man stayed with the truck. As rain hammered down, he glanced at the black sky and moved toward the cab. Reacher drew the sap, pushed silently through the bushes, the roar of rain masking his approach, and struck as the man turned his back. He smashed the sap across the back of the skull with full force, feeling bones shatter. The man collapsed face down on the gravel. Reacher finished him with a single powerful kick to the neck. 1 down. He dragged the body behind the truck, pulled the keys from the ignition, and crept toward the house. He pocketed the sap and opened his switchblade in his right hand, unwilling to risk the noisy gun inside, even with the thunder. The front door lock was forced and splintered, the crowbar lying on the hallway floor. The big house would take time to search. He guessed the 4 would move together at first, then split. Hearing them tramping upstairs, he stepped back outside and waited, pressed against the wall beside the broken door, sheltered by the roof overhang while rain poured. After nearly 5 minutes, the first man descended. Reacher heard the creak of footsteps and the coat closet door opening. He slipped inside behind a tall, lighter-built shotgun carrier, jammed fingers into his eyes, and yanked him backward out into the rain. He sawed the switchblade across the throat with raw strength, cutting through gristle until the man sagged dead, blood hosing out and mixing with the rain. 2 down. Reacher dragged the body to the lawn by the hood and returned inside. He picked up the dropped Ithaca Mag-10 shotgun, a devastating roadblocker that fired enormous cartridges capable of stopping vehicles. It held only 3 rounds, but ended fights quickly. He kept the blade as his silent primary weapon and the shotgun for backup, since its wide spray needed no precise aim. He waited outside against the wall. 10 minutes later, 2 men emerged together into the downpour. Reacher struck the first hard across the neck with the sap, nearly decapitating him. The second twisted away. The follow-up blow shattered his collarbone and dropped him to his knees. Reacher stabbed him in the face with the blade, then delivered 2 more sap strikes to break his neck. 4 down. He dragged both bodies through the rain to the lawn and piled them with the others. Now 4 were dead. 1 shotgun captured, truck keys secured, and only the Kleiner kid remained with his own shotgun. Reacher could not locate him. Inside the house, the rain's roar created too much white noise to track movement. He slipped into the garden room and listened. The kid headed out the front door, turned left instead of right, and walked past the garden room windows toward the patio, shotgun held ready, looking like a ghost from hell. Reacher used the Bentley key to unlock the garden room door and stepped into the fire hose force of the rain. He circled to the patio. The kid stood at the edge of the long, sloping lawn, staring toward the swimming pool. Lightning seared the sky, and thunder crashed continuously. Reacher crouched 20 feet away, listening to the rain thrashing the kid's nylon suit. He avoided using the Mag-10. A messy kill would complicate body disposal and leave evidence that could unsettle Old Man Kleiner or endanger himself. He needed the kid to simply vanish. The kid walked slowly down the wet lawn to the pool, head turning stiffly side to side, vision limited by the tight hood. Reacher followed on the grass, staying just outside his peripheral vision. At the pool's edge, a yard behind him, Reacher swung the sap at his head as the kid turned back toward the house. The blow glanced off the slick nylon and threw Reacher off balance. The kid spun, pumped a shell into the chamber, and fired as Reacher knocked the barrel aside. The blast roared louder than thunder, shredding leaves in the trees. The kid pumped again. Reacher lunged, seized the gun, forced it upward, and tore it away after the second shot. He jabbed the stock at the kid's face, but the rubber pad cushioned the blow. Reacher dove low, tripped him backward into the deep end of the pool, and jumped in after. They thrashed into deep water. Chlorine burned Reacher's eyes and nose as rain hammered down. He fought until he locked both hands around the kid's throat, tore the hood back, and thrust his head a yard underwater. He crushed and wrenched with crushing force, far beyond what the Warburton biker had done to him. The kid struggled briefly, then died. In water, the first man under always stayed under. It could easily have been Reacher. Reacher treaded water, gasping in the sharp chlorine stench, while rain chopped the pool surface into chaos, blurring where water ended and air began. He let the Kleiner kid's body float away and swam to the edge, clinging there to catch his breath. Thunder roared continuously, and lightning flashed in sheets through the relentless downpour. Staying in the pool would have kept him drier, but work remained. He swam back, towed the floating corpse to the side, hauled himself out, then dragged the heavy nylon-clad body onto the tiles where water gushed from the wrists and ankles. Leaving it there, he staggered up to the garage through the storm. His soaked clothes felt like chain mail. Inside the 3-car garage sat Hubbell's matching dark green Bentley, polished to a deep gloss that reflected his image. He searched among the garden tools and found a large barrow with bicycle-style spoke wheels. Reacher wheeled it out into the deluge, down to the pool, collected the 2 shotguns and the wet sap, then heaved the kid's corpse, shoes still on, into the barrow. He pushed it up to the house, squeezed past the Bentley, and loaded the body into the back of the Kleiner Foundation truck along with the shotguns. Next, he retrieved the first guard's body from behind the truck and placed it beside the kid. 2 stowed. He wheeled the barrow to the lawn, where the other 3 lay sprawled under the pounding rain, loaded them, and returned all 5 corpses to the truck. Then he ran the empty barrel back to the garage, replaced it, and grabbed a flashlight. Back at the truck, he pulled back hoods and tore away masks. 2 faces belonged to the warehouse gateman he had watched through binoculars on Thursday. The other 2 were the police backup crew who had arrived with Baker and Stevenson at the diner to arrest him. More of Mayor Teal's hidden troops. Reacher locked the garage, ran through the rain to the front of the house, scooped up the 2 bags the men had carried, and examined them under the hallway light. Spare gloves and masks, a box of 10-gauge shotgun shells, a hammer, 6-inch nails, and 4 razor-sharp medical knives. He added the discarded crowbar to 1 bag, carried both down to the truck, and tossed them on top of the bodies. He shut and locked the rear doors. He secured the garden room, then moved to the kitchen. Opening the oven, he emptied his pockets onto the floor and found baking sheets. He stripped down the Desert Eagle, placed its parts and spare bullets on 1 tray, and laid the knife, sap, Bentley keys, money, and papers on the other. He slid both trays into the oven on very low heat. Reacher pulled the splintered front door as close as it would go, climbed into the Kleiner truck, started it, and reversed carefully down the driveway onto Beckman Drive. He rolled south through the deserted town, windshield wipers beating furiously against the rain. 300 yards past the village green, he turned into Morrison's driveway, parked beside the abandoned Lincoln, locked the truck, and hurled the keys far into the field beyond the boundary fence. Then he started walking back through the storm, thinking hard. Saturday was already more than an hour old, leaving Sunday less than a day away. The shape of Kleiner's operation stood clear. 3 facts were certain. Kleiner needed special paper. It was unobtainable in the States, yet the warehouse was jammed full of something. The handwritten serial numbers on the air conditioner boxes troubled him. The boxes made smart camouflage for shipping to Florida markets, fooling even the Jacksonville cops. But why add serial numbers if the boxes contained no actual appliances? That detail went beyond reasonable cover. Walking in the rain, Reacher recalled Kelstein's praise for Joe's precise way of expressing himself. He thought of Joe's neat printed list with its proud capital letters, rows of initials, column of phone numbers, and the 2 bottom notes, Stoller's Garage and Gray's Kleiner file. The list was gone, ruined by pool water, but he had read it 100 times and trusted his memory. Joe seemed to be pointing him towards Stoller's garage to discover what Kleiner had really packed into those boxes. Back at Hubbell's house, he started coffee in the kitchen, then retrieved his items from the warm oven. Everything was bone dry except the stiffened leather on the sap and key ring. He reassembled and loaded the Desert Eagle, leaving it cocked and locked on the table. The computer printout was now blank, ink washed away, but memory would suffice. He descended to the basement, started the furnace, stripped, and shoved his wet clothes into the electric dryer on low. Upstairs, he took a long, hot shower, scrubbing the mascara from his face, then wrapped himself in a towel and returned for coffee. He could not reach Atlanta before 3:30 that morning, the wrong time to talk his way in without ID or official status. The visit would have to wait until first thing tomorrow. Instead, he considered sleep. He turned off the kitchen radio and the den television, then surveyed the snug wood-paneled room with its big leather chairs. A Japanese stereo held rows of Beatles CDs and cassettes. Hubbell's strong interest in John Lennon, including albums, bootlegs, and a wooden box singles collection. Over the desk stood shelves of technical banking journals, reports, and selected periodicals filed neatly by alphabet and date. Banking Journal, Bank Management, Banker, Banker's Magazine, and others, plus a few U.S. Treasury dispatches and World of Banking issues. The curated collection looked like the heavy reading Hubbell turned to when sleep evaded him. Reacher had been heading out of the den to find a bed when a thought stopped him. He turned back to the desk and scanned the bookshelf again, running his finger along the row of magazines and journals. The dates on their spines showed recent issues continuing right up to the latest editions, more than a dozen dated from this year. A full third had been published after Hubbell lost his job at the bank and was no longer a banker. Yet he had kept ordering these thick professional journals, kept receiving them, and kept reading the complex material inside. Why? He pulled out several periodicals. Their glossy covers felt heavy in his hands. When he held them by the spines, they fell open naturally to the pages Hubbell had studied most. Reacher examined those pages, then grabbed more issues and let them drop open the same way. He sank into Hubbell's leather chair, still wrapped in the towel, and read straight through the entire shelf from left to right. It took him a full hour. Next, he turned to the books. His finger trailed along the dusty spines until two familiar names jolted him: Kelstein and Bartholomew. He pulled out the thick red leather volume of their Senate subcommittee report. Kelstein had called it the Anti-Counterfeiter's Bible, and it lived up to the name. The report laid out an exhaustive history of every known forging technique, with detailed examples from every major racket ever uncovered. Reacher settled the heavy book onto his lap and read for another solid hour. He began with the paper problems. Kelstein had stressed that paper was the key, and the long appendix expanded on everything he had said in person. The cotton and linen fibers, the chemical colorants, the red and blue polymer threads, and the special stock came from Crane and Company in Dalton, Massachusetts. Reacher nodded to himself. He remembered buying their thick Christmas cards in creamy rag envelopes. The company had supplied currency paper to the Treasury since 1879, trucked down to Washington under heavy guard in armored cars. Not a single sheet had ever been stolen. He flipped back to the main text, piling Hubbell's books across the desk. He read some sections twice, even 3 times, diving repeatedly into the dense articles and reports, cross-referencing, struggling to parse the arcane language. 3 paragraphs in the big red Senate report drew him back again and again. One about an old counterfeiting ring in Bogota, another about a Lebanese operation where Christian phalangists had worked with Armenian engravers during the Civil War, and a third filled with complex chemical formulas mixed with a few recognizable terms. He kept returning to those pages, then wandered into the kitchen, stared at Joe's blank list for a long while, and finally returned to the quiet den. He sat in the pool of light and read on, halfway through the night. It didn't put him to sleep. The reading jolted him wide awake with a sharp buzz of shock and excitement. By the time he finished, he understood exactly how they were obtaining the paper, where it came from, what had been inside those air conditioner boxes last year, and what Kleiner was stockpiling in his warehouse. He knew what the trucks delivered every day, what Joe's heading E unum pluribus truly meant, and why his brother had reversed the motto. With 24 hours still left, Reacher saw the entire operation from top to bottom. It was brilliantly simple. Kelstein had called the paper unobtainable, but Kleiner had found a way. Reacher jumped up, hurried down to the basement, and yanked his clothes from the dryer. He dressed quickly on the concrete floor, left the towel where it dropped, and ran back upstairs. He loaded his jacket with what he needed, rushed outside past the splintered door, and crossed the gravel to the Bentley. He started the engine, reversed down the drive, and roared off along Beckman, turning left onto Main Street. He gunned the car through the silent town, past the diner, then swung left onto the Warburton Road and pushed the old sedan as fast as he dared. The Bentley's dim headlights struggled against the patchy night. Trailing storm clouds scudded across the moon while the road curved and bucked under slick storm water. The heavy car slid and wallowed, so Reacher eased off the speed. Better to arrive 10 minutes late than end up dead in a field like Joe. He passed the dark copse of trees and saw the prison's distant perimeter lights blazing across the landscape. Their glow lingered in the mirror long after he cruised past. He crossed the bridge, drove through Franklin, left Georgia, and entered Alabama. He rushed by the closed, darkened roadhouse called the Pond, where he and Roscoe had once stopped. A mile later, he reached the motel. He left the engine running and ducked into the office to wake the night clerk. He asked if a guest named Finley was registered. The man checked the book and answered that he was in cabin 11. The whole place lay slowed and silent in the night. Reacher found Finley's cabin, his police Chevy parked outside. He banged hard on the door, kept banging until he heard an irritated groan from inside. He called out again. Finley finally opened the door, freshly woken, wearing a gray sweatshirt and boxer shorts. Reacher felt a flicker of surprise. He had half expected the man to sleep in his tweed suit. Finlay demanded to know what he wanted at this hour. Reacher told him there was something he needed to show him. Finlay yawned and blinked, asking what time it was. Reacher guessed around 5 or 6 and urged him to get dressed. They were heading to Atlanta. Finlay pressed for details, but Reacher simply repeated that he had to get dressed and go. Grumbling, Finlay disappeared into the bathroom. 15 minutes later, he emerged looking fully like himself again, tweed suit and all. He warned that this had better be worth it. They stepped out into the night. Finlay locked the cabin while Reacher waited by the car. Finlay asked if Reacher was driving. When Reacher shrugged, Finlay complained he didn't like being driven and asked for the wheel. Reacher handed over the keys without argument. He was exhausted. Finlay started the Bentley, backed out, and swung east, driving fast and skillfully. As they settled into the long drive, Finlay asked what was going on. Reacher looked across at him in the glow of the dashboard. He said he had figured it out. He knew exactly what the whole thing was about. Finlay glanced over, surprised, and asked if he was going to explain. Reacher first asked whether Finlay had called Princeton. Finlay slapped the wheel in irritation and said he had spent an hour on the phone. The contact knew a lot, but ultimately revealed nothing useful. He described the man as a history postgrad who had worked for Bartholomew. It turned out Bartholomew and Kelstein were leading figures in counterfeiting research, and Joe had consulted them for background. Reacher nodded. He had heard the same from Kelstein himself. Finlay asked why Reacher was questioning him about it then. Reacher wanted to hear Finlay's own conclusions to see how far he had gotten. Finlay admitted they had gotten nowhere. After a year of talks, everyone had concluded there was no way Kleiner could be acquiring so much high-quality paper. Reacher confirmed that was exactly what Kelstein had said too, but he had now solved it. Finlay glanced over again. surprise clear on his face as the prison lights glowed in the distance behind them. He asked Reacher to tell him. Reacher told him to wake up and figure it out for himself. Finley grunted, still irritated. They drove on through the fierce yellow glare spilling from the prison fence, then left it behind. Finlay asked for a clue. Reacher gave him two. Joe's heading on the list, Unum Pluribus, and what made American currency unique in the world. Finlay nodded, thinking, his fingers drumming the wheel. He noted the reverse motto meant, out of one comes many. Reacher confirmed it and waited, while Finley considered what set U.S. banknotes apart from every other country's. The car hurtled forward as faint dawn glimmered on the eastern horizon. Reacher leaned back in the passenger seat as the Bentley hummed northward. He explained that he had lived on 6 continents and carried dozens of different currencies in his pocket over the years: yen, Deutschmarks, pounds, lire, pesos, ones, francs, shekels, rupees. Now he carried dollars. And one thing stood out to him. Finlay shrugged and asked what. Reacher pointed out that all U.S. dollars were the same size, 50s, 100s, 10s, 20s, 5s, and 1s, unlike any other country he had seen. Everywhere else, higher value notes were physically larger, creating a clear progression in size. But American bills stayed uniform, so a $100 note felt identical in the hand to a $1 bill. Finlay asked what that meant. Reacher asked where they were getting their paper from, then let the question hang. Finley glanced out his window, irritation building because he still didn't see it. Reacher said they were buying it, for $1 a sheet. Finlay sighed and shot him a skeptical look, insisting no one could buy it. The Dalton operation was airtight. Not a single sheet had gone missing in over a century. Reacher corrected him calmly. The paper was for sale on the open market. Finley grunted. They reached the county road turn and swung north toward the highway, the strengthening dawn now glowing on their right. Reacher continued. They were scouring the country for $1 bills. That had been Hubbell's main job for the past year and a half, leveraging his old cash management experience at the bank. He arranged purchases from banks, malls, retail chains, supermarkets, racetracks, casinos, anywhere cash flowed. They paid with checks, wire transfers, and bogus hundreds, pulling in genuine singles from across the U.S., about a ton a week. Finlay stared across at him, beginning to understand, and asked how many bills that was. Reacher told him a ton of singles equaled $1 million. They needed 40 tons a year, $40 million in ones. He went on. The trucks delivered those singles to the Margrave warehouse. Then, until a year ago, they had been repacked into air conditioner cartons and shipped out. The boxes were fresh, probably ordered from a distant factory, sealed with tape. Before shipping, they counted the contents by weighing each box. With singles, an ounce was worth $30, a pound $480. They weighed every box, calculated the value, and wrote the amount on the side in long serial numbers. Finlay asked how he knew. Reacher said, the serial numbers on the boxes revealed exactly how much money was inside. Finlay gave a rueful smile and asked if the boxes then went to Jacksonville Beach. Reacher confirmed they were loaded onto a boat and taken down to Venezuela. They fell quiet as the warehouse complex loomed on their left, its metal siding catching the pale dawn. Both men turned their heads to watch it slide past before Finley accelerated up the ramp onto the highway toward Atlanta. Reacher asked what was in Venezuela. Finley shrugged. Reacher answered, Kleiner's Chemical Works, relocated there after the EPA trouble. Finlay asked what it did. Reacher said it involved cotton and used sodium hydroxide, sodium hypochlorite, chlorine, and water. Finlay still didn't follow. Reacher told him the mixture produced strong bleach, specially suited for cotton fiber. Finlay repeated, So? Reacher reminded him what Bartholomew's contact had said about currency paper. It was mostly cotton fiber with some linen. Finlay inhaled sharply. The realization hit him hard. They were bleaching the ink off genuine $1 bills, turning them into 40 million blank sheets of authentic currency paper each year. Then they reprinted the blanks as hundreds. Reacher grinned and held up his hand. They slapped a high five in the speeding car, both whooping with the breakthrough. Reacher confirmed it. Out of $1 came many, specifically 100. That was what Joe's reverse motto meant. Finlay shook his head in disbelief. He realized the warehouse right now must be packed floor to ceiling with 40 tons of genuine singles. $40 million, sitting there waiting for the Coast Guard pressure to ease. They had caught Kleiner completely exposed. Reacher laughed in agreement. Their panic made perfect sense now. Finlay asked how Reacher had pieced it together. Reacher didn't answer immediately. The highway carried them into the spreading southern edge of Atlanta, past construction cranes and growing commercial blocks. He said they would take it one step at a time. First, he would prove it by showing Finlay an air conditioner box, still stuffed with genuine $1 bills. Finlay asked where. Reacher said in the Stoller's garage. Finlay protested that the garage had burned down, and Atlanta PD plus fire officials were already swarming the site. Reacher replied that he had no information confirming it had burned. Finlay demanded an explanation. Reacher asked where Finlay had gone to school, then stressed the importance of precision. He reminded Finlay of Joe's computer printout and the second-to-last item, Stoller's garage. He pointed out the apostrophe came after the final S, plural possessive. It meant the garage belonging to the Stollers, not a single Stoller. Judy and Sherman weren't married, so the only two Stollers were Sherman's parents at their modest house. That was where the garage would be. Finlay drove in silence, mentally reviewing the grammar. Reacher said it made sense Sherman would stash extra boxes with his folks. The ones at his own house had been empty, but he hadn't expected to die so soon. He had planned to live for years without working. They entered Atlanta proper. Reacher directed Finlay to loop around past the airport on the raised concrete ribbon, then navigate back to the poorer neighborhood. By 7:30, the low morning sun gave the streets a soft glow. They stopped at the right house behind its wire fence. Reacher led Finlay through the gate and up the path. Finlay pounded on the door with his badge ready. Sherman Stoller's mother answered. She looked awake and recognized Reacher as a police officer. When Finlay showed his badge, she invited them inside without expression. In the cramped kitchen, she asked what they wanted. Finlay said they needed to see inside her garage. They believed her son might have stored stolen property there. The old woman stood silent a moment, then took a key from a nail on the wall and handed it over wordlessly. She retreated down the hallway. Finlay and Reacher walked around to the small, tumble-down garage. Finlay unlocked and swung the door open. Inside stood two tall cartons stacked against the far wall, identical to the empty island air conditioning boxes Reacher had seen before, but these remained sealed with tape. Long, handwritten serial numbers ran down their sides. According to those numbers, each box contained $100,000. Finlay and Reacher stood staring at the two sealed cartons in the dim garage. Reacher stepped forward, rocked one box away from the wall, and used Morrison's knife to slit the sealing tape. He flipped open the flaps and tipped the carton over. It hit the concrete with a dusty thud. Thousands of $1 bills poured out in a rushing avalanche, fluttering and cascading across the floor. Some were crisp, others crumpled. Some rolled tight, others stacked in thick bricks. The flood of cash washed over Finlay's polished shoes. He crouched and thrust both hands into the spreading lake of money, lifting two fistfuls. In the pale light from the single dirty window they stared at the bills, then at each other. Finlay asked how much had been in the box. Reacher kicked it over to check the handwritten number. More bills spilled out. He read nearly 100,000. Finlay asked about the second box. Reacher checked his number and said 100 grand plus change, packed tighter. Finlay shook his head, dropped the bills, and began swishing his hands through the pile. Then he rose and kicked the money around like autumn leaves. Reacher joined in. They laughed, kicking great sprays of cash into the air, whooping and slapping each other on the back, dancing across a garage floor covered in $100,000. Finlay reversed the Bentley to the garage door. Reacher kicked the loose bills in the piles and tried stuffing them back into the open box. But the sprung rolls and bricks made it impossible. He left about $30,000 scattered on the floor. Finlay suggested taking only the sealed box and returning for the rest later. Reacher said it was a drop in the bucket and they should leave it for the old couple as an inheritance from their son. Finlay thought for a moment, then shrugged. The cash lay everywhere like litter. Its sheer volume made it feel unreal. They dragged the heavy sealed box into the morning light and heaved it into the Bentley's trunk. $100,000 weighed nearly 200 pounds. Panting, they shut the garage door and left the remaining money inside. Finlay said he needed to call Picard and stepped back into the house to use the phone. He returned quickly and said they had to go to Picard's office for a strategy meeting. He drove them out of the maze of small streets toward downtown Atlanta, spinning the big steering wheel toward the towers. Finlay told Reacher he had proved it and asked how he had figured everything out. Reacher shifted in the leather seat to face him. He explained he had wanted to check Joe's list for the punctuation on Stoller's garage, but the paper had been soaked in chlorinated water and all the writing had bleached away. Finlay glanced over. Surprised he had pieced it together from that. Reacher shook his head. The real breakthrough had come from the Senate report. 2 short paragraphs describing an old Bogota scam and a Lebanese operation that had bleached real dollar bills to create blank paper for reprinting. Finlay ran a red light and asked if Kleiner's scheme wasn't original. Reacher said it wasn't. Those earlier operations had been tiny and low-level. Kleiner had simply scaled the same idea to industrial size, becoming the Henry Ford of counterfeiting, mass-producing what others had only done in small batches. Finlay stopped at the next light and asked how Bartholomew and Kelstein, who wrote the report, had missed it. Reacher believed Bartholomew had eventually remembered the obscure footnote. The massive old report buried the bleaching detail among thousands of pages about minor operations. No one could have imagined Kleiner's volume. The 2 old professors simply lacked the imagination to connect it. Finlay shrugged and parked illegally next to a hydrant. Picard met them in his lobby and led them into a side room. They briefed him quickly. His eyes gleamed with excitement at the size of the case. Picard praised the work, but warned that while the Hispanic crew were obvious, hired help, 5 of the original 10 locals remained unidentified. They knew Morrison, Teal, Baker, and the 2 Kleiners, but the other 5 could be anyone in Margrave. Reacher shook his head. They only needed to identify 1 more. He had already uncovered 4 the night before. Both men sat up straighter. Reacher named the 2 gatemen from the warehouse and the 2 backup cops from last Friday. Finlay cursed at the mention of more cops. Picard laid his big hands on the table and told him to head back to Margrave immediately. They should stay out of trouble if possible, but make arrests if necessary. He warned them to be extremely careful about the unknown 10th man. He would follow shortly after retrieving Roscoe, giving them 20 minutes head start. They shook hands all around. Picard headed upstairs while Finlay and Reacher returned to the Bentley. Finlay asked how Reacher had identified the 4. Reacher said Baker had bumped into him the previous night. He had fed Baker a story about searching Hubbell's place for documents, then gone there himself and waited. The Kleiner kid and 4 others had shown up to kill him. Finlay stared sideways at him in shock and asked what happened. Reacher said he had ambushed them. 3 knocked out with blows to the head, 1 with his throat cut, and the Kleiner kid drowned in the swimming pool. That was why Joe's list had been soaked and bleached. Finlay called it a hell of a thing and asked how Reacher felt about killing 5 men. Reacher shrugged. He thought briefly of his brother Joe as a tall, gawky 18-year-old heading to West Point, and of Molly Beth Gordon smiling with her heavy briefcase. He answered Finlay by asking how he felt when he put down roach powder. Finlay shook his head sharply, as if flinging off cold water, and said only 4 were left. He kneaded the steering wheel and blew out a long sigh, then asked if Reacher had any idea about the 10th man. Reacher said it didn't matter who he was. Right now, the 10th man was at the warehouse with the other 3. Short-staffed, they would all be pulling guard and loading duty. Reacher switched on the old Bentley's radio and settled back, fighting sleep as music filled the car. Finlay muttered that it was unbelievable how a place like Margrave had gotten into something this big. Reacher said it had started with Eisenhower. The interstates had killed the town. The old county road had once forced all traffic through Margrave, filling it with rooming houses, bars, and spending visitors. When the highways bypassed it by 14 miles and air travel grew cheap, the town withered. Finlay asked if the highway was to blame. Reacher corrected him. It was Mayor Teal's fault. The town had sold the warehouse land for new revenue, and Teal had brokered the deal. When the money turned dirty, Teal lacked the spine to refuse and had climbed into bed with Kleiner. Finlay noted that politicians never said no to money, especially that much money. Teal had rebuilt the entire town with it. Reacher said Teal had actually drowned the town in it. The place had become a cesspool, with everyone from the mayor down floating in the corruption. They fell silent again. Reacher tuned the radio until Albert King sang about bad luck being his only friend. Finlay asked once more why Margrave specifically. Reacher answered that geography and opportunity had made it perfect. Highways converged nearby, offering a straight run to the Florida boat yards. It was quiet, and the local leaders were greedy enough to do whatever they were told. Finlay drove the rest of the way in thoughtful silence, fingers drumming the wheel, imagining the endless river of dollar bills rushing south and east. They parked in the slot nearest the station house door. The gleaming black Bentley reflected in the glass, worth $100,000 by itself, with another $100,000 riding in the trunk. Reacher popped the trunk, laid his jacket over the air conditioner box, and walked with Finlay to the entrance. The station was nearly deserted, except for the desk sergeant, who nodded as they passed. They moved through the quiet squad room to the Rosewood office and back and closed the door. Finlay looked uneasy and said he still wanted to know who the 10th man was. It could be anyone, even the desk sergeant. 4 cops were already involved. Reacher said it wasn't the sergeant. He never left his stool. But it could be Stevenson, who had been connected to Hubble. Finlay shook his head. No, he said. Teal pulled Stevenson off the road when he took over. He wanted him close where he could watch him. So it isn't Stevenson. Could be anybody. Could even be Eno up at the diner. He's got a bad temper. Reacher looked at him evenly. You're a bad-tempered guy too, Finlay, he said. Bad temper never made anyone a criminal. Finlay shrugged off the remark and asked what they should do now. Reacher said they would wait for Roscoe and Picard, then decide. He sat on the edge of the big rosewood desk, swinging one leg. Finlay paced the expensive carpet. They waited about 20 minutes until the door opened. Picard filled the entire doorway. Finlay stared at him, sensing something wrong. Reacher followed his gaze. 2 things were wrong. Picard had not brought Roscoe, and he held a government-issue .38 rock-steady in his giant hand, aimed straight at Finlay. You? Finlay gasped. Picard gave a cold smile. None other, he said. The pleasure's all mine. You 2 have been very helpful, keeping me updated every step. You handed me the Hubbles and Officer Roscoe. Couldn't have asked for more. Finlay stood frozen, shaking. You? He repeated. Picard told him he should have spotted it Wednesday. He had sent the little guy to Joe's hotel 2 hours before mentioning it. Finlay had disappointed him. Picard smiled at them both. Finlay turned to Reacher, but Reacher had nothing to say. He could only stare at Picard's massive bulk and feel certain this would be his last day alive. Picard ordered Reacher to move beside Finlay. He took 2 giant strides into the room, gun still trained on them. Reacher noted the short-barrel .38 would be accurate at this range, but unreliable for stopping power. There were 2 of them against 1, and Finlay had a revolver in his shoulder holster. Reacher weighed the odds for a split second, then abandoned the thought as Mayor Teal stepped in behind Picard. Teal carried his heavy cane in one hand and a police-issue Ithaca Mag-10 shotgun in the other. Picard repeated the order. Reacher asked where Roscoe was. Picard laughed and gestured with the gun barrel for him to stand and move. Reacher slid off the desk and crossed the room with heavy, leaden steps. He stood next to Finlay. Teal covered them with the scattergun. Picard reached under Finlay's jacket, removed his revolver, and pocketed it. The huge jacket sagged open under the weight. He patted Reacher down and found him unarmed. His own jacket was still in the Bentley's trunk. Then Picard stepped back beside Teal. Finlay stared at Picard, his heart clearly breaking. "What's this about?" Finlay asked. "We go back a long way." Picard shrugged. "I warned you to stay away back in March," he said. "Tried to keep you from coming down here. But you wouldn't listen, you stubborn asshole, so now you get what you get." Reacher felt worse for Finlay than for himself. Then Kleiner entered. His bone-hard face split in a grin, feral teeth glittering, eyes locked on Reacher. He carried another Ithaca Mag-10 in his left hand, and the silenced Ruger Mark Descun .22 that had killed Joe in his right pointed straight at Reacher. Reacher stared at the gun. 9 days earlier, its fat silencer had touched his brother's temple. Picard and Teal moved behind the desk. Teal sat down. Picard loomed over his shoulder. Kleiner gestured with the shotgun barrel for them to sit. They lowered themselves into chairs side by side in front of the desk. Kleiner closed the door and leaned against it. Shotgun at his hip aimed at Reacher's head, the .22 pointing at the floor. Reacher studied the 3 men. Old Teal glared with raw hate, his leathery face shaken and desperate, looking 20 years older than the smooth mayor Reacher had met on Monday. Picard appeared calmer, like an athlete visiting his old school, but tension showed around his eyes and in the restless thumb against his thigh. Kleiner remained perfectly still, lean and dried out like teak, betraying nothing except the cruel energy burning in his eyes. Teal opened a drawer and handed the cassette recorder to Picard. Picard set his revolver on the desk and plugged in the machine, skipping the microphone. They were not recording. Teal thumbed the intercom. "Baker?" he said. "In here, please." Kleiner moved aside as Baker entered in uniform, .38 in his holster. He carried 2 cassettes. Teal selected the second one. "A tape," Teal said. "Listen, you'll find it interesting." He inserted the cassette and pressed play. After a hiss and boomy acoustic, Roscoe's voice filled the room, loud with panic. "Reacher, this is a message for you. You better do what they tell you, or I'm in trouble. If you're in any doubt what kind, go back to the morgue and read Mrs. Morrison's autopsy report. That's the trouble I'll be in. So help me out. End of message." Her voice broke off with a faint gasp of pain, as if she had been dragged away. Teal stopped the recorder. Reacher stared at him, ice cold, no longer feeling human. Picard and Baker beamed with satisfaction. Teal removed the first tape and loaded the second. "Another one," he said. "Listen." The same hiss returned. Then Charlie Hubbell's voice, hysterical. "Hub? This is Charlie. I've got the children with me. I'm not at home. You know what that means. If you don't come back, something will happen to the children. They say, you know what? It's the same thing they threatened for you and me. but it'll be the kids instead. So come back straight away." Her voice rose in panic and faded into the hiss. Teal stopped the tape and placed both cassettes on the desk in front of Reacher. Kleiner stepped forward. "You're going to take that tape with you," he said. "You'll play it for Hubble wherever you've hidden him." Finlay and Reacher stared at each other in blank astonishment. Reacher turned back to Kleiner. "You already killed Hubble," he said. Kleiner hesitated, then told him not to try that. They had planned to, but Reacher had moved him. Charlie had insisted Reacher could find him. She had been very convincing with a knife between her little girl's legs. Reacher repeated that they had killed him, and he knew nothing. Kleiner sighed and cut the crap. They needed Hubble back immediately for business reasons. They could beat the location out of Reacher, but he might send them wrong because time was short. He outlined the plan. Picard would accompany Reacher to collect Hubble. Once there, Picard would call Kleiner on his mobile. Then all three would return. Reacher stayed silent. Kleiner suddenly demanded to know where Hubble was. Reacher started to speak, but Kleiner raised a hand. He knew Reacher was already calculating how to take Picard out, but it wouldn't work. No one ever had, and Kleiner's mobile number existed only in Picard's head. Kleiner added that since they didn't know the distance and Reacher wouldn't tell the truth, they would set a time limit. He walked around to Finlay, raised the silence point .22, and pressed the tip hard into Finlay's ear until he tilted sideways in the chair. Reacher felt the cold pressure of the silenced Ruger against Finlay's ear as Kleiner laid out the terms. Finlay would be handcuffed to the bars in a cell. If Picard failed to call by 1 hour before dawn tomorrow, Kleiner would fire the shotgun into that cell and scatter Finlay across the concrete. Then Roscoe would be forced to sponge his remains off the back wall. After another hour, at sunrise, Kleiner would turn on Roscoe herself, first with prolonged sexual interference, then with pain. Teal and Kleiner had spent a pleasant hour planning every detail. Kleiner leaned harder, forcing Finlay sideways in the chair. Reacher met the sneer with a thin smile. Kleiner was already a dead man walking. He just hadn't hit the ground yet. Kleiner repeated the deadlines. 6 o'clock to save Finlay, 7 to save Roscoe, and Reacher was not to touch Picard. Only Picard knew the mobile number. Reacher shrugged. He asked if the problem was simply that Hubble had run and they had no idea where to find him. No one answered. He pressed. They couldn't locate Hubble at all. Kleiner was useless, a piece of shit who thought he was clever but couldn't even find his own target. Finlay stopped breathing beside him, certain Reacher was gambling with his life. But Kleiner eased the gun away and stepped back into view, face pale, stress sharp in the air. Reacher absorbed a new fact. Hubble was still alive, hiding somewhere. He had smelled danger on Monday morning, walked out on his own, and stayed gone all week while they hunted him. That tiny edge was now Reacher's. He asked what Hubble possessed that mattered so much. Kleiner shrugged. Hubble was the last loose end. Everything else was handled. He refused to shut down the operation just because one man was loose and talking. Reacher would bring him back where he belonged. Reacher leaned forward, locking eyes. He asked quietly whether Kleiner's son couldn't handle the job instead. Silence. He leaned closer. Tell the boy to go fetch him. Kleiner said nothing. Reacher asked where the son was now. What had happened to him? Did Kleiner know? Kleiner knew but refused to accept it. He had sent his son after Reacher. The boy had not returned. The hard face slackened. He wanted the truth but could not ask. He wanted to hate Reacher for the killing but could not admit the killing had happened. 40 tons of money outweighed even a son's life. Reacher stared into the dead eyes and spoke softly again. Where is your son? The office stayed silent for a long time. Kleiner finally ordered Picard to get Reacher out. If they were not gone in 1 minute, he would shoot Finley immediately. Reacher stood. He gave Finley a single nod, then walked out. Picard closed the door quietly behind them. They crossed the deserted squad room. The desk sergeant had vanished. Coffee scented the air. Reacher passed Roscoe's empty desk and the blank bulletin board still marked Morrison Investigation. No progress. He pushed through the heavy glass door into the bright afternoon glare. Picard gestured with the stubby .38 barrel for Reacher to drive the Bentley. Reacher crossed the lot, heart hammering, breath shallow. Panic pressed closer than it ever had. He forced one foot in front of the other, telling himself he had to invent the next move by the time he reached the driver's door or everything would collapse. He slid behind the wheel, drove to Eno's diner, and fished the map from the seat pocket. Inside, he took an empty booth, ordered coffee and eggs, and made himself eat. 13 hard years had taught him. The shorter the time, the colder the head. One shot had to count. Low blood sugar could ruin everything in the small hours. He pushed the plate aside, spread the map, and stared at it for nearly an hour, searching inside his head for Hubble first. He could not afford random driving. When he folded the map, he palmed the knife and fork into his trouser pocket. The waitress with glasses approached. She asked if he was planning a trip. Reacher looked up, catching his own reflection in her lenses and Picard's bulk glowering behind him. He said yes, a hell of a trip, the trip of a lifetime. She didn't know how to answer, just told him to take care. He left one of Charlie's hundreds on the table, real or counterfeit it would spend, and told her it was for the big tip. Eno probably kept most of the dirty money for himself. She said she'd see him again. Reacher answered, maybe. At 4 o'clock, Picard pushed him out the door. Reacher hustled across the gravel. Picard followed, hand in his pocket. They climbed into the Bentley. Reacher fired it up and blasted north along the old county road, covering 14 miles in 12 minutes. He had noticed the plain sedan 100 yards back. 2 men inside. Picard had insisted on the distinctive Bentley for exactly this reason. Extra insurance, extra watchers. Reacher swung onto the highway ramp, hit I-20 east, and held speed. The sedan stayed glued behind them, mile after mile, skirting the southeast edge of Atlanta. Picard spoke for the first time since leaving the station. He asked where Hubble was. Reacher glanced across and shrugged. No idea. Best lead was a friend of Hubble's in Augusta named Lennon. Picard questioned whether Hubble even had a friend there. They had checked such things. Reacher shrugged again. Picard warned him not to bullshit. Kleiner had a cruel streak a mile wide. It would go harder on the woman. Reacher asked when he had seen that streak. Picard listed examples. Wednesday at the airport with Molly Beth. Sunday at the Morrison place. Reacher kept his face still. Kleiner and his son had been at the Morrison Sunday morning. They had given the 2 cops the day off and handled it themselves. The old man had loved every minute. Reacher remembered spotting the Kleiner kid around 10:30 that Sunday, picking up his stepmother from the coffee shop, staring at him. The kid had just come from dismembering the Morrisons. He asked if the old man had shot Joe on Thursday night. Picard confirmed it. The Silence .22 was Kleiner's weapon. The kid had then kicked the body around. He was berserk, wrong in the head. Morrison was supposed to clean up, burn the bodies in the car, but he couldn't find Stoller's corpse, so he left both where they lay. Reacher asked about the 8 men Kleiner had killed in Louisiana. Picard laughed. 8 they knew about. Speranza had hunted for a paid shooter for a year, but there never was one. Kleiner had done it all himself, like a hobby. Reacher asked if Picard had known Kleiner back then. Reacher sat behind the wheel of the Bentley, listening as Picard admitted He had always known Kleiner and had maneuvered himself into position as Speranza's bureau liaison to keep everything under control. The words settled heavily in Reacher's mind, confirming the depth of the betrayal. They drove on in silence for a couple of miles, the plain sedan holding steady 100 yards behind them. Picard turned toward him, suspicion sharpening his tone as he asked whether this Lennon was another Treasury agent working for Reacher's brother. Reacher answered that Lennon was simply a friend of Hubble's. Picard dismissed the claim outright, chuckling with heavy amusement at the idea that Kleiner had only pretended friendship by giving the man a job. Reacher countered by reminding him how Finlay had once believed Picard was a friend. Picard shrugged it off, claiming he had tried to warn Finlay away and refused to risk his own life for him. Reacher stayed quiet, letting the tension build as they continued cruising down the highway. When Reacher mentioned they needed gas, Picard glanced at the fuel gauge and agreed. Reacher spotted a sign for a station near Madison and pulled the Bentley off at the furthest pump. He asked Picard if he would handle the fueling. Picard refused with surprised irritation, telling him to do it himself. The exact response Reacher had hoped for. Reacher stepped out. Picard followed on the other side, while the two men from the plain sedan joined them. Reacher recognized them immediately as the same pair he had fought on the crowded New York sidewalk outside Kelstein's college. He nodded casually to them, already calculating they had less than an hour left to live. While the three men stood clustered together, Reacher unhooked the nozzle and began filling the big tank, deliberately trapping the trigger to let the gas trickle slowly. He slipped Eno's flatware from his pocket. Pressing the knife tip into the tire tread beside his knee, he made a clean cut, then bent a fork tine outward and snapped it off, leaving half an inch embedded deep in the rubber. From Picard's angle, it looked like nothing more than Reacher rubbing his leg. Once the tank was full, Reacher called out to Picard about paying. Picard peeled off a bill and sent the smaller man in a khaki raincoat to handle it. They all climbed back into the vehicles. Reacher waited until the plain sedan flashed its headlights twice before pulling smoothly back onto the highway. The Bentley hummed steadily eastward, while signs for Augusta counted down the miles. The setting sun glowed red in the mirror behind them, the horizon ahead already dark over the Atlantic. About 20 miles short of Augusta, past 7:30, and deepening into night, the rear tire began rumbling and the car pulled badly. Reacher cursed and eased onto the shoulder. The plain sedan stopped behind them. All four men got out into a freshening cold wind blowing from the east. Reacher popped the trunk and slipped on his jacket against the chill. He told Picard the spare was under the trunk floor and asked for help, lifting out the heavy box. Picard stepped over, saw the carton of dollar bills, and laughed about burning the wrong house. Together they heaved the box onto the shoulder. Then Picard drew his gun and ordered Reacher to stand still beside it, while the two smaller men changed the tire. Reacher stood shivering in the wind, hands thrust deep in his pockets, stamping his feet as if trying to stay warm. He waited until Picard leaned in to check the bolts, hearing the metal graunch under his weight. In one swift motion, Reacher drew Morrison's switchblade, sliced the air conditioner box open along three sides, and let the wind explode a blizzard of $100 bills across the highway. He dove over the concrete wall and rolled down a shallow bank, pulling the Desert Eagle free. As the man in the raincoat came over the wall after him, Reacher fired and blew the man's leg away. Beyond him, a truck plastered with flying cash swerved off the road and smashed into the plain sedan. Picard batted at the swirling bills while Reacher rolled, aimed, and shot the second man through the chest. The raincoat man screamed and clawed for his automatic. Reacher's third shot took him through the head. Picard stood aiming his .38 down at him amid the chaos of screeching tires and people scrambling for money. Reacher shouted that shooting him would mean losing Hubble forever and Kleiner would never forgive failure. Picard hesitated. Reacher scrambled up the bank, forcing him backward toward the wrecked truck with the big Desert Eagle. Picard yelled back that his phone call was the only way to save the woman. Reacher agreed he wouldn't shoot. They circled the Bentley in a tense standoff, both claiming they wouldn't fire. Picard was telling the truth. Reacher was not. When Picard lined up with the truck wreckage and Reacher stood beside the Bentley, he pulled the trigger. The 44 round smashed Picard's huge frame backward into the tangled metal. Without pausing, Reacher slammed the trunk, jumped into the driver's seat, and burned rubber eastward, dodging people chasing bills across the highway. 20 miles and 20 adrenaline-fueled minutes later, he reached the thickening suburbs of Augusta. He pulled off the highway at the first motel he saw, locked the Bentley, and entered the office. The clerk quoted $36. Reacher confirmed there was a phone, air conditioning, cable TV, and yellow pages, then asked for a map of Augusta. He paid cash, signed the register as Roscoe Finley, and took the key to room 12. Inside, he ignored everything but the phone and directory. Spreading the map beside the yellow pages, he focused on a tight wedge of the city a half-mile long and 4 blocks deep off the main western drag. He narrowed it to quieter places, a block or two off the main road, between a quarter and half-mile out, and built a prioritized list of 18 hotels. He started calling. At the first motel, the one he was in, he asked if Paul Lennon was registered. The clerk checked and said no. Reacher moved down the list, dialing one after another, always receiving the same pause while they checked their books or computers, followed by the same negative answer. By the 13th call, he lay on the bed with the phone on his chest, listening to pages turn on the other end of the line. The 13th clerk answered no. Reacher hung up, then dialed the 14th number and got a busy signal. He tried the 15th. The clerk paused, then confirmed a Paul Lennon was in room 120. Reacher thanked him and set the phone down. He closed his eyes for a moment, breathing out in relief, then checked the map. The hotel was 3 blocks away, north of the main drag. He left the room key on the bed, went out to the still-warm Bentley, and drove a jagged spiral of 3 blocks east, then 3 blocks north until he found the place. He parked at the door and entered the dingy lobby. Ignoring the desk clerk's offer of help, he followed the arrow down a dim warren of corridors to room 120 and rapped on the door. The security chain rattled. The door cracked open. Reacher greeted Hubble. Hubble greeted him back. Hubble spilled over with questions, but Reacher hustled him straight out to the car. They had 4 hours on the road ahead. He was already over 2 hours ahead of schedule and intended to bank that time. Hubble looked steadier than before. 6 days on the run had burned away his old complacent gloss, leaving him tighter, rangier, dressed in cheap chain store clothes with plain socks, steel spectacles, and a cheap digital watch. He carried nothing, just glanced once around the room and walked out as if he could hardly believe his fugitive life was ending. Outside, Hubble stopped at the sight of the Bentley and asked why Reacher was driving Charlie's car. Reacher told him Charlie had been worried and asked him to find her husband. Hubble nodded blankly, then questioned the tinted glass. Reacher only grinned and shrugged it off as a long story. As they pulled away, something nagged at Hubble, a mix of relief at being found and bruised pride that his careful hiding had failed. He asked how Reacher had tracked him down. Reacher shrugged. He had spent years hunting deserters for the Army, and this had been straightforward. He explained that without credit cards, license, or ID, Hubble had been limited to cash and buses, ruling out planes or rentals. Psychologically, terror for his family had kept him circling Margrave at a safe distance rather than fleeing far away. People naturally move counterclockwise when given free choice. Counting days and studying the map, Reacher had predicted the hops: Monday Birmingham, Tuesday Montgomery, Wednesday Columbus, Thursday Macon, though that night had been rough for Hubble, and Friday Augusta, where he had guessed correctly on 2 nights' stay instead of pushing on to Greenville. Hubble had used false names, cycling through Paul Lennon, Paul McCartney, Paul Harrison, Paul Starr, and back to Paul Lennon. Reacher knew he was a Beatles fan from earlier conversations about the Dakota and Liverpool. Hubble had walked a quarter mile from the bus depot, then ducked off the main drag into a tight target area of only 18 hotels. He had been in the 15th. Hubble shook his head, caught between amazement and disappointment as the big Bentley loped down the dark highway. He asked how things stood in Margrave. Reacher slowed slightly, warning they were in deep trouble with only about 7 hours to fix it. He saved the worst. Charlie and the kids had left with an FBI agent on Monday for safety, except the agent had been Picard. A crushing silence filled the car, thick and buzzing. Hubble clenched and unclenched his hands, rocking briefly before his mind simply shut down the reaction, refusing to process anymore. He looked at Reacher and said simply that Reacher would have to get them back. Reacher accelerated again toward Atlanta, confirming he would need Hubble's help. That was why he had picked him up first. Hubble nodded, having crossed into the calm plateau where he would simply do whatever was required. 20 miles out from Augusta, flashing lights and flares appeared ahead on the other side of the divider. A truck had plowed into a parked sedan amid slewed vehicles and drifting litter that people were scrambling to collect. They crawled past slowly. Hubble watched, then expressed quiet sorrow about Reacher's brother, admitting he guessed he had gotten him killed. Reacher wanted to keep him focused, and asked a question that had waited a week. How Hubble had gotten into all this. Hubble shrugged and sighed heavily. He had lost his job. Devastated, angry, scared. They had been living a perfect golden dream, earning and spending a fortune in idyllic comfort. Then rumors surfaced that the retail operation was threatened, and his department faced review. He realized he was one paycheck from disaster. When the department shut down, the paycheck stopped. Reacher pressed him for more. Hubble admitted he had been out of his head with rage and fear after the bank fired him. He had given them everything, made them rich, only to be discarded. The sudden loss of income terrified him. He felt too old and drained to start over, and he had no idea what to do next. Kleiner had appeared within days, tipped off by Teal. He called Hubble, flew him in a private jet to the Bahamas for lunch, and laid out an offer to leave the corporate world behind for real money working with him, not for him. Flattered and desperate, Hubble said yes. The next day, Kleiner sent the plane again. Hubble flew to the Kleiner plant in Venezuela for 1 day, seeing nothing. Then on to Jacksonville, where he spent a week in a lawyer's office. By the end, it was too late to back out. The week had been relentless. First came flattery and temptation, a massive salary, bonuses, nights in clubs and hotels, with money flowing like water. Tuesday, the real work started, specialized, difficult, handling only single-dollar bills with meticulous records. Kleiner proved a relaxed boss until Wednesday, when he calmly explained the entire operation and made clear that Hubble was now part of it and could never leave. Thursday, Hubble tried to quit. Kleiner drove him to a remote building where his son and 2 Hispanic men were waiting. A chained prisoner was dragged out. Kleiner forced Hubble to watch as the son beat the man to a pulp and the Hispanics carved him apart with knives. Blood everywhere. Hubble vomited on the floor. Friday morning on the flight home, Kleiner described exactly what would happen if Hubble ever talked. Charlie would be cut first, nipple by nipple. Then the children, Lucy or Ben, and finally Hubble himself nailed to the wall. They landed, and Kleiner insisted on dinner with Charlie, smiling and chatting about the family, while Hubble pretended nothing was wrong and that he still worked at the bank. They drove on in silence, while Reacher skirted the southeast edge of Atlanta, the city. Glittering to the right and empty darkness to the left, he found the southbound highway and accelerated. Hubble went on. He had started at the warehouse, managing supply, arranging the single-dollar bills, supervising loading and shipping. Sherman Stoller usually handled the Florida run, $1 million in singles a week, sometimes the gateman when he was off. The volume was staggering, like emptying a pool with a shovel. Reacher asked if Sherman had been stealing. Hubble confirmed it. The Venezuelan counts came back $100,000 short each time, always about 1 box. Hubble had warned him quietly to stop, knowing Kleiner would kill him, and probably Hubble too, if he found out. The last 12 months had changed everything. The Coast Guard crackdown made shipping impossible, so Kleiner ordered stockpiling instead, betting the interdiction would end before the November election. It dragged on longer than expected, and now, with the Coast Guard finally pulling back, the operation was caught unprepared. Everything sat piled up, not yet boxed. Reacher asked when Hubble had contacted his brother. Hubble remembered him only as Polo. Reacher nodded. The name came from the Philippine town where he was born. Hubble said he had called Treasury a year earlier, unable to trust local police or the FBI. He tipped off the man called Polo, figuring the best chance was to strike while the stockpile sat there as evidence. Reacher spotted a gas sign and pulled off. Hubble filled the tank while Reacher found a plastic bottle in the trash and had him fill that too. Hubble asked what it was for. Reacher only shrugged and said emergencies. They paid and merged back onto the highway, now half an hour from Margrave, midnight closing in. Reacher asked what had made him run on Monday. Kleiner had called and ordered him to stay home. 2 guys would come by because there was a problem at the Florida end that Hubble needed to fix. The mention of 2 guys instantly flashed Hubble back to the Jacksonville horror he had witnessed. He panicked, called a taxi, and ran. Reacher told him he had done the right thing and saved his own life. Hubble said if Kleiner had said 1 guy, he would have believed it and stayed. Reacher smiled in the dark. Kleiner had made a mistake last Thursday, too. The chrome clock on the dash read midnight. Reacher needed the entire operation finished by 5 in the morning. 5 hours. If everything went right, it would be more than enough. If not, no amount of time would matter. This was a one-shot deal. He turned to Hubble and said he needed his help. For the last 10 minutes of the highway run, Reacher went over the plan again and again until Hubble had it cold. They left the highway at the county road, passed the warehouses, and rolled the 14 miles into town. The station house stood dark and empty. The firehouse looked quiet. Only the barber shop showed any light. The rest of Margrave lay silent. Reacher turned onto Beckman Drive and climbed the rise to Hubble's house. He swung up the curving driveway and stopped at the door. Hubble said his car keys were inside. Reacher told him the place was open. Hubble pushed the splintered door gingerly and went in. A minute later, he came back out with the keys but returned to the Bentley instead of heading to the garage. He leaned in and said the house was a hell of a mess. Reacher explained he had used the place for an ambush. 4 of Kleiner's men had torn through it looking for him in the rain. Hubble stared at him. Those were the men Kleiner would have sent if Hubble had talked, Reacher confirmed. They had brought all their gear with them. Reacher watched Hubble's face in the dim glow of the Bentley's dials. His eyes were wide but distant, lost in the nightmares he had just relived. Hubble nodded slowly, reached in, and squeezed Reacher's arm hard without speaking. Then he pulled back and disappeared into the house. Reacher used the moment to reload the Desert Eagle, replacing the 4 shells he had fired near Augusta. Soon Hubble drove his old green Bentley out of the garage, trailing white vapor from the cold engine. He gave a thumbs up as he passed. Reacher followed the white cloud down the driveway and along Beckman past the church and left onto Main Street. The 2 old cars rolled in quiet procession through the sleeping town, ready for battle. Hubble stopped 40 yards short of the station house, killed his lights, and waited with the motor running. Reacher eased past and parked in the end slot of the police lot, leaving all 4 doors unlocked. He drew the big automatic, the night air cold, and the silence crushing. Hubble's idling engine sounded loud from 40 yards away. Reacher clicked off the safety, the sound rang sharp in the stillness. He ran to the station house wall, dropped low, and slid forward to peer under the heavy glass door. He watched and listened long enough to be certain the building was empty. Standing, he clicked the safety back on and pocketed the gun. He calculated quickly. The firehouse and station stood 300 yards from the north end of Main Street. Eno's another 800 yards beyond. Any response would take at least 3 minutes. 2 to react, 1 to jog up. He gave them 90 seconds total for safety. Reacher ran to the middle of the county road and signaled Hubble. As the car pulled away from the curb, he moved to the side of the big red firehouse door. Hubble slewed his Bentley across the road at a right angle, slammed into reverse, and accelerated hard backward. The 2-ton sedan smashed into the metal door, tearing it off its mountings in a crash of metal and breaking glass. Reacher slipped through the gap before Hubble dragged the wrecked car clear. Inside the dark firehouse, Reacher found the 4-foot bolt cutters clipped to the side of the fire truck at head height. He wrenched them free and ran out. Hubble had already circled wide and lined up with the station house entrance. He floored the gas and drove head-on into the heavy glass doors. The Bentley exploded through in a shower of glass, demolished the reception desk, and plowed into the squad room. Finlay stood frozen in the middle cell, handcuffed by his left wrist to the bars at the back. Reacher shoved wreckage aside, waved Hubble back, then cleared desk for a straight run. Hubble held the shuddering car on the brake, then released it. The Bentley shot forward and smashed the titanium bars apart like an axe through a fence. The hood flew up, the windshield exploded. Hubble stopped a yard short of Finlay. Reacher dove through the gap, clamped the bolt cutters on the handcuff chain, and sheared it. He handed Finlay the cutters, hauled him out, then pulled Hubble through the distorted driver's window and grabbed the keys. The 3 ran over shattered glass and dove into Reacher's waiting Bentley. Reacher reversed hard out of the lot and sped south toward town. Finlay was out. 90 seconds, beginning to end. Reacher slowed at the north end of Main Street and rolled gently south through the silent town. No one spoke. Hubble lay shaken on the rear bench. Finlay sat rigid beside Reacher, staring ahead. All 3 breathed heavily in the quiet aftershock of danger. The dash clock read 1 in the morning. Reacher wanted to wait until 4. The old KGB hour when resistance was lowest. He jinked through service alleys behind the stores, killed the lights, and parked in darkness behind the barbershop. Finlay glanced around and shrugged. Nothing seemed crazy anymore after the night's events. Hubble leaned forward, battered and drained from deliberately crashing into 3 solid objects. Reacher slid out and gestured him into the alley. Hubble stood unsteady, complaining of a banged knee and sore neck. Reacher walked him up and down the dark alley a few times to keep him loose. Hubble grimaced as a tendon, pulled but said he would live. Finlay joined them, stretching and growing excited. He congratulated Reacher on the rescue and asked what happened to Picard. Reacher mimed a gun with his fingers. Finlay gave a short partner's nod. They shook hands. Reacher then rapped softly on the barbershop service door. The older barber opened it immediately, as if waiting. He held the door like a butler and led them single file through a passage into a storeroom. The younger barber joined them. After a whispered discussion, the younger one said, "Upstairs." They climbed a narrow staircase into a small, clean apartment above the shop. The barber showed them into the cozy living room, pulled the blinds, and switched on dim lamps. The younger barber sat with them and said they were not the first to hide there. They had sheltered farm workers' union men from peanut and peach farms, civil rights workers, and draft dodgers. Finlay, speaking for the group, confirmed they were in big local trouble with big changes coming. The barber said he had been expecting it for years. He stood, opened a large closet, and showed them deep shelves stacked floor to ceiling with bricks of cash held by rubber bands. Kleiner Foundation money. The old man, 74, said people had spent 70 years pissing on him. Now they threw money instead. Something was wrong with it. They never spent a cent they hadn't earned. The cash just sat there. He asked if they were going after the Kleiner Foundation. Reacher told him that by tomorrow there would be no Kleiner Foundation. The barber nodded, glanced at the closet, and left him alone. Finlay said it would not be easy. 3 against 3 with 4 hostages, including 2 children, an uncertain location. Reacher stated they were definitely at the warehouse. No manpower existed to hold them elsewhere, and the boomy echo on the tape confirmed it. Hubble asked what tape. Finlay looked at him. Reacher listened as Finlay explained that they had forced Roscoe to record a message. It was meant to prove they held her. Hubble tensed at the name. He asked about Charlie instead. Finlay shook his head and lied smoothly, saying there was nothing from her, only Roscoe. Reacher sensed the calculation behind the lie. The image of Charlie with a knife at her throat would have shattered Hubble completely, dragging him back into useless panic. Reacher repeated that the warehouse was their location. No doubt about it. Hubble knew the place well after working there for a year and a half. They pressed him for details, making him describe the layout again and again. They found paper and pencil so he could draw it out. They refined the plans together, marking every door, stair, distance, and feature until the sketch looked like professional architect's work. The warehouse stood alone in its compound at the end of a row of 4 buildings. It lined up closely with the third shed, a farmer's operation with only a narrow path separating the fence between them from the metal siding. The main perimeter fence ran tight along the back and far side, but left ample open space in front for trucks to maneuver. A large roller door filled most of the front wall. A small staff door sat just around the far corner, opening onto the main floor beside a cage that housed the roller winch. Turning left from the staff door revealed an open metal staircase rising to an office cantilevered high in the back corner, 40 feet above the floor. The office featured big windows and a railed balcony for oversight. A door at the rear led to an external fire escape, another open metal staircase bolted to the outside back wall. Reacher asked if the picture was clear enough. Finlay shrugged, voicing concern about possible exterior guards as reinforcements. Reacher dismissed the worry, saying there would be none. His greater concern was the shotguns in such a vast space, especially with 2 children inside. Finlay nodded grimly. He understood the danger. Shotguns sprayed wide cones of lead. Children and shotguns did not mix. The room fell silent. It was nearly 2 a.m. They had an hour and a half to wait before leaving at 3:30 to reach the target by 4, Reacher's preferred attack hour. The waiting stretched like soldiers in a dugout or pilots before a raid. Silence filled the space. Finlay dozed in his chair, his left arm dangling with the broken half of the handcuff glinting like a silver bracelet. He had done this many times before. Hubble sat upright, fidgeting with nervous energy, glancing repeatedly at Reacher with questions in his eyes. Reacher answered each look with a calm shrug. At 2:30, a soft knock sounded. The door opened a foot. The older barber stood there, pointing a trembling finger straight at Reacher. He said, "Someone wanted to see him." Finlay sat up sharply while Hubble looked frightened. Reacher signaled them to stay and rose, drawing the big automatic from his pocket and thumbing off the safety. The old barber waved the gun away impatiently, insisting it wasn't needed, and beckoned him out. Reacher holstered the weapon and followed into a tiny kitchen. An extremely old, stick-thin woman sat on a stool, her skin the same deep mahogany as her brother. She looked like a winter tree. The barber introduced her as his sister, explaining the men had woken her with their talking. He bent close to her ear and told her this was the boy he had mentioned, then left them alone. She smiled up at Reacher, her expression bright as sudden sunlight, revealing a trace of long-ago beauty. She extended a frail hand. He took it gently. It felt like thin wires inside a soft, dry glove. The barber paused on his way out and urged Reacher to ask her about him. Reacher squatted beside her, still holding her hand. She told him she didn't hear well and he would need to lean close. He spoke into her ear. She smelled faintly of faded flowers. When he confirmed she could hear him, he mentioned asking her brother about blind Blake. She already knew. Her brother had told her everything. Reacher asked if she had known Blake. She affirmed she had known him very well and agreed to tell him about the man. Her gaze turned sad as she reflected on how long Blake had been gone. When Reacher pressed for what he was like, her eyes misted while she reached back 70 years. She repeated that Blake had been blind, then added softly that he had been a sweet boy. At over 90, she remembered her own womanhood, calling the man a sweet boy. She revealed she had been a singer and Blake a guitarist. She recalled the old phrase about playing guitar like ringing a bell. That was exactly how Blake played. Notes tumbled out faster than she could sing, yet each one rang clear as a perfect silver bell. They would perform together all night. Then she would guide him to a meadow at dawn. They sat under shade trees and played on, purely for the joy of it. Her thin voice hummed a few low bars, a breathy contralto far deeper than her fragile frame suggested. Reacher pictured them in a Georgia meadow heavy with wildflower scent and buzzing insects, backs against a tree, singing defiant songs for the pure pleasure of making music. When he asked what happened to Blake, she nodded and whispered that only 2 people on Earth knew the truth. She was one. Reacher pressed her to tell him, explaining he had come here seeking answers. She hesitated, noting she had kept the secret for 62 years without telling a soul. He asked again. Tears welled in her eyes. She said he was the first person who had ever asked. Her lips trembled and her hand tightened in his as she began. Blake had been blind but full of spirit, sporty in the old sense, uppity with a grin, always moving, always smiling. One day they left a place in town laughing, walking the sidewalk. 2 white people approached, a man and a boy. She stepped into the dirt as expected. Blind Blake kept walking and accidentally collided with the boy, knocking him down. The child, about 10 or 12, cut his head on a stone and screamed wildly for his father to punish the nigger. The father, a prominent man in town, lost his temper. He beat Blake savagely with a cane topped by a big silver knob, splitting his head open like a burst watermelon and killing him. Then he ordered her to wash Blake's blood and brains from the cane in the horse trough and threatened to kill her too if she spoke. She hid until others found the body, then joined the outcry without revealing the truth. Tears rolled down her cheeks. Reacher gently wiped them away and held her other hand. He asked who the boy had been. She said it was someone she had seen sneering around town almost every day since, a constant reminder of Blake lying there with his head split open. He pressed once more. She insisted it was an accident anyone could see. The boy hadn't been badly hurt and should have known better than to scream like that. Finally, she stared into Reacher's eyes and revealed the 62-year-old secret. The boy had been Grover Teal. He had grown up to become mayor, just like his father, acting like the king of the world. In truth, he was only a screaming brat whose tantrum had gotten an innocent blind black man killed for no reason at all. Reacher slid back behind the wheel of Charlie's black Bentley in the alley. No one spoke. He started the engine and eased the big dark sedan north through the night, with lights off, moving slow and silent like a stealthy submarine gliding into dark water. He drove through town and stopped short of the station house, the vehicle as quiet as a tomb. Finlay announced he wanted a weapon. They picked their way through the shattered entrance. Hubbell's own Bentley sat wrecked in the squad room, nose down amid the debris of the cells, tires blown, the air thick with the stink of spilled gasoline. The trunk lid hung open from the impact. Hubbell barely glanced at it. Finlay disappeared into the back office and returned with a stainless steel revolver, a book of matches, and a grim grin. He waved them outside, struck a match, and tossed it under the wrecked Bentley before joining them. The fire caught fast blue flames racing across the carpet and feeding on the gasoline. Within a minute, the entire station house was burning fiercely. Reacher smiled and accelerated up the county road. He used headlights for the 14-mile drive, covering it in about 12 minutes. Near the target, he killed the lights, turned the car around, and backed it slightly so it faced south toward town, doors unlocked and keys inside. Hubble carried the bolt cutters. Finlay checked the revolver. Reacher tucked the plastic bottle of gasoline into his pocket, alongside the sap, and adjusted the Desert Eagle high on his chest. Finlay handed him the matches. The three men stood in the darkness beside the road, exchanged tight nods, and struck out across the field toward the blasted trees silhouetted against the moon. They moved in silence over the soft earth. At the tree they paused, then continued to the fence running close behind the warehouse. It was 10 minutes to 4. No one had spoken since leaving the burning station. 75 yards later, they stopped opposite the bottom of the fire escape. Finlay and Hubble tensioned the chain link while Reacher cut through each strand with the bolt cutters. The metal parted easily. He removed a large section, 7 feet high and 8 feet wide, stopping below the razor wire. They stepped through and approached the stairs, waiting. Muffled sounds of movement drifted from inside the vast space. Reacher took a deep breath and motioned the others flat against the siding. Though his instinct said there were no reinforcements, he respected Finley's concern about exterior guards. He crept alone to the corner, dropped the bolt cutters onto the concrete path with a deliberate clatter, then pressed himself against the wall. Sap ready. Finlay had been right. A lone exterior guard appeared. Sergeant Baker. Reacher heard his tense breathing and footsteps before he rounded the corner and stopped a yard away, staring at the cutters with his .38 drawn. Baker spotted the cut fence and started to run. Reacher swung the sap. Baker dropped his revolver but stayed on his feet, staggering in a circle on unsteady legs. Finlay moved in silently from behind, seized him by the throat, and finished the job cleanly. They left the body on the path and waited 5 minutes. No one else came. They returned to Hubble. Reacher stepped onto the fire escape and climbed carefully, testing each open metal tread to avoid noise. Finlay followed with revolver in hand, Hubble trailing behind, barely breathing. It took several cautious minutes to reach the top platform 40 feet up. Hubble produced his office keys, selected the right one without jingling, and turned the lock. The door clicked open. No reaction from inside. They eased the door fully open and propped it with the gasoline bottle. Bright arc lights spilled out from the office windows, flooding the fire escape and the field below. Reacher looked inside and felt his heart seize with sudden, overwhelming luck. The two children, Ben and Lucy, lay fast asleep on a pile of empty burlap sacks, filthy and still in their Monday school clothes, looking like ragamuffins from an old photograph. They were completely unaware, innocent in sleep. The sight washed away 36 years of bad luck in one bright instant. The children had been Reacher's greatest worry. Every mental war game had ended with them caught in the deadly spray of shotguns. Now they were safely separate. Elation surged through him. He pulled Finlay and Hubble close and whispered instructions. Hubble was to carry the girl, Finlay the boy, hands over their mouths for silence. Hubble would take both children back to the car and wait. Finlay would return alone. Reacher drew the Desert Eagle, clicked off the safety, and covered the inner door, while the two men moved in low and quiet. They clamped hands over the children's mouths, scooped them up, and crept out. The kids woke and struggled, eyes wide on Reacher as they passed. Hubble and Finlay eased down the long staircase. Reacher shifted position to cover their descent all the way to the ground, through the fence gap, and into the night until they vanished. Reacher lowered the gun and relaxed, listening to the faint scraping sounds rising from the huge shed below. He crept into the office, crawled to the windows, and slowly raised his head. The warehouse interior blazed under 100 arc lights, brighter than day. The vast space, roughly 100 feet long, 80 deep, 60 high, was filled with a gigantic mountain of dollar bills. The cash dune rose 50 feet high in the far corner and sloped down like a green iceberg. At the far end, Teal sat low on the slope about 10 feet up, shotgun across his knees, dwarfed by the pile. 50 feet closer, Old Man Kleiner sat higher on 40 tons of money, also armed. The two shotguns triangulated on Roscoe and Charlie Hubble far below. The women toiled like ants at the base of the mountain. Roscoe pushed drifts of bills with a curved snow shovel, while Charlie scooped them into air conditioner cartons and tamped them down with a garden rake. A line of sealed boxes stood behind them. Reacher held his breath, transfixed by the unbelievable sight below. Kleiner's black pickup and Teal's white Cadillac sat parked inside the roller door like toys beside the towering mountain of cash. The warehouse felt like a brightly lit emerald cavern from a fable, packed with 40 million genuine $1 bills. The massive drift rose 10 times higher than the tiny figures of Roscoe and Charlie working at floor level, higher than 2 houses stacked. The two women moved with the dull exhaustion of soldiers at the end of a brutal march, packing endless armfuls of dollars into air conditioner boxes. The task looked hopeless. The sudden Coast Guard retreat had caught Kleiner unprepared, jamming the warehouse. Teal and Kleiner watched listlessly from the slopes, like overseers who knew the end was near. The enormous pile threatened to bury and choke them all. Reacher heard Finley's faint footsteps on the fire escape. He crawled out to meet him on the platform. "They're safe at the car," Finley whispered. "How are we doing?" "2 shotguns ready," Reacher whispered back. "Roscoe and Charlie look all right." Finlay glanced toward the bright light and muffled sounds. "What are they doing in there?" "Come look," Reacher said softly, "but hold your breath." They crawled back to the windows and slowly raised their heads. Finley stared down at the fantastic scene for a long moment, eyes widening, then turned to Reacher in disbelief. "Christ," he whispered. Reacher nodded and led him back outside. "Can you believe that?" "No," Finley breathed. "What are we going to do?" Reacher motioned him to wait on the platform. He crawled inside again, studying angles, distances, positions. Teal sat dangerously far at the opposite end. Kleiner was closer. Roscoe and Charlie worked between them. When Reacher emerged at the top of the internal stairs, all 4 would look up. Both men would raise their shotguns and fire. Teal's shallow-angle shot would spray wide and kill the women. It was a hell of a problem. Reacher returned to Finley, picked up the gasoline bottle and matches, and whispered detailed instructions. Finlay nodded and crept silently back down the long metal stairs. Reacher placed the Desert Eagle by the inner door with the safety off, then crawled back under the window to wait. 3 minutes passed. He stared at the far bottom corner of the roller door. 4 minutes. The women continued stuffing boxes under Teal's watch, while Kleiner clambered higher, kicking fresh rivers of bills down the slope. 5 minutes. 6. 7. A dark, wet stain of gasoline began seeping under the roller door, spreading into a growing pool that reached the base of the Money Mountain, 10 feet below Teal. Kleiner worked on 30 feet from his own shotgun. Reacher eased the inner door open, retrieved his gun, and watched the spreading gasoline. He had feared Teal would smell it immediately, but the overpowering, sour, greasy stench of millions of crumpled used bills filled the entire shed, masking everything. Then a low blue flame bloomed under the door and raced across the pool, igniting the bottom of the giant dune. Teal snapped his head around in horror. Reacher stepped out onto the balcony, braced his wrist against the railing, and fired. The big .44 bullet struck Teal in the temple 100 feet away, exploding his skull against the metal siding. Everything slowed into terrible clarity. Reacher's gun hand drifted left toward Kleiner, but the old man dived right, sliding down the slope toward Teal's dropped shotgun instead of his own. Reacher reversed his aim. At the same instant, the staff door burst open below, and Picard staggered in, blood soaking his white shirt, lurching toward the women with his .38 rising. Kleiner reached Teal's Ithaca and pumped it. Reacher fired again, hitting Picard in the right shoulder and dropping him in a spray of blood. He hauled his aim back across the warehouse. His mind calculated coldly. Kleiner would fire on a shallow angle that would catch the women in the deadly spray. Reacher's arm rose as if lifting an enormous weight, while Kleiner brought the shotgun barrel up in agonizing slow motion. Flames exploded upward through the money. Charlie began screaming. Roscoe started to collapse. The race stretched across a lifetime of seconds. Reacher's shot reached first. The .44 slug slammed into Kleiner's upper right chest, hurling him backward. The Ithaca fired point-blank into the mountain, blasting a blizzard of shredded dollar bills into the air that immediately caught fire. Time snapped back to normal speed. Reacher raced down the internal stairs into the inferno. Flames ripped through the greasy cash faster than a man could run. Smoke choked the air as oxygen surged under the roller door. He fought through the chaos, caught Roscoe under one arm and Charlie under the other, spun them off their feet, and dragged both women toward the staircase while the entire mountain of money erupted behind him. He charged straight into Picard, who reared up from the floor and sent him sprawling with the collision. Picard loomed like a wounded giant, bellowing in raw fury. His right shoulder hung shattered, pumping blood, his shirt drenched in appalling crimson. Staggering to his feet, he took a heavy left-handed blow that rocked him backward. Another swinging left struck his arm, knocking the Desert Eagle clattering across the concrete. Flames billowed around him, searing his lungs, while Charlie Hubbell's hysterical screams cut through the roar. Picard had lost his revolver. He swayed unsteadily, rocking on his feet, his massive left arm cocked for another strike. He ducked inside the swing and drove his elbow into Picard's throat with everything he had, harder than he had ever hit anything. Picard only shook it off and stepped closer, swinging his enormous left fist and slamming him sideways into the flames. Coughing on pure smoke, he rolled free. Picard advanced again, standing in a burning drift of money. The big man leaned in and kicked him hard in the chest, the impact like a truck. His jacket caught fire. He tore it off and hurled it at Picard, but the giant swatted it away and drew his leg back for a killing blow. Then Picard's body jerked violently, as if hammered from behind. Finlay stood there, firing the station house handgun 6 times into Picard's back. Picard turned, took a step toward him. Finlay's gun clicked empty. He scrambled for the big Israeli automatic, swept it off the hot concrete, and fired through the back of Picard's head. The skull exploded under the massive bullet. Picard's legs buckled. He pumped his last 4 rounds into the fallen body before it hit the floor. Finlay grabbed Charlie and raced away through the flames. He hauled Roscoe up, dragged her to the stairs, and pulled her out through the office and down the fire escape as flames boiled after them. They burst through the gap in the fence. He scooped Roscoe into his arms and ran across the field toward the tree. Behind them, superheated air blasted the roof off the shed, sending flames 100 feet into the night sky. Burning fragments of dollar bills drifted down like fiery snow. The warehouse roared like a furnace. Heat scorched his back, while Roscoe beat away flaming paper landing on them. They raced onto the road, 200 yards, then 100, until screeching metal echoed as the shed distorted and burst. Up ahead, Hubbell waited beside the Bentley. He flung open the rear doors and dove for the driver's seat. The 4 of them crammed into the back as Hubbell floored the gas. Doors slammed shut. The children screamed from the front. Charlie screamed. Roscoe screamed. He realized with detached curiosity that he was screaming too. Hubbell blasted a mile down the road, then skidded to a stop. They tumbled out, stumbling, hugging, kissing, and crying in the dirt beside the old county road. The 4 Hubbells clung together. He, Roscoe, and Finlay held each other tight. Finlay danced around, yelling and laughing wildly, all Boston Reserve gone. Roscoe huddled in his arms while he stared at the distant fire, now spreading fiercely. It climbed higher, leaping to nearby farmers' sheds. Bags of nitrogen fertilizer and drums of tractor oil exploded like bombs. All 7 stood in a ragged line on the road, watching the inferno from a mile away. Great spouts of flame soared 1,000 feet. Oil drums burst like mortar shells. The night sky filled with burning banknotes like a million orange stars. It looked like hell on earth. Finlay breathed the word in awe. He answered that Finlay had done it by dropping the match. They laughed, hugged, danced, and slapped backs. They swung the children high, kissing and embracing them. Hubble pounded his back in thanks. Charlie hugged and kissed him. He lifted Roscoe off her feet and kissed her long and hard. She wrapped her legs around his waist, arms locked behind his head. They kissed as if stopping would kill them. Later, he drove slowly back to town. Finley and Roscoe squeezed beside him in the front, the four Hubbles in the back. As the fire's glow faded behind, the burning station house appeared ahead. He slowed past a fiercely blazing building. Hundreds of people stood in a ragged circle, watching helplessly. He accelerated again, rolling through the silent town, turning up Beckman opposite the old Caspar Teal statue, passing the white church and climbing the mile to the familiar white mailbox at number 25. He dropped the Hubbles at their door, turned the car around, and headed back down. At the bottom of the drive, he stopped and told Finley to get out. Finlay grinned and vanished into the night. He coasted across Main Street and down to Roscoe's place, stopping on her drive. They stumbled inside and dragged a chest of drawers against the splintered door, sealing themselves off. It never worked out for him and Roscoe. The problems ran too deep. It lasted barely 24 hours before it ended, and he was back on the road. At 5 o'clock Sunday morning, they shoved the chest against the broken door. Exhaustion weighed on them both, yet adrenaline still surged, keeping sleep away. They talked instead, and the more they talked, the worse things grew. Roscoe had been held nearly 64 hours. They had not mistreated her physically, she said they hadn't touched her, but she had lived in terror, worked like a slave. Thursday, Picard had driven her away. He had watched them leave and even waved. She had briefed Picard on their progress. A mile up the road, he had pulled his gun, disarmed and handcuffed her, then taken her straight to the warehouse. She had been put to work with Charlie Hubble the entire time he had sat under the highway watching the building. She herself had unloaded the red truck the Kleiner kid delivered, the same one he later followed to the Memphis truck stop, puzzled by its emptiness. Charlie had labored there 5.5 days since Monday evening. Kleiner, panicking over the approaching Coast Guard retreat, had forced the hostages to clear the stockpile. Picard had delivered the Hubbles directly to the warehouse. They slept only a few hours nightly on the dune of dollars, handcuffed to the office stairs. Saturday morning, after his son and the gateman failed to return, Kleiner had gone berserk. With no staff left, he drove the hostages without rest. They got no sleep Saturday night, desperately boxing the endless pile while falling further behind. Each new truckload only made Kleiner more frantic. Roscoe had endured 3 days as a slave, exhausted, humiliated, terrified for her life. And he blamed himself. He kept telling her it was his fault. She kept insisting it wasn't. He apologized again and again. She told him not to. They listened, they accepted the words, but he still carried the guilt, never fully convinced she didn't share it. They didn't argue, yet it marked the first faint crack between them. They showered together in her tiny stall for nearly an hour, scrubbing away the stench of money, sweat, and smoke. Still talking, he described Friday night's ambush at Hubble's place in the storm, the bags with knives, hammer, and nails, and exactly what he had done to the 5 men. He expected her to feel relief. That became the second problem. As hot water poured over them, he caught a tiny tremor in her voice. Not shock or disapproval, just a quiet question. A hint that maybe he had gone too far. He heard it clearly. He felt he had done it all for Roscoe and for Joe. Not because he had wanted to. It was Joe's business, her town, her people. He had acted after seeing her pressed against the kitchen wall, crying as if her heart would break. He had done it for Joe and for Molly, At the same moment he told himself he needed no justification, he kept quietly justifying it anyway. It did not feel like a problem then. The long shower loosened them, brought a fresh glow back into their bodies. They went to bed with the drapes open. Outside lay a glorious day, sun high in a bright blue sky, the air crisp and clean, the whole world looking exactly as it should on a new morning. They made love with deep tenderness, fierce energy, and open joy. If anyone had told him he would be back on the road the next day, he would have called them crazy. He convinced himself there were no real problems, only stress and adrenaline aftershocks, deep fatigue, the way hostages sometimes felt faint jealousy or resentment toward anyone who had not shared their ordeal. Maybe that fed the guilt he still carried for letting her be taken. He fell asleep certain they would wake, happy, and he would stay with her forever. They did wake happy. They slept until late afternoon, then spent a golden couple of hours with sunlight streaming through the window, dozing, stretching, kissing, laughing. They made love again, the best they had ever known, though they did not realize it would also be the last. Roscoe took the Bentley up to Eno's for food. She returned after an hour with news that changed everything and made the earlier cracks seem tiny. She set the tray of fried chicken on the bed, and they ate while she spoke. The station house was gone, nothing left higher than a foot. All 4 warehouses had burned to the ground. Exploding debris had scattered across the highway and forced fire trucks all the way from Atlanta and Macon. State police were now involved. The situation had snowballed. The Atlanta fire chief had called the bomb squad because of the unknown explosions. The bomb squad had notified the FBI in case of terrorism. The National Guard had rolled in that morning. She explained why. When the warehouse roof blew off the night before, the sudden updraft had hurled millions of burning dollar bills everywhere, fields, highway, miles around. At sunrise, thousands of people had swarmed out to gather them. Most bills were scorched, some untouched. The governor had ordered the guard to disperse the crowds. The governor himself was already in town. Finley had contacted the Treasury Department because of Joe. A team was on its way. Rumors were flying. The foundation was finished. Half the town pretended they had never known. The other half raged at losing their $1,000 a week. Eno had looked furious when she picked up the food. The police department was down to 4 officers: Finlay, her, Stevenson, and the desk man. Finlay said it was half of what the crisis demanded and twice what they could now afford once the foundation subsidy ended. No one could hire or fire without the mayor's approval, and they no longer had a mayor. He sat on the bed eating, the full weight of the problems finally pressing down. A single large question formed in his mind. He asked it straight, wanting her immediate, unguarded answer. She looked up, surprised by the question, then told him she would work without rest. The whole town had to be rebuilt, maybe made better. She would play a major part, move up quickly, perhaps join the town board, maybe even run for mayor. After all these years, a Roscoe instead of a Teal. She sounded excited. This was her town. It was a perfect answer for her, but the wrong one for him. He did not try to change her mind or apply pressure. He had asked first so he would hear her honest response. Now he knew. She belonged here. If anyone could fix the town, she could. But he had to leave. The situation had exploded into public view. It was no longer private business about Joe. It was scattered everywhere, like those half-burned bills. The governor, Treasury, National Guard, State Police, FBI, Atlanta fire investigators, half a dozen serious agencies were already digging hard. They would call Kleiner the counterfeiter of the century, discover the mayor had vanished, learn 4 police officers had been involved. The FBI would hunt Picard. Interpol would join because of the Venezuela connection. The heat would be ferocious. One of them would eventually snare him. He was the stranger, in the wrong place at the wrong time, brother of the murdered government investigator who had started it all. They would smell revenge and hold him for questioning. He knew he would never be convicted. There was no evidence, and he could talk his way through anything, but they would keep him 2 full years in Warburton on the holding floor. 2 years of his life. He had only just reclaimed his freedom after 36 years. Those 6 months of rambling had been the happiest he had ever known. He could not stand still for that. His mind was made up. He had to vanish again, get far outside the Margrave spotlight before any agency even knew he had been there. It meant his dreams of a future with Roscoe would die before they began. It meant telling her she was not worth gambling 2 years of his life. They talked about it all night without fighting. She understood his choice was right for him. He understood hers was right for her. She asked him to stay. He thought hard and said no. He asked her to come with him. She thought hard and said no. There was nothing more to say. They talked on about the lives waiting for each of them. Slowly he realized that staying would tear him apart just as badly as leaving. He did not want elections, mayors, boards, committees, property taxes, chambers of commerce, or any of it. He did not want to sit still and chafe while tiny resentments, guilts, and quiet disapprovals grew until they choked them both. He wanted the open road, a new town every day, miles with no destination, the freedom to ramble. They sat talking, miserable, until dawn. He asked her for one last favor, arrange a funeral for Joe. He wanted Finley there, the Hubbles, the 2 old barbers, and her. He wanted the old barber's sister to sing a sad song for Joe, and he wanted her to ask the old lady for the exact meadow where she had once sung along with Blind Blake's guitar 62 years earlier. He wanted Joe's ashes scattered on that grass. Roscoe drove him to Macon in the Bentley at 7 a.m. Neither had slept. He sat low in the back behind the new black glass so no one would see him. They climbed the rise from her place and threaded through thickening traffic. The town was already packed. Even before Main Street, he could see dozens of cars everywhere. Network and CNN television trucks, ranks of dark government sedans. People crowded the sidewalks. They turned at the coffee shop corner. A line already waited for breakfast. Main Street was solid with parked vehicles, some up on the sidewalks. Fire chiefs' cars and state police cruisers stood everywhere. As they crawled past the barber shop, he glanced in. The old men were not there. He would miss them. He would miss Finlay, too, and he silently wished the Harvard man luck. He wished the Hubbles luck on the long road ahead of them. Most of all, he wished Roscoe the best of everything. She deserved it. She truly did. She drove him south all the way to Macon and found the bus depot. She parked, handed him a small envelope, and asked him not to open it yet. He slipped it into his pocket, kissed her goodbye, and got out without looking back. The heavy crunch of tires on pavement told him she was already gone. He walked into the depot, bought a ticket, then crossed the street to a cheap store. He bought fresh clothes, changed in the cubicle, and dropped the filthy fatigues into their garbage can. He strolled back and stepped onto the bus bound for California. Tears stung his eyes for more than 100 miles. When the old bus finally rattled across the state line into the southeast corner of Alabama, he opened Roscoe's envelope. Inside lay the photograph of Joe she had taken from Molly Beth's valise, neatly trimmed to fit his pocket. On the back, she had written her telephone number. He did not need it. He had already burned every digit into memory. The end. Thank you for staying with the story until the very end, allowing its tension, its quiet moments of calculation, and its raw sense of justice to unfold with patience and curiosity. Lee Child, born Jim Grant in Birmingham, England, found himself suddenly redundant from his television career in 1995 at nearly 40 years old. On the day he learned he was being let go, he bought notepads and pencils and began writing what would become Killing Floor. The idea emerged from his own abrupt displacement and a deep desire to create a modern mythic hero, a giant, disciplined ex-army military police investigator named Jack Reacher, who drifts across America with nothing but the clothes on his back, a toothbrush, and an unshakable moral compass. Child drew inspiration from classic lone wolf figures like John D. MacDonald's, Travis McGee, while stripping away excessive introspection to craft a cooler, more action-driven protagonist for the late 1990s. A time when small-town corruption, economic undercurrents, and questions of personal freedom still echoed loudly in American life. Writing the debut novel wasn't without struggle. Child started in longhand, revised heavily, and consciously worked to make Reacher less emotionally verbose than in early drafts. The result was a lean, propulsive narrative style, precise observation, methodical deduction, and sudden, brutal violence delivered without apology. Themes of systemic injustice, outsider justice, and the quiet power of competence run through it all. From that single book in 1997, Child built one of the most successful thriller franchises in publishing history. He later explored similar terrain of lone operators and moral reckonings across more than 24 Reacher novels. The story reached screens when Prime Video launched the Reacher series in 2022, with Season 1 adapting Killing Floor. The show stayed largely faithful to the core plot: the wrong place arrest in Margrave, Georgia, the unfolding conspiracy, and Reacher's relentless pursuit of truth, but updated the timeline to the present day, expanded some supporting perspectives beyond Reacher's first-person viewpoint, and made adjustments for television pacing. Production faced real challenges. The team constructed an entire fictional town of Margrave from scratch on a farm field in Ontario, Canada. Lead actor Alan Ritchson, who perfectly embodied Reacher's towering physical presence, unlike earlier film versions, performed many of his own intense fight scenes, even sustaining injuries like a broken shoulder and torn abdominal muscle during filming. The creative team, led by showrunner Nick Santora, balanced fidelity with visual storytelling, turning inner calculation into gripping on-screen tension. Richardson's portrayal brought a calm, calculating intelligence to the role that resonated deeply with fans, adding layers of dry humor and physical dominance that made Reacher feel larger than life. The series has continued successfully in later seasons, each drawn from different books in the franchise. A few fun discoveries. The title Killing Floor itself nods to both a meatpacking plant image and blues lyrics from Born Under a Bad Sign. And Child has a personal ritual. He begins each new Reacher novel on September 1st, the anniversary of the day he started writing the first one. While the screen version delivers powerful action and atmosphere, the original novel still holds deeper layers: Reacher's precise internal logic, the economical prose, and the unfiltered intensity that only the written word can fully reveal. If this retelling sparked your interest, I warmly encourage you to pick up Lee Child's Killing Floor and experience the story in its purest form. If you enjoyed this journey, liking the video and subscribing helps support more documentary-style retellings of stories that matter. I'd love to hear your thoughts in the comments. What surprised you most about Reacher's debut, how the adaptation landed for you, or which Reacher adventure you'd like to see next? All perspectives are welcome. And if the story moved you, feel free to share it with someone who appreciates tales of quiet strength and unflinching justice. It's one of the best ways these narratives keep traveling. Until the next one, stay safe out there on the road. The story's legacy continues.